Yeah.
I can volunteer myself.
Sorry if you guys hear me laughing. I was laughing.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I'm a proud
Hell yeah.
globetard, right? And I've been friends with iLevel Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate in this voice chat.
Hey,
So I can be your guys' test subject if you want.
no, there is no you guys test subject, but I'll give you the VC verify, so you're gonna be able to see the VC chat, and you will be able to open and close your mic whenever you're not speaking, right? So go fast. Welcome to the VC.
Hey guys, happy to be here.
Hello there.
Hey, go fast. I have my friend Gregory. He like to speak to you for a minute or two.
Okay.
It's you, GOFAST.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to speak to whoever would like to have a conversation with me. Like I said, I've known iLevel Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate with this conversation. So that's what I'm here for.
All right. The last thing I was talking about just now is the very cosmos that we supposedly live in, that supposedly makes it possible to leave the surface of the earth and travel to these other celestial bodies elsewhere in the void. But in order for that to be substantiated, it must be demonstrated that, first of all, that we live on a ball, and that we live on a ball flying in a vacuum with gas and liquid sticking to it in a void, which means that you can have gas pressure without a container. So can you show me any instance where we have gas pressure without a container, outside of a container?
Yes, I've had this conversation a few times, and I think I have a pretty good understanding of the argument. So, in order to understand how gas pressure can exist without a container, you do need to presuppose gravity. That's the only way. And obviously, yeah. So part of the reason that this is a contentious debate in this conversation is because you do need to presuppose gravity in order to have gas pressure without a container. Can you at least understand, in the event that gravity did exist, how you could have gas pressure without a container?
I understand that argument. I understand that a priori theory, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that's my answer, is you must presuppose gravity, the existence of gravity. But I think I can continue on that by saying that you do not need to assume.
I don't need to assume what?
The existence of gravity does not need to be assumed. I believe that the force of gravity as described can be demonstrated to a degree where it doesn't.
So gravity, you mean Newtonian or Cavendish mass attracting mass?
Yes.
What was the naturally observed phenomenon?
That masses attract each other dependent on their distance, multiplied by their distance, divided by, what is it? It's their masses multiplied divided by their distance squared. Masses attract. So I believe that can be demonstrated.
Steam has mass.
Pendulums. So
steam has mass. Which way does that go? Steam has mass. Which way does it go?
Yes.
Steam has mass. Which way does it go?
It depends. It depends on your environment. You need to.
Steam goes to the floor. When you boil a kettle, does the steam go to the ground?
Again, you need to describe your environment that the steam existing in.
Hang on. not. I mean, I see where Andy's going. It's a valid line of questioning, but to get to the heart of the matter. So, supposedly, mass is attracting mass. Now, this question isn't as complicated as it may seem. When you go out into the world and you go about your daily human experience, what do you observe in your human experience that provoked you or the other person, whomever it is, to hypothesize that mass attracts mass? So what did you go out in the world and see happen?
So the foundation for that question, I mean, the crickets are entertaining, right? But the foundation for that question is assuming that you cannot believe things that you have not independently verified, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. That's not the implication of my question. I'm just saying, who observed what? What was observed?
Like I said, you mentioned the Cavendish experiment. You're aware of torsion pendulums. You're aware that there are people that at least claim that they've measured the force of the gravitational constant on human relevant scales, right, without using the Earth as your force vector. So I believe that that is the case. I also believe that World War II occurred. I have no individual experience to verify that.
Okay, so supposedly, I mean, what I was hoping you would say was that we observe things fall, because that's what people say when they say I've seen gravity occur, because we see things
No,
fall, right?
because I mean, as I'm sure you guys are familiar, you cannot justify things falling with the density argument because it presupposes gravity as well. But you could just say that things fall. You don't need to assume that there is a mutual attraction between all masses.
What
You know,
what
Wait, hang
about
on,
what about
wait,
things?
wait.
What up? Oh, my bad.
Pump
Go
the
ahead, man.
brakes. You're trying to anticipate the
yeah. I
what
apologize.
I'm
I've
trying
had
to
this
say, because based
conversation
on previous
at high
conversations,
level
just
before.
follow,
Yeah. All right.
just follow me. So
All right.
we observe things falling, correct?
Yes.
And so do people in the past. You know, these gentlemen, Newton and Cavendish, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
You know, okay. And so, what is the hypothesis that caused that event that we observed?
I don't think it's not related to my reasoning for why I believe gravity exists. The hypothesis for why things fall is not my justification for believing in gravity.
Okay, tell me yours, since I'm talking to you.
Mine is because I believe that tests have been performed that demonstrate that masses attract independent of other variables.
So the hypothesis is that the mass of the object is causing the mass of the objects is causing other objects with mass to attract to one another.
Yes, I trust that all other independent variables have been isolated in the many experiments that have been performed to measure the gravitational constant to a degree that we can isolate the attraction to the mass of the objects.
Well, the independent variable is the mass of the object, because that's what's causing the supposed effect, and then the dependent variable
Yes.
would be the motion of the objects to one another. Okay.
Well, the dependent variable is the mass that you're changing to measure how much this force changes dependent on the mass that you're using as your test subject. But what I'm saying
No,
is
other way around. Other way around.
I believe gravity exists because I believe that these experiments found valid conclusions and were not affected by external forces.
What experiment?
Torsion
Wait,
pendulum.
wait. Because we talk about experience, we got to get the variables correct. So the independent variable, if you look 30 minutes past the hour, the independent variable is that what you change in order to provide the result. That's the cause. The dependent variable is what you are measuring. So that's the effect. And then the control variables are things that never change. Okay.
Yes.
So the of the objects.
You cut out for a moment.
The independent variable is the mass. The dependent variable is the motion of the object, because the mass is causing the motion of the objects to one another, supposedly.
Well, you said that your controls are your variables that are unchanging, right? So the mutual attraction, the force that's being measured, is an unchanging variable. It is constant. It cannot be manipulated.
Well, we're equivocating things, because the attraction is the effect, the dependent variable, and the cause of that attraction is the mass, the independent variable. The control variables is just everything else in the environment in which this event is occurring. So you don't need to equivocate.
Okay.
So that's the experiment. Now, who conducted this experiment, when and how, did they manipulate the mass of the object, and what effect did they observe?
If you want to talk about the original Cavendish experiment from 1891, it was done to identify the density of the Earth. It was not done to measure the gravitational constant. But
So that's not
the same or similar experiments have been performed for the past 200 years. They have one at MIT. They have one at Oxford. They've conducted this experiment to a level of precision that is far more precise than what was done by Cavendish in the 1800s. And it's now done with lasers and very precisely measured lead weights. And I mean, this is not a one-time experiment.
So you agree that the experiment that should be conducted, given the hypothesis, is having the object, manipulating the mass of the object, the independent variable, and so to cause the effect and measure the effect, the dependent variable, correct?
In order
You
to
agree?
accurately measure the gravitational constant, what you change should be the masses of the objects that are being used to test this.
Yes. Okay, you agree. So who did this and when and how?
I mean, I can find it for you and send it to you. This has been done many.
There's no due date. Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
But is GOFAST saying mass attracts mass? That's why things go down.
Our most recent and highest precision measurement was done October 13th of 2024 by the Royal Society.
2024 in the future?
Yeah, 2014. I apologize. It was a cryogenic torsion pendulum. It was used to measure the gravitational constant to an incredibly high precision. And I can send you this if you want.
Can you post it in the livestream voice text post here?
But that's all great and all, but they still don't have a valid independent variable, so they don't have a valid hypothesis or a valid experiment. Therefore, they cannot show cause and effect in anything other than the mechanical phenomenon that they're dealing with. Natural science has nothing to do with mechanical phenomenon. That's from a man-made device you're looking at. That's not anything in nature. It falls outside the realm of natural science. It's not natural science. It's not science at all, actually, because it doesn't have independent control. You cannot find a cause and effect relationship, period.
If you place a large mass next to a very small mass, and you are able to measure an attraction between the small mass and the large mass, is that and you isolate, hypothetically, you isolate for all other possible variables: electromagnetism, static effects, momentum, sound, atmospherics, etc.
When was this done? Is that in the test? Is that in the test? Did they isolate all of those things in the test that you posted?
No. I'm not, well, I don't know. I assume so, but I do not know, so I don't want to confidently say that.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, but I'm asking if this was so. Our presumption here is that there is a overlooked variable in these experiments, right? That's what you guys conclude. I don't want to assume all.
You can't account for all the variables. Is what we're saying.
Okay. Yeah. So you believe that there is a flaw that invalidates the results of these measurements that have been done for the past 200 or so years.
All it is, you're measuring a mechanical phenomenon of a mechanical device. That's all. That's all you can get. It's a mechanical phenomenon. Wow, this is wild that this mechanical device is having this phenomenon, but it doesn't matter what you're trying to do with it. It's only a mechanical phenomenon. That's all it can
Such
be.
as a yes, exactly.
It cannot be an experiment. You don't have a cause and effect relationship of anything other than these balls to the torsion rods, these balls to themselves. If you don't isolate every single other effect or possible effect that's causing this, then it's null and void.
They won't inform you of what the true cause is.
Okay.
Well, can I ask GoFast one question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you realize that you're defending the wrong gravity story? Because 107 years ago they changed it to bendy space time. Are you aware of this?
General and special relativity are not incompatible with torsion pendulums in the Cavendish experiment or the gravitational constant as described by Newton.
Somebody post QE citations, or I don't need to get into that with him. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah, or just show the citation for what you just said, sir, if you would. I'll find the other citation.
That general relativity is compatible with torsion pendulums?
Yeah, I want to know who said no, I don't care about torsion pendulums. That's the problem. No, I want to know how the citation for what you said that proves something about gravitational force. That's the citation I want. I
never said that.
Okay.
I mean, I may have.
Whatever you just said about it.
Yeah. He asked me, he said, you're defending the wrong gravity because when the Cavendish experiment was first performed in the 1890s, we were still operating under the presumption of Newtonian dynamics. That was before Einstein, that was before the revelations of general relativity, and that was before our contemporary understanding of gravitation as it exists now. So I responded to him by saying, none of the experiments that we're talking about, Cavendish or torsion pendulums specifically, are incompatible with general relativity.
That's the citation I want. The citation that says none of those are incompatible with that exact statement you just said. I want the citation. Who said that? Where? When was that said? I need a citation for that statement. Thanks.
I've been describing general relativity.
Yeah, that's okay. But I want a citation for what you just said, that it's not incompatible.
He was incorrect. He was incorrect. I was describing general relativity. He said that I was defending Newtonian gravitation.
You just said that there's nothing that's incompatible with gravity, right? Didn't you say that? With special relativity or
yes.
general
relativity is our contemporary
gravitation. Yes. You said that nothing of the Cavendish and any of that, these supposed tests of the gravitational testing force of this pseudo force, that nothing is incompatible with general relativity. That's the citation I want. Show me who said that. Where are you getting that information?
The test was performed.
I want the source and the citation, sir.
Go fast. Hang on. Okay. Pump the brakes. It's not that difficult. He wants you to give the citation that substantiates the assertion.
I want the source. I can explain it myself.
Honestly,
I want the source and the citation. Please.
This is going on too long. It's not this difficult. We're just going right around in circles on the same point.
I'm muting myself and I'm providing a citation.
Okay, good. The one that says exactly what you said about the gravitational force having to do with Cavendish is not incompatible. So you're trying to say that Newton's gravity is not incompatible with general relativity? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, he's muted.
Absolutely not. I did not say that.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Listen. Is Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity compatible? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're not compatible. Okay.
And do you agree? Wait a minute. Do you agree that also Newton's gravity was completely replaced by general relativity?
Yes, but it makes a lot of the same predictions. There are very, very few predictions of Newtonian gravity.
Okay, another citation then. I need a citation.
Well, that end part of the response is moot because you already conceded that they are not compatible. And then academia began to subscribe to Einsteinian gravity.
Okay.
In abrogation of Newtonian gravity.
I've been entirely fair to you. So I want to ask a question to you. In your opinion, why was Newtonian gravity rendered obsolete, and why was general relativity so important to resolve the conflicts that Newtonian gravity presented with reality? Because there were things we observed in reality that were incompatible with Newtonian gravity. which is why relativity was so important.
If you take a look at the citations, 39 minutes past the hour, it explains.
Okay.
Is that
The first
Meisty?
one,
Who's that speaking? Is that was it
it
MC
sounds
or
similar,
RC?
don't it? It sounds similar, don't it?
Yeah, no, that's him. That's Meisty. Yeah.
The first one I posted 39 minutes past the hour. Quote, because, this is from Encyclopedia Britannica, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, quote unquote, through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. The next one, quote, from ScienceDaily.com, Einstein's right, at least for now, quote unquote, said Gaze, a co-lead author of the research, quote, we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Okay, that was a great example. That was a good answer, and you're exactly right. Specifically the orbit of Mercury was what prompted our investigation into Newtonian gravity and our desperation to find a replacement theory, because the orbit of Mercury was incompatible with Newtonian gravity, and if we see something in nature that's incompatible with our theory, obviously our theory is flawed. So that's why general relativity replaced Newtonian gravity, because it makes
Isn't
better
it
predictions about reality.
Would you say that it was created because it basically it's supposed to cause balls in space, right? I mean, basically, simply, isn't it?
No, absolutely not.
It's supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to support that claim, though.
No. General relativity was developed to justify observations that we made of nature, not vice versa.
Of nature, yeah, of the sky, which is supernatural, actually.
Okay. We needed to justify a new model for gravity to explain the orbit of Mercury, which was incompatible with Newtonian gravity. So our new
Yeah.
theory was to reflect our observations of nature. We did not develop a theory seeking a conclusion. We looked at our surroundings and we developed a theory to justify them.
Hang on, this is kind of getting obscured. So what we're saying is that what we're saying is that Einstein's gravity abrogated Newtonian gravity because the scholars say that Newton's theory violates special relativity. It's in violation of special relativity.
No. Newtonian gravity is in violation of real life.
Hang on. No, we're talking about why they chose one theory over another. Why they said
Because
toss that one out and here's this one.
And one does not.
Okay, but the sources are telling us they tossed Newtonian gravity over their shoulder in favor of keeping Einstein's gravity in their hands because because Newton's theory violates special relativity.
Is that one of those citations we posted? I want to read that.
Yes.
Okay, I want to read who said that, because it's a very poor way to describe why relativity was necessary to supplant Newtonian dynamics, because the reason we replaced the theory is because it made inaccurate predictions about reality.
Well, the whole citation I read, so I'll read it again.
No. I'll read it. I'm walking around, needed to pull my phone out of my pocket and check links. That was at 39 minutes past the hour as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Just under the picture, if the Earth is a rotating sphere, why are these pendulums not moving? Talking about cranes.
What headline is this link under? I see the top one, obviously, in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. Which link am I looking for?
Go up.
Okay.
Encyclopedia Britannica, relativity, curved space-time, and
Oh, I
geometric
see. Yeah.
gravitation.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I just the cranes meme. That's brilliant, Platter. Well done on
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I can't take the credit for that. Some genius before me, and I just screenshot it right away.
I'm giving you credit. Shut up.
Where do we see
I'll take it.
Newtonian gravity was disregarded because it conflicted with general relativity?
You don't see the link I posted next to my name?
No, I'm on it. I'm on Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm reading it.
Oh. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified quote-unquote action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Special relativity precludes Newton's gravity.
Okay. Do you believe that the reasoning behind that specific statement was that special relativity was proven to be true, and thus, if there were violations in Newtonian gravity that disagreed with special relativity, then Newtonian gravity must be flawed? Now, this is not the reason we knew Newtonian gravity was flawed. We knew it because of the orbit of Mercury. But in this specific instance, it's referring to the maximum speed limit of the speed of light suggested by special relativity, which is well tested. So, I mean, in this instance, they're talking about violation of causality and faster than light information travel, which is impossible under general relativity, but which is also true and proven to be the case.
I don't believe they crossed out Newtonian gravity for Einstein's gravity because Einstein was proven to be true. But that's beside our point. The point that we were making was that the fact that they abrogated Newtonian gravity for Einstein gravity.
Do you know why?
It's beside the point. That's beside our
No,
point.
I mean,
That's beside my
well,
point right
are
now.
you suggesting a reason why Newtonian gravity was aggregated for
I
relativity?
think you asked the wrong question. Should you believe it? Should you believe it? Not do you believe it? Should you
I?
believe it?
Yes. Should I
What
believe?
you just suggested.
Yes.
Should you believe it?
Which is a valid question, but hang on, to follow the line of dialogue. So, regardless of why they did it, I mean, my point is the fact that they did it. Okay.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
So, when people appeal to Newtonian gravity, to which is an ad hoc solution to
And if you
the issue
compare
of
the two, they're almost incompatible. Anyway, go ahead, Gregory. I'm sorry.
when appeal to Newtonian gravity, it's an ad hoc appeal to solve the problem of how do things, stay on the surface of the Earth, which is contrary to the rhetoric, which contrary to the dogma, the doctrine that academia teaches concerning gravity, that it is the mass of the objects curving space and time, causing them to go down.
Right, it's a contradiction.
Why do you believe
it's an innate
Newtonian gravity
contradiction.
is so?
It's an innate contradiction.
Okay. All right. Do you have a question for me? Because I have a few for you, but I'd like to allow you to ask anything of me because I'm very familiar with these topics. And if you have any questions you want to ask before I ask you, please go ahead.
Yeah. So where we are now in the dialogue is, this appeal to Newtonian gravity, but it's already been abrogated by the academics themselves.
I need to stop you. I did no such thing.
Well, now you do. We just read the citation.
I never appealed to Newtonian gravity. I don't operate.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Well, hang on now, because we can't have confusion. You were just appealing to mass attracting mass gravity. That's Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity. So you did appeal to it.
I can describe the interaction in relativistic terms. It's just typically people use Newtonian terms when talking about gravitation because they're a lot more familiar with people.
Okay, well, regardless of the rhetoric that you
But
use,
is it real? Is it real though? Is it real?
yeah,
What do you mean by
regardless of the
real?
rhetoric that you use, you in essence appeal to mass attracting mass gravity, aka Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity, which has been abrogated by academia by Einsteinian gravity.
Well, again, if you want me to describe the interaction
Newtonian.
as space-time acceleration and like relativistic frame dragging that's caused by mass in sitting in space-time and causing space-time curvature, I can describe it that way. But the reason Newtonian gravitational terms are used so commonly throughout modern discourse, even knowing that Newtonian gravity has been academically abandoned, is because Newtonian gravity works for the significant majority of use cases when we talk about gravity. I mean,
But
it works for
the
most.
academics say it doesn't. First off,
No,
and
well,
if
again,
you do
only
talk
for
that
very,
way,
very few cases. Only for very few
but
cases does Newtonian gravity not describe reality in a way that's convenient for normal conversation.
but no,
Yeah, I think
that has
Gregory, go ahead, brother. I think you got this. Everybody, just let Greg take this.
so. First of all, that have not been quantified. If it has, then please demonstrate how it has been quantified. And secondly, that's beside the point. And thirdly, if you do choose to answer the question in a way that is duplicitous at worst and very confusing at best, so if it's not mass gravity, if it's Newtonian gravity, then don't use Newtonian gravity rhetoric when it's contrary to the supposed gravity that is at play in the world.
Okay.
So at
In
at this
reality,
point of the dialogue, we need to now address the gravity that is supposedly at play in the world, Einstein's gravity. Okay.
In the future, I'll use relativistic terms to describe gravity.
Yeah, appeal to the actual theory that is supposed to be at play. Okay. So mass attracting mass, no. General relativity, mass curving space and time. Okay.
Yes.
Explain this. What is
Explain
this?
general relativity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So space-time is a tensor metric. It has different velocities at different points, and that velocity will always move in the direction of mass. So that's how general relativity describes gravitation, and that's how gravitation works in our experience in real life to the best of our experimental capabilities. So again, space-time is the tensor metric. It is a thing that has different what's the word? Different vectors of acceleration at different points. And the direction of those vectors of acceleration is dependent on the amount of mass that is in any particular place of space. So
I'm going to give you an amen on that. I'm going to give you an amen on that. That's what they say about this this thing called
acceleration. What is accelerating?
Accelerating is increasing speed relative to
no. What is accelerating? What is doing the act of accelerating?
Accelerating is an increase in relative velocity.
No. What is doing the act of accelerating? What is accelerating?
The mass.
But the
The
mass
mass within the tensor metric.
How is mass accelerating?
But wait. So matter, things exist. They are where they are. They're either moving or not moving. And the mass is causing the acceleration, correct?
Yes, the mass is causing the acceleration and the direction of the acceleration. They are
It's
one
also
and the same.
the effect of the acceleration, right?
So there's a thing. I got a rock sitting here on the ground. Okay. No, better yet, no. Yes, I got a rock sitting here on the ground. It's a big rock. It's a boulder. Okay, and supposedly space and time is being curved by the mass of the rock, and you say that it's accelerating towards the center of mass. What is the thing accelerating towards the center of mass?
Again, you need an object with mass to be your thing. When you ask me what is the thing that is accelerating, I don't know what you're talking about because you haven't identified any reference object to be used.
Pretty sure he just said.
Well, the thing is, I haven't identified it because you haven't identified it. I don't know what the thing is accelerating. I'm asking you to tell me what is the thing accelerating.
I mean, I can add a massive object into your thought experiment if you need me to reference something as your thing. Okay, there's a ladybug that's sitting next to this. And first of all, is this boulder on Earth? I need to
Yeah.
clarify this thought experiment. Okay, it's sitting on the surface of Earth. So immediately, I don't know the dimensions of this boulder, but I'm just going to speculate. I'm going to say it's not massive enough to have consequential effects in relation to the mass of the Earth. So can we put this boulder? This is how we do thought experiments in physics. Like, can we put this boulder in deep space in the absence of any external gravitational fields for the sake of
Sure.
conversation?
It's
Okay.
it's just the boulder. That's all that exists in the reality.
All right. Yeah, fine. No, great. This is how we do thought experiments. So you said, what is the thing that is accelerating? If it's just the boulder sitting in deep space, it is accelerating radially inward dependent on its own mass. And if there is nothing else in the universe, then nothing else is accelerating towards the direction of this gravitational field. Now, if we say put a ladybug 20 feet away from this boulder, it will experience acceleration in the direction of the mass. And the boulder will experience acceleration in the direction of the ladybug, significantly less so because of the differential in the mass.
Okay.
So you just make shit up.
So
No, this is all proven.
By implication, the most massive object is again going to basically curve space and time so much that everything accelerates toward it.
Yes, as well as the most massive object towards the other objects, because they all have independent gravitational fields.
Yes.
But yeah, the most massive object will always aggregate other masses around it and dominate the gravitational field. Like
And with this simple explanation, it causes all of Earth, where we live, everything comes from that. All of humanity, everything that exists comes from this simple understanding of the bending and warping of space time and how space time affects.
I mean, I'm
mass.
not very sure what your question is. If you're talking about
because your question is more simple than our largesse question, right?
Well, if you're asking me existentially about the existence of reality, we can have a different conversation. But no,
you don't think this is philosophy?
No, I love to have that conversation.
Okay, well, it definitely is philosophy, but at the same time, if you have any real physical evidence for this occurring, then we'd love to hear about it.
Yes, we have many, many, many experiments to validate general relativity.
Really?
Where? Hold on, I'll post some voice links.
Hey, Greg, if I'm stepping on your toes, man, go ahead.
Thank you.
Let me say real quick, you guys are extremely polite, and I very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, likewise.
Yeah, I'm just curious if with this thought, I mean, he obviously thinks that in physical reality,
he's used to the internet. The internet is not polite. Just like
well, it's just like he's not used to talking about to flat earthers, because if he talks to globe earthers, they'll all agree, and he's like, hey, whatever the fuck.
I'm quite familiar.
We're quite familiar with what they say about this Earth too. So we're not. It's not like we're ignorant about this. I mean, we don't think the Earth is flat for no reason, right? We're quite familiar with what they say about Earth.
I know to quite a high degree of detail why you think the Earth is flat.
There's certain things like in this server, like we try to adhere we like to say it anyway. It's kind of a goal to try to adhere to like the scientific method, like what can be and what cannot be proven. Like we need to define terms, and we need to talk about causes and effects and all kinds of stuff. It's not so much about speculation in this very chat. And as long as you can understand like the method, then there's not much to be rude about. If somebody is purposefully detracting from like the logical train of thought or whatever it is, which would be also known as being as
it could be dishonest, but maybe they're not
dishonest or deceitful. Yeah. Like, but maybe you don't even recognize that you're doing it because it might be programmed into you, and it's our goal to point that out, stop you before you continue that. And often people think that that's an interruption and it's rude and whatever else, but like if somebody's being logical about it, they should see it also. They should be going, oh,
I think this guy's really cool, Lou. I think he really understands, the scientific quote unquote argument about space time and all that kind of stuff because he's been talking to Gregory about it for quite a while, and this part of it. If you think that flat earthers are ignorant about this, and that's why we think the Earth is flat, we're not.
I hate it when flat earthers go on talking about how people think we're stupid. Like you don't want to go on.
No,
you
I'm
can
just
mention
saying.
it.
I just wanted to. I already said it. Now, I just wanted to say it.
If I can put a target on my back, right? I do believe that the main reason people hold the beliefs that this group aspires to is due to a lack of information about experimentations of reality and how we've come to the conclusions that we've come to.
Yeah, we are. Wait a minute.
Give us your favorite source.
Wait a minute. Healer, you're just gonna whistle through the graveyard? Hold on a second. Wait a second. You think the reason we hold these ideas or the reason we've come to these conclusions is because we're ignorant of the facts? Is that what you just said?
Let me clarify.
Just answer yes or no. Yes or no.
Yeah, there's nothing to clarify with that. You've been pretty clear.
You said it.
We've already
exactly what you said.
We told him. We told him. Over and over.
I'm trying to be all right. I'm trying to be respectful. I think this is
You don't have to sugarcoat it. Go ahead and tell us.
We all are being respectful. It's fine. Go on.
Okay. All right. As someone who has talked to many flat earthers over many years, it seems that there is a trend where a lack of information that they do not know, that they then learn, is the source of the confusion about specific issues.
Okay. Can I point out?
Can
I point out that actually, if we were to say, let's go per populace, like a percentage of flat earthers and a percentage of
populum.
Yeah, like let's say we took 100 flat earthers and 100 globe earthers, people who believe in the globe, just at random. Who do you think would know more?
Flat earthers are typically more scientifically literate than the general public.
So
but we still don't know as much as anti-flat earthers.
Hello?
If I continue with GOFAST, so the last point we were on is the acceleration. And so we established that, in principle, the implication of Einsteinian gravity is mass curving space and time, and the most massive object would have the strongest curvature upon space and time, thus attracting everything to it. And likewise, the most massive object, call it object A, having the same effect, being attracted to other objects, but mostly the most massive object, outpulling everything else. So that's the implication. Now, the next thing is space and time, but first space. Supposedly, space and time are curving, which is a very peculiar assertion. What is space?
Space in general relativity is used in reference to the actual geometric term space. It just means location, possibility, just your degrees of freedom. It's a very, very general term. Space literally just means like your ability to exist in a location. It's very, very.
That's what space. I had no idea that's what space meant. Seriously, I thought it was. I thought it was the area between you and me, or like of a box, or.
I get the essence of what he's saying, and so it would be synonymous to the way I phrase it. When people ask me that question, my answer is, it's the area of absence that can be occupied.
Yeah, just a degree of freedom, a place that a point of reference can occupy. Yeah.
So with that being said, space is an area of absence that can be occupied, is that
I
a
would just stick with area. Like space that is occupied by mass is still space.
I mean, there's area is very vague. Like I could have surface area, and then that surface is taking up area throughout. You know what I mean? Like now it's measurable. It's like a real
to be
thing.
very specific, about what is meant, it's an area of absence. It's not an area on a thing. It's just an area of absence. There is no thing there. There's no thing there, but things can be there. That's what I mean.
I disagree. If an apple is occupying space, but the space that is taken up by the apple is not space. It is still space.
I know. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got the same idea. There's nothing here, but something can be there, and when something is there, it's still space. It's occupying space. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being said, space isn't matter, it isn't material, it isn't a substance, it isn't physical, it isn't a concreta that has extension in space.
Well, it's literally described as the absence of matter.
Right? Go fast.
Yeah, in mathematics. Yeah.
Not just mathematics, but also in logic and in metaphysics and physics.
Well, in reality, space has properties beyond what you described.
But what other properties of space are there?
Space has direction in real life, as opposed to mathematics, where space does not have inherent direction. It also has inherent rate of time compared to other locations of space. So we describe space as area that can be occupied by things. In real life, space is area that can be occupied by things, and space also has inherent to the space, absence of any objects, a direction and a rate of time.
All right, now here's the problem. So flat earthers and globe earthers alike are going to have problems when we get into this topic, because all of a sudden it's going to be, well, that's space, what takes up space, like it's the absence of anything. Is the absence of something, can it be defined? Like, not properly. Yeah. It cannot be defined properly.
Well, we just defined space, but the problem with his answer is number one, direction is not a property of a thing. Direction is a property of an action. And secondly, time is not a property of space.
Especially
in real life it is. In mathematics,
the absence of something.
In mathematics, time can be removed from space. In geometry, you don't have a clock required to draw a square.
Both are only constructs of men.
Well, not merely. Hang on.
Yeah.
So, space is an area of absence that can be occupied. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay, but something can be here. Now, there is no other properties to such a thing, where there is no thing there.
In mathematics, if you're referring to space in real life, in our experience that we measure, space has location, direction, and rate of time.
Okay, but the problem with these axioms that are held in I guess academia when they do math is that this is ontologically absurd. You say?
Well, these are testable. We didn't, again, we model our understanding around our observations, not vice versa. So,
well, no, you've never observed direction on time. If you never observed direction on space, that's ontologically absurd.
When we see an object move in space without being influenced by forces like electromagnetism, it is moving in the direction of the space it occupies. That is why things move in the absence of forces. That is
no. Pay attention to the sentence you're saying. Direction is a property of an action. I moved the action. I moved to the left.
Again, you say that what you just said is very important to this conversation, because in general relativity, as we have observed reality, direction is a property of space.
But it's not
You
a
said it's
property of space. It can't be.
okay. And I'm asking you, for the sake of conversation, direction is a property of space. Space has direction. So I need you
That's
to
ontologically absurd.
I need you to at least imagine that that is a possibility, and then we can proceed at least as if you
Well,
can
no, I'm not going
understand
to take
why
that
that.
premise for granted. I'm not going to grant that premise to you. I'm not
Well,
going to grant.
you can ask me how we know that, but that is a thing that
Well,
we know to be
you
true.
you can argue that later, but when I
Yeah,
give
sure.
my critique of what it's saying, you can't just demand that I take it for granted for a moment and then let you
Yeah,
continue.
yeah,
That's not how the
absolutely.
debate works.
No,
So when you
absolutely.
say that, my critique is that this is ontologically absurd. A direction is not a property of space; it's a property of an action. I moved to the left. The action I moved, the direction to the left. The left in which I moved is the property of the action, not space.
Okay. All right. If I can respect the rules that you're playing by, why is that the case? Why is it the case that space cannot have direction inherently?
Because when you examine the usage of the word in language, when we talk about direction, we're not talking about space. We're talking about the thing,
All right.
the
I'm
direction the
talking
thing
about
moved
space
in.
as we defined it.
Well,
Space as
no,
we have
no.
defined it.
Actually, I would argue that space can have that. However, your model that you stick by doesn't have that.
That is
Well, it can't
incorrect.
have that because we never talk about space moving in a direction. We talk about things moving in a direction in space.
Okay. If I can say something that's it's going to sound offensive, and I do not mean it that way. There's no way else to word this. When you say that, that is because you don't understand what I mean, and you do not understand that I am describing general relativity. I'm
Yeah, because
describing
it
general
only
relativity.
exists in your imagination, Go Fast. That's why. And
Okay, so if I,
none of it can be proven on any level. So you presupposing space, the universe, all that stuff's fine. But just it's all speculation, it's all thought. It's only thought. It doesn't correlate with what we see in reality. So you saying that these are from uh, observations taken in reality? False. They are not taken in reality. If they are taken in reality, then afterwards there's a storyline laid down about it that is fallacious at first base.
Okay.
So that's what you
So
have.
you've said a bunch of things about my position. So I would respond that there exists no suggested model for reality that is possible besides the one that I have described. That is in accordance with
A
experimentation.
model is not reality.
please,
Okay,
Period.
I'm just saying.
please listen. Hang on, because
Okay.
we're getting lost
Yeah.
again. Please listen.
Yeah, please.
So where we are now, is me critiquing this assertion that space, one of the properties of space is direction, but that's grammatically and ontologically absurd. Why? Because space doesn't move in a direction. Things move in a direction in space.
Why?
Space is not moving.
I'm sorry. Why?
Bro, this is your
Again, it's
claim.
evident
What do you
in the
mean?
language. It's evident in the language. Whenever we talk about
I
things in a direction, we're talking about a thing moving in a direction in space. Direction is not the
in
property of space, it's the property of the action.
in typical mathematic terms in geometry. So referring to our definition of space as we defined it, why is it that unoccupied location cannot have inherent direction and speed?
Because direction is the property of an action.
Why don't we have him tell
That
us?
seems
Wait a
presupposed.
minute. Why don't you tell us how it does instead of asking us how it doesn't? You tell us how it actually does.
Oh, see, I don't know if there's a disconnect here. Like, I think there is, and I think it's a flat Earth argument. I think like the whole idea of where all globers want to know, like, why do solid objects? See, they phrase it wrong. But what they mean to say is like, why do like solids in
Oh, this guy's smart. I see the logic you're making. You're talking about things falling and density. Oh, you're so smart.
wow,
Sorry, I
you
popped
read
off a little.
in really, really well. Okay, so But yeah, no, it
What?
in air are more.
What the fuck was that?
I was excited because he made a connection. He made a logical connection that's like really valuable.
Certainly were excited, weren't you? Did you pee pants?
Little Tourette's there.
Dude, I don't know what else is going to take me off track. I hope I can say this now. No, it's gone. No.
What's up? What's up, dude? What's up, Mike?
Okay. So you want to try and argue that direction is a property of space? Try.
Okay. Like I said, that is the only explanation for reality that justifies our experimentation. I see no reason to believe this is not the case, and I see every reason to believe this is the case. We see objects move without being affected by. We see objects move without being affected by particle forces, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. We see things move in the absence of a force field. So my implication from that, and the implication of contemporary physics, is that space itself has direction, and things in space move in the direction of the space they occupy.
So when did you observe? When did you observe direction itself, and in space?
Again, I dislike this because when did you observe the storming of Normandy Beach? Right? You believe it because other people that you trust say that these experiments have been done.
Unicorns.
All right, I'm going to try to fight for him. I could be wrong. Let's say you're at a war and the front is always moving. You could count the front as like whether it's moving forward or back. You could call it a gain or loss depending on whether it was last week or yesterday, right? Like, did we gain ground or did we lose?
More like the direction of water.
Well, no, it's
direction of water in a river.
No, it's worse than that. Direction is not a concrete event that can be observed. You don't observe direction. You observe things moving in a direction.
Yes, exactly.
You don't observe direction itself. You observe things moving in a direction.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not equivalent to your retort with that question is not equivalent to my question, because I'm asking you, when did you observe an abstracta? Not when did you observe a concrete event?
Me, when I observed, yeah. If you ask me when I observed objects moving in space without being influenced by force fields, I have not observed this. Much in the case that you have not observed.
What are you talking about?
No,
right?
That's not the question.
Is that fair?
No, that's not the question.
Other people have.
No, that's not the question. The question is, listen to me very carefully. I'm very calculated with my words. When have you observed direction itself?
I observe direction as related to my reference upon other objects that are moving. I determine their direction based on my definitions of what the direction is, and I measure that based on how I observe them moving, and the speed, obviously. So
okay.
Direction is subjective, dependent on me, but things moving.
See, here's the thing: is he's different from most globers, where he's basically arguing for a law of up and down.
No, what he's doing is that he's confusing the concrete event that is observable of motion in a direction with the abstract entity, which is direction itself. You have never observed direction. You have observed the concrete item moving in a direction. What you observe is the thing moving. You don't observe the direction.
I've been very polite to you, Gregory. If I could ask you a few questions. When you observe
please say that. You're talking through my critique. Do you understand the critique?
Of how I observe direction, I observe it in relation to objects moving. I do not observe direction itself. I observe things moving and apply direction to their motion. That's your critique.
Right. You don't observe abstract entities. You observe concrete entities moving in a direction.
Yes.
Okay. So Since you
Yes.
concede to that, then you telling me that direction is a property of space where both entities are abstract, they're not concrete at all. You did not observe that which is not concrete at all. You can't.
I do not believe in entities that are not concrete, for clarity. When we talk about geometric space, I'm talking about an abstract entity. When I talk about the motion of objects in reality, I am talking about space.
What about yourself? What about yourself? Are you real? Do you take up space in real physical reality?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not solipsis. So yeah, I believe I take up. I occupy space.
Okay, well, whether you believe that abstracta are real or not, even though you're using them right now in order to have this conversation, it doesn't matter. The critique is that you cannot observe abstracta. They're abstract. They have no concreteness to them.
Yes, I agree. You can observe the effects of these concepts on material objects.
Not that either. Abstracta have no causal power. Space cannot cause an event, and direction can't cause an event.
All right. If I can ask you a few questions before I go, Gregory, and I do need to go. My girlfriend's. I just got off work.
Ooh.
But I always back. I do like you guys. But yeah. So if I could ask you some questions first. When in typical life, and this you asked me if I've observed direction, and that brought this up in my head. When we observe things moving in our typical experience, they are always moving in response to force fields. May it be when you push on something and it moves, that's an electromagnetic force, that's repulsion in the atoms of your hand upon this object. If you see something move because of a magnet pulling it, et cetera, et cetera. We see things move because of massive force fields.
What about the sun?
Now,
but hang on.
Yeah, let me continue. So that is the case for the vast majority of our experience for why things move. So let me give you a thought experiment where there's an object in deep space and there's another object next to it that's very large, and there is no force interactions between them. There's no electromagnetism, no strong nuclear force, no wind, etc. If the object moves towards the other object, it is not moving in response to a material force. It is moving because the space it occupies compels it to move in a direction because the space has a preferred direction for things in it to move. That's what I mean by space has direction.
Mm-hmm. Which is ontologically absurd because that's assigning a concrete property to space, and space has no concrete properties, therefore it has no causal power.
So how are the subatomic forces excluded for here?
It seems to work pretty well for my justifications for reality. But regardless, space is everything is a thing. A thing that is not real does not exist, right? So when you say space is immaterial and direction is immaterial and time is immaterial, that's it's unhelpful, right? Everything that exists that has an effect on reality is a real thing.
Well, not everything that is real has causal power. Okay. For instance, the word English.
That's one of my, yeah.
Well, so obviously the difference here between you and I is that perhaps you're familiar, but you're kind of a realist, where even abstract entities have concreteness to them, you say, but I'm not. Because I recognize that abstract entities have no causal power. Space has no concreteness and has no causal power. Time has no concreteness and has no causal power. Direction has no concreteness and has no causal power.
I believe you have our worldviews completely backwards, frankly. I think that you believe in abstract entities that do not have causal power. I do not believe in abstract.
What? Wow. That's
I do not believe in abstract
the whole thing around, huh? So everything that you do, you're claiming we do. That's great.
No, let me clarify. When I refer to space or direction, I'm referring to causal, not abstractions.
Right, but space is not a concreta. You keep asserting that it is, but it isn't.
When I refer to space or direction, or time. I'm referring to things that have concrete relationships with material reality and thus are part of concrete.
Yes, I've heard you. You said that 3 times now. You're telling me this. I heard you. And what you're saying is wrong. Space and time and direction and everything else that is abstract that is not concrete and has no causal power.
So thus I would implore you to ask me why I feel that way.
Okay, why do you believe that
You don't need
space
to
and
ask.
time
You're delusional.
whatever
You don't need
concrete
to ask.
why do you believe space and time and whatever concrete have causal power?
Okay, I define a thing as existing if it has causal relationships with other things that exist, location, and energy density. Those are my 3 requirements for considering a thing to exist. I do not believe in things that do not satisfy these 3 definitions for a thing existing.
Understand that time is a concept. You understand that time is a concept, don't you? It's a concept.
Time has material relationships with
time is a concept.
things.
Are you sure that you isolated time from all other confounding variables that could possibly exist?
To a degree that's within my
okay, so that's just a no. Because you're qualifying it.
No, yeah.
So it's to a degree, so it's just a no.
No, I'm just an honest person.
Was it isolated or not? It's just a simple yes or no.
That might be
okay, time was isolated from absolutely everything else within it. There was absolutely nothing else present.
Gregory, is this not a kind of unfair question for him to ask? Because my answer
no, this is just it though. Right.
To a degree of certainty that satisfies my justification for epistemology. Yes.
Well, let me address his criterion. Okay, so number 1, no, I don't remember. Take me again. It exists if fill in the blank.
Yeah.
It has causal relationships with other things that exist in physical reality.
Yes.
So how do you know that you've isolated time and space itself from everything that exists that could have a causal relationship with everything else that exists? How do you know that you've actually done
that? I'm happy you asked that. I'm happy you asked that. So,
well, I'm asking you because this is your story.
I can't understand with the cacophony. I can't understand. Okay,
I'm happy you asked how we isolate time. Thank you. I'm happy you asked how we isolate time and measure its material effect on reality. As you probably know, all unstable nuclei decay at a certain rate that's predictable. We have half-lives, etc. If we put a unstable compound in some kind of isolated vessel in which it's not affected by other forces like electromagnetism, etc., and then we accelerate it and change the rate of its clock, because, like I said, space has direction and space has a rate of time, and those are connected to each other. So the faster the reference frame is moving, the faster it traverses time. So if we put isotopes in an isolated system and we accelerate relative to a stationary observer, their clocks will move faster related to the stationary observer, and those isotopes will decay faster.
So, to the best of your knowledge, you isolated those things from all other things that exist within space and time that could possibly have any causal effect on them aside from space and time itself.
To the best, to a degree of certainty, this satisfies my epistemology.
Well, it sounds like a bit of a wash then. But anyway.
Well, that's great. That's what a degree of certainty. That's not bad. And something that is entirely of your own description, a thought experiment. Thanks for prefacing that with that. It's just thought experiments. Doesn't match reality.
Yeah,
that's
he is good. He's very good with the sophistry.
No. This is
very good.
No. This has been done.
He's very good with the sophistry. Thank you.
I need to be clear. This is not a thought experiment. I need to be clear.
It is. Dude, you've been talking about outer space this whole
What I just described? No. What I just described? No. This is not.
Yeah, but you don't really know that you isolated it from absolutely everything but time and space itself. So you just said that. You said to the best of your knowledge, yeah, we did. So you don't really know that. So great story, but where's that curve at?
If I could please continue with GOFAST, because...
Well, you like to let them get into the weeds with you, but sure, if the room is all for it, I guess.
No, I never get into the weeds. I get to the central point. The last thing that GOFAST is telling me is that his criterion for existence is causal power and what else? I think it was 3 things. GOFAST?
Causal power, causal
causal power, causal relationship with other things, energy density, or location.
I think we lost him.
Well, I heard it. I heard him. You're very low, but I could hear you. Okay, so there are plenty of things
or something.
There's a multitude of things that don't have any of those properties in the real. For example, the laws of logic that you and I are using right now in this debate, which is a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. They have no causal power. They have no causal power. They don't have energy mass. They don't have causal relationship to other things.
I do not assign.
You are very low. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
Yeah, I can't hear a word he's saying, man. I don't know. He lost his connection.
I have to fix it.
He's dropped. Is he dropped? No, he's still there, man. Go fast. Oh, there you are. You're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. Wiggle your headphones or something. Oh, he gone. He's back. He's back. Check 1, 2, Mike.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
It's just his mic is like not there anymore. So
yeah, he's having some technical problems.
He disconnected himself or something.
Well, he's dropped in and out a couple times trying to.
Must be in a similar area.
I think this is really good, Gregory. I like where you're going.
Greg, man.
Wait a second. Non-physical concepts, they cannot have within them anything that has physical properties. If it's non-physical, it's just a concept. You can't claim that they have physical properties. Therefore, you cannot claim a causal effect of something that has no physical properties with saying they have a cause that is evident through some sort of physical properties is just unbelievable.
It's a reification fallacy.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's Narnia, baby.
It's concreteness.
He's done.
That's what the globe has. That's all the globe has.
Correlation, not causation.
If they're not into these, if they're not into the weeds like this with gravity and all this stuff for hours and hours and hours, they lose immediately, because when it comes down to what we actually experience in reality, as far as Earth goes, it's flat and stationary, and everybody uses it the same way.
Came back in.
He's back. Go fast. You there?
I'll answer. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
I want to clear up any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview, and then I want to go. But like I said, just ask away. I'll clarify any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview.
The last thing I said to you was your criterion for existence, or your criterion for being real, fails because you're using the thing that doesn't meet any of those criterion, and yet they're a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. Those are the laws of logic, which have no causal power, which don't have mass and energy, and don't have any causal relationship to anything else.
Yes, I do not include immaterial concepts in my definition of exist or real.
Do you concede that? Do you concede that abstracta are real?
I don't describe them using those words personally. I use the word abstracta or concept, but I don't use the word real or.
Well, if they aren't real, if they don't have reality to them, then we wouldn't be talking about them. We wouldn't even know them, especially when they're only abstract and they're only known in the mind.
This sounds to be just a definition disagreement here, which is fine. I mean, if I know your definitions, we can communicate with them, and if you know mine, then you can understand where I'm coming from. So I do not.
Well, let's settle the verbal dispute then.
That do not have. Yeah, exactly. So I do not describe things that do not have the properties that I just laid out for existing as real things that exist. I describe them as concepts, or abstracto, or immaterial. And
so
I don't feel necessity.
So abstracta aren't real?
I don't feel. Sorry, I cut you off again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So abstracta aren't real?
I use the word exist. I think real would apply to just everything. I would probably include immaterial and abstracta in real. But when I say exist, I'm referring only to things that have, causal relationships, energy density, location, etc. But that's just a definition disagreement, it seems.
So then abstracta, like you just said, are real.
I would say, yeah, I'll use real, but I won't say exist, just for the sake of our discourse, yeah.
Okay. So I just posted the Wikipedia article 36 minutes past the hour that informs the reader about abstracta and concreta. And then the greater subject it goes under is ontology, the study of being. Like you're familiar, I believe. So there are abstracta and there are concreta. These are the two basic categories of real entities, things that are real, that have being in the world. Now,
yes.
So there's that.
I disagree with concepts. I think the relationship between abstracta and concreta, as if they are equally applicable to, equally important to existence, is kind of unfair. I think that material reality is all that matters, period. And abstracta are concepts that we use to help communicate with each other, but they have no validity outside of communication amongst conscious beings.
But what does that mean? What do you mean abstracta mean less or have less significance than concreta? What does that mean?
In my personal worldview, I do not value abstracta or concepts or the immaterial to any significant degree outside of communication. So when we go into ontology and we talk about concreta, abstracta, and their relationships and describe them both as real, it paints this ideology where they are equally valid, I think, which is dangerous because it causes,
that's you valuing concreta more than abstracta is a red herring. It's beside the point. It doesn't matter. It's beside the point that these two entities are real, and objectively they're not more valuable than the other, especially when you need the abstracta to express your value judgment about the concreta.
Yes.
Like if there were no abstracta, and if there were no abstracta, you wouldn't be able to think at all. You would have no thoughts. You would have no mind. You would have no life.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A chunk of granite that is 700 feet below the earth does not have any concept of abstracta, and that's what I mean when I say that they don't have equal value. Things that don't think don't care about abstracta or concepts. They're just useful for communication purposes, and obviously, as a conscious being, that's a pretty significant part of my existence is communicating my thoughts. But
that things that are senseless that can't value anything is a moot point. That's a moot point. That's beside the point that abstracta and concreta are real, and abstracta is the necessary antecedent for you to even think, let alone debate.
Okay, so you described like you're very good at pulling debate back to what was important in the original subject matter. So before I go, you described direction and space as abstracta.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I describe direction and space as concreta. All right, I'm not talking about space and direction as they are referred to in geometry. I'm talking about space and direction as they have material relationships with concreta. I'm talking about them as concrete entities.
Okay, I get that. I understood that. I mean, why did you repeat that?
So space-time is physical to you?
It has.
I mean, I already remember that that's your position. Why did you repeat that?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's funny.
I guess I'm not entirely sure where
concepts cannot push around physical objects. Concepts cannot move physical objects.
The answer to your question was yes. No, the answer to your question was yes, not no.
Can you get me a jar? Can you get me a jar? Can you get me a jar of space time, please?
Yeah, actually. I'm not capable.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, great.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I heard it.
You donkey.
Actually, no, I couldn't because you have 0 point energy and like vacuum density and quantum fluctuations and shit. So I could not get you a jar of space time isolated.
Yeah, no shit.
No.
So remember your positions. Remember. And so my critiques still stand.
So where in any of this is Earth a globe? Like, can you show us that part?
Yeah, we've gotten very specific. No one's asking any questions about that. I mean, we got here by initially it was gas existing without a gas pressure existing without a container. I said you need to presuppose gravity to understand how gas pressure can exist.
Maybe next time then.
Right.
So after all this,
next
now
time we'll get into more stuff.
After all this, now do we have proof of uncontained gas being able to exist within a vacuum without dispersing to fill that available volume? Is that what happened? Is that what these thought experiments proved?
Well, again, if you yes, I believe this is obviously a thing, right? Gas pressure exists without a vacuum.
Well,
I believe that this is the case.
Okay, can you just set up a vacuum chamber and just show us some uncontained balls of gas just sitting in it and not seeking their equilibrium to fill the available space?
Well, you would need to find an area of space that's isolated from external gravitational fields, and I don't have the resources to get you there.
So it sounds like an unfalsifiable thing then. And then also it's just a no. It's just a no.
It's not no.
It's a no that you're trying to qualify. You're adding qualifiers to it, but it is just
no. I need to
like a no. You can't demonstrate it. So thanks,
Gregory. You just said that
I'm not
gas pressure existing without a container is unfalsifiable. I know. I don't know. Greg, are you a mod?
No, but it doesn't really matter like which one of us it is. But the point is that you can't show us, and now you're adding qualifiers.
You said it's right. You said it's unfalsifiable. That is not true.
Yeah. You just told us that you wouldn't be able to set something like that up. So yeah, you just said that.
No, I'm referring to myself.
Okay.
I'm referring to myself.
Don't worry, no one else can
If I had infinite funds, yes, I could do that for you. No, they're good.
No,
but
no one
like,
else
if I had
can do
infinite funds, I could do that. It would take me.
Well, you need infinite funds.
But yeah, I could.
So unfalsifiable then.
I wouldn't need
There's no
infinite
such thing
funds.
as infinite funds.
No, I can give you an amount of money. What if I had $8 billion, I could do this for you.
$8 million.
I can do it.
Listen,
Yeah, that's pretty much on the side of unfalsifiable. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you give me $8 million, but then I blow it and I go like negative $6 billion? You know, like what happens then?
I have a problem with you describing.
We got to use globe salesman here, folks.
Well, GOFAST, just think of this. The court hearing already started. So you saying that the evidence is somewhere in the future, the court case already started, brother. If you don't have the evidence, then
it's over.
You might be shit out of luck.
Yeah, you lose. Sorry, you gotta come here prepared with that stuff. Right? I mean, not tomorrow. It's not going to be okay, Judge. I'll have it next week. Judge, just hold on. Give me $8 million and I'll produce the evidence for you. No, it's now. Let's go.
Right. It's extremely suspect.
I need to be very honest with you guys. I'm not sure what I'm being asked here.
I mean, this is the
I'll just say it again.
The hostility and the quiz is not really helpful.
You said, "Can I?"
Well, okay, yeah,
you
but you don't have to do it yourself. You can just give us a citation of anybody who has done it. Just go ahead and post it. Let us have a look at what they actually did.
I don't think this is a...
So you can't even do that. So you're going to replicate something that you can't even show us anybody else having done if we give you $8 million and you're not a scam artist. Okay.
Okay, but no, I would never ask for that. I would never do that. You said it's unfalsifiable.
I said it doesn't have to be you. I think that was sort of your attempt to sort of skirt around it. It doesn't have to be you specifically. You can just give us a citation of somebody who has done it or any time it has been done.
No,
we got to stop cross-talking each other eventually.
It's not. What's the crosstalk? It's a pretty straightforward request. Like, just demonstrate the gas pressure.
You haven't been tripping on his answers.
Not dispersing to fill the available volume in a vacuum chamber. If you can't demonstrate it yourself, just offer us a citation of someone who has. It's really straightforward.
But
he's misunderstanding it on purpose. He's misunderstanding it on purpose, Gregory, in
Let me
case you
know.
don't understand that.
Well, we got to stop talking through each other. It's not helpful.
He's misunderstanding you on purpose, Gregory. It's called sophistry.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Go ahead. Go fast.
Thank you. You asked me if I could demonstrate gas pressure.
Oh my God, that wasn't the point.
Well, this has already been cleared up.
Yeah, that wasn't the point. Who cares?
Okay.
Okay, it's just a matter of speaking. You can just give us a citation. It doesn't have to be you specifically.
Okay, no, I don't believe this. No, I don't believe this has ever been done.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you ask me if it is possible, yes. I don't think it's ever been done, but like, I mean, I could easily comprehend the experiment and how it would be performed. You just need to have a large amount of gas that's just put into space, right, and just let it sit and let it coalesce.
Well, it's a really cool sci-fi story. Let us know when you come up with the 8 mil to try it out. I got to go do something else. See you later.
Start by upgrading from Velcro to shoes that you tie. That might help too.
Let us know when they actually prove something about the globe. We'd like to find that part out.
I mean, go fast. I'm under the impression that you gotta go, but if you don't gotta go, then okay.
Yes, I do. I do. No, thank you. Thanks for enforcing my own fucking thank you guys for this. This has been
go fast, man. Go fast.
Thank you, go fast. My pleasure.
Hey, go fast. I'll just say this, man.
I do need to go. Thank you, Gregory.
Hey, go fast. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, man, slow is fast. Ask Sonny. He's a guitar player. Slow is fast.
Slow is the new fast.
Slow is the new fast.
Do my fingers have direction?
Safe is slow. Slow is fast. What is that?
Are my fingers violating space-time?
Yeah. Safe is slow. No. Nothing you do is in violation of anything.
Hey, but you live in a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If you're living on a globe, you're living in a complete, utter violation of thermodynamics, second law. Check it out. Don't believe me.
We ought to let GOFAST go, so it doesn't just become skewering.
I do gotta go, but I need to tell you, entropy is not material. Entropy is conceptual. It is not material. So second law of thermodynamics does not have material impact. So it's not like.
But the gas pressure does, though.
Later, guys.
That's a very interesting thing to say.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
I gotta go.
All right. Get some
good
back, man. Come back again.
I implore you to look at entropy.
Hurry up and go
I'll
so
see
we
you
can
guys
talk
tomorrow.
about you. So we can talk about you after you leave. See you later.
That's
Like
so
we always do.
That was the almost honest thing I've heard all day. It's Sonny.
I just don't know why you would advertise your confusion.
I don't know, but we all maybe did it at one time, and none of us are like spot on. But it's fascinating, man. I love it. That was a great conversation. Thank you, Gregory.
Yeah, it really was. Thanks
for holding that down, man. Thank you.
It's one thing to advertise that you're confused. Another to like try to compel people that you're right because you're convinced of your confusion.
Yeah.
Right. And then say, like, well, you guys just don't understand my confusion. Like,
it really starts. It really starts. It really starts appearing like the alcoholic who believes their own bullshit, like, or somebody else, like, someone on an acid trip that actually just starts believing their own bullshit.
Yeah, Sonny, I've been saying this lately. It's like we're dealing with people who have imaginary friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, gravity is my imagined friend.
Probably part-time furries or something on the weekend. I don't know.
I heard that. ODD put that in his song. And gravity is our imaginary friend.
Nice.
I was like, what a great line, man. Throw in the gravity's my imaginary friend.
Are they like is that like the romance, like above all romances? Like you're laying in bed with your girlfriend or whatever, and you're thinking of space time and balls in space. What the fuck? I mean, it's like a weird romance with space, man. I don't know what these people's problem is. I still want to ask the question I ask every now and then. Why do they want it to be space? So why do they want this space to be real so badly that they'll lie, be dishonest, and pretend like they're saying something that's factual when they preface the statement with a presupposition, a guess in the beginning, the whole thing, the first step? Imagine it's a globe. You hear him say it all the time. That's the first thing you have to do. Imagine it.
Yeah, he literally said that.
Because you're never going to find it.
I came in kind of late. Did he say that? Did he really say that?
Yes, yes. And I kept trying to stop him, but Gregory was on a roll, and that was a good process.
Yo, what's up? Who's that? Oh, Miggy. Shit. What's up, man?
Chilling, bro. Where are the Globers at?
What the heck?
No, we talk amongst ourselves nowadays.
Oh, I see. No Glober. There's a guy in here with the space thing. He's not a Glober?
Call him out. See if he'll talk to you.
Hey, wait a minute. There's someone named GoFast you might want to talk to. GoFast, are you there?
Come on.
We'll see if GoFast answers the Miggy call. Miggy's calling you now. You're the next
Also,
contestant.
anyone can fast for 40 days straight.
That's wonderful. But we want to talk to a Glober at the moment.
Oh, it's the global hair.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Glober? Are you there? Are you there, Glober? Sorry, I messed up CB's little plan.
No, that was it. That was it. That was perfect.
Oh, all right.
So GoFast is not here. We got Get Cukes.
I am here. I'm just lurking.
Oh,
who's being creepy?
GoFast.
Lurky Lou.
Hey.
All right, Miggy, you remember the day. All right, go fast. Keep talking. But Miggy is NRCYC. Is NRCYC. Go fast is NRCYC.
Oh, dude. You know what? Every time that somebody comes in here that sounds like the people we know, they always say they're not. And that disappoints me.
Yeah, no, that's him. That's RCYC. I'm pretty sure.
Wait a minute. GoFast wasn't talking just now. That was GQ.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy to.
No, we
it didn't matter because this happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I called him out as Micey yesterday.
Oh, it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll shut up now. Miggy wants to talk to you. GoFast. Nice to see you again.
Is that you, RC?
Good to be here, guys. I like the audio cues. Those are cute.
Yeah,
Miggy, I don't believe we've met. Hi.
Yeah, we have. We talked before.
I'm happy to be here.
You said that there was Magnetic West, dude. Like we know you. We've had previous conversations. Do you not remember?
Magnetic. I joined this group for the first time 2 days ago.
Well then let's bypass all that. But do you think the Earth is a globe or that it's not a globe?
I believe in the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
All right. So what is the strongest evidence you have that the Earth is a globe?
Every single thing that I've ever been presented with to suggest otherwise has been invalidated by my independent research of the topic.
All right, still vague. Pick one.
Okay, let me think.
Go ahead.
I like that. It is the only possibility that justifies our lived reality, our experience.
Holy smokes! Are you serious?
Could you be a little more specific?
Okay. My most obvious evidence of curvature is that it is observed when you look at things on the horizon. You cannot see infinite. You cannot see infinite distance, right?
Didn't we do this already?
Things. I don't. Maybe
the horizon's way further than your geometric globe constraints say it should be.
I've spent the last 4 hours of my life deconstructing a. You've seen the infrared photo taken of
Yeah, the one where the horizon was supposed to be at 116 miles if it was curvature. That one.
Were you 116? I think it's.
Wait a minute. GoFast, were you in this chat before deconstructing an argument?
Yeah, he thinks he deconstructed Kanagu.
No, every single photo like that I've ever been sent, I just like look it up on my own and run the numbers myself, and the claim is always incorrect every single time. So that's why I don't believe the Earth is flat. Because whenever I'm presented with evidence, I go on my own.
Right,
and
that's
validate
fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna just go based upon the evidence that you do have, not the one that you're disproving. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think disproving a claim is evidence of.
Well, no, I mean, you said you were deconstructing that. That's fine. You did that, but like what I'm interested in is your observable evidence, and you said you had some. Which one are you talking about? Like, what did you do that provided that evidence that the Earth is a globe? Like what? I mean, name an instance where you.
The existence of the horizon is my biggest justification to believe the Earth is round.
As in, when you look out into the horizon, it's appearing to you as a globe, because obviously it seems to me that what you're saying is the claim behind what you're saying is that when you look at the horizon, it appears as if it's a globe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when do you do this observation? When you go out into the beach, just any old day, driving somewhere? Like what?
Every time I'm at a high elevation, and I'm not talking about seeing curvature, by the way. I'm talking about seeing the horizon. I'm not one of the globe believers who's going to tell you can see curvature from altitude. I'm not going to say that. But you can, if you're at a high altitude, or if you are looking out over the ocean, it becomes very evident.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming. You're claiming the horizon is curvature, and you're seeing it.
Wait, can I quickly talk to this guy for a second, please? What is the horizon? Isn't it the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground? Isn't that what the horizon is? Right?
Yes.
So why would there not be one on a flat Earth? Are you saying it would just be all sky or all Earth and no sky and no Earth?
Well, it would be there would be no circumstance on a flat Earth that I can imagine where distant objects would be obscured to the point where they wouldn't be visible. I mean, in the absence of atmosphere.
Say that again?
No, dude.
So you got to look 5 miles away and you can read it go fast. You figure that that's the case as long as there's no Earth curvature in the way?
No, angular size and atmospheric occlusion will obviously.
Then that makes what you said just before that completely false.
I wasn't finished speaking. Okay. Yeah, so in the absence of atmospheric occlusion, you can obviously see any object from any point on a flat Earth.
Well, but
you just contradict yourself again.
And let me continue.
Why? You just not every time you speak a sentence.
Continue. In the case of atmospheric occlusion, as we experience it in real life, there are still objects that are not visible that should be visible if there was not curvature that was occluding them or causing them to not be visible.
The curvature is not observed. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's not.
Okay.
If you can see obscuring things.
If you could see two, let me provide an example that I just did. Over the past 4 hours, I've been looking at this image, right? So if there's a mountain that's 13,000 feet high, and there's a mountain that's 6,000 feet high.
We can't go to the thing that you disproved. Remember, we said, and you even agreed with me. You can't go to the thing that you
asked me.
I know what I'm asking you. Evidence, not the thing that you disproved. That you made.
I was asked why my observations of the horizon suggest curvature to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said you can't see infinitely.
Yeah, that's what you were claiming.
Distant objects.
And then he just said after that you also due to angular size, due distance.
I did not contradict myself, and if you feel that I did, I will clarify.
No, you did. You did.
You did 100%. Every single thing you said contradicted the last thing you said before it.
All right,
Mickey was just about to call it out, so go ahead, Mickey.
No, I'm waiting. Okay. I'm waiting. Fuzzy was jumped in here. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Well, no, I was just saying, like he said earlier that on the flat Earth you should be able to see everything at distance due to two things: angular size,
in the absence,
atmospheric, right? So and you said on a flat Earth, without atmosphere or anything like that, there's nothing else to do it. But then you never said anything about angular size. distance will make something get smaller to the point where you can't see it anymore, right? That's why they call it the vanishing point.
Yeah, but there's mechanisms by which you could see things at any distance, regardless of their diminishing angular size, right?
Go fast. 1 second. And the reason why I'm saying that, like, what you're proposing is a hypothetical. There's no.
It's because we have atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no reality in which you and I live in that there isn't going to be an atmosphere. Like, and of course that's
exactly. No, again, and let me continue. Again, I'm aware of the reality I live in.
Dude, you're off to a rough start. So
why do we go to hypotheticals? That's what I'm saying. Like, what we know.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
If I look at the horizon, then I can see two mountains, and one of them is twice as tall as the other one, and one of them is much closer to me, and the one that is closer to me appears to be taller than the one that is thousands of miles behind it. That suggests to me that the Earth is curved, because
you're seeing thousands of miles, dude. What are you talking about?
Hundreds. Yeah, what is it exactly? I think it's 75 miles, actually. So if there's a mountain 75 miles behind another mountain that's twice as tall as it, that mountain should appear twice as tall, regardless of diminishing angular size.
Wait a second.
Wait. Fuzzy. No, once again, I'm going to reiterate the point that I said. Like, this is going to be the third time I said it. We're not talking about the images that you're disproving, because I don't care to know about, like, what you were spending 4 hours.
I'm talking about my experience.
Okay, you've experienced what you just finished telling me right now.
Yes, I've experienced mountains that are taller than mountains closer to me that are lower in elevation.
Where did you experience this? Tell me where exactly.
I grew up in the Pacific Northwest in Northern California, and I saw this all the time by looking at distant mountains.
Comparing.
Wait, can we just re-highlight the thing that Mickey's been trying to point out? GOFAST. We're asking you for proof of something, and you're just saying, "Well, it's not what I'm making."
No, you asked me. No. Excuse me. You did not ask me for proof.
Hold on, ask me for proof. No, I typed it in the chat. So yeah, I typed it because that's what you said. So we were saying things like, "Well, it doesn't work this way." You're trying to debunk something that no one supports anyway. We don't
never asked to prove the Earth is curved.
Absolutely was. Absolutely. Mickey absolutely asked you, what's your best proof? What's your best reasoning for the globe, is what you said. This is why we're talking about this subject. It's because this is what you brought up after Mickey asked you, what's your best proof?
Yeah. You always seem to address things that people didn't say. It's interesting.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, that's why I keep reiterating the point. This is the third time you brought it up. You might even bring it up a fourth time, which I hope you don't. Like, I really want to get to the evidence in which you are claiming that, without a shadow of doubt, the Earth is a globe. And you said, well, the evidence is clearly the horizon. And I asked you, when you look at the horizon, how is that visible that you can see the globe? And then you said, I'm not going to be like one of those globers that claim they can see the globe. This is you verbatim, right?
You misunderstood. No, I was referencing curvature from angle to angle. Like people will post your high altitude fisheye lenses and say that they can see curvature from an airplane. That's what I was talking about.
But you said you see curvature from a horizon, which means what? Ground level, right? Yes.
Ground level or altitude.
That would mean whatever height you're at. So if you're on the ground,
I'm talking about the inability. I'm talking about the inability to see objects that are larger in altitude.
Correct. That's you trying to debunk something no one supports. Remember, that's you. Instead of presenting proof, you're saying, "Well, it's not this." GOFAST.
I'm here to understand
you did it a fourth time, right? Mickey, you said you were going to do it a fourth time, and you did do it a fourth time.
It is the fourth. Yeah. Well,
I'm here to understand why that's okay.
Well, maybe you stop making up cosmologies to debunk and just support the claim that support the cosmology that you believe in.
I feel like if there's evidence, GOFAST, there's evidence. And if you don't have any, you don't have to kind of keep spinning the wheels and saying it's there, but it's not there. It's like it's visible with the horizon, but you can't see it. It's like you're speaking, double speak. Like, is it there or not? Like, I want to know if I'm standing on the beach, can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth? Now you answer to me yes or no. Go ahead. Can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth if I'm on the beach and I'm looking out into the ocean?
I'm talking about things disappearing over the horizon. I'd like to understand that.
Answer my question, though. Can you see the curvature of the Earth if I'm standing on the beach looking out into the ocean? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
But
okay, so
isn't that what you just said before? Is that you could?
No. No, they have no
looking at
other
the horizon.
explanation.
So when you say disappearing things over the
I'll
horizon,
wait for you guys to allow me to talk.
Is curvature? That's what you just said, though. There's things disappearing over it. So you're not seeing things actually disappearing over the horizon, not actually?
I have never been presented with a mechanism that can account for that effect, other than curvature. And I would
just
love to.
mentioned the vanishing point earlier.
Yeah,
I think in voice links.
Well, many people in here probably had the conversation. I don't know if I wasn't here, but yes, of course. As things go far away from you, you start to visibly see less and less of it until you can't see any more of it. But I mean, that's just obvious, right? If you see a car driving away from you, it looks like it tends to get smaller and smaller in your view, right? Would you agree with me on that? GOFAST, or is that something we're going to have a debate on?
Yeah,
I made it. I'm making it very plain and clear. I'm not speaking in ways.
Yeah, with the naked eye. Yes.
Right. So, will it get right? Will it get to a point with the naked eye far enough to where you can't see that car anymore? If you're saying that you're watching it drive away in a far distance, you're not going to be able to see it. Okay. So
with the naked eye specifically.
Okay, naked eye. I'm not using anything. So what difference does that make from you looking out into the horizon and seeing mountains and whatnot?
Because if you use tools that allow you to see objects that are extremely distant and have very low angular size to your perspective from the naked eye, and you can see them vanish over the horizon, I have never been presented with a justification for that.
Okay, so you just finished answering the question, your own question. I've never been presented with a mechanism that shows me that the thing that I can see in the far distance gives any other reason why I can't see it other than curvature or whatever. And I'm telling you right now that on a straight road that's far, that is far away from you, that you can see a car driving away and it disappears from your eyesight because you can't see it anymore. It doesn't mean that there's any curvature. It just means
what
you
if
can't.
I have a telescope?
What's that?
What if I have a telescope?
Well, it doesn't matter because even that has an extending a point where you're not going to be able to see beyond. Like, of course, everything has limits, right? You can't see forever.
Yes, but the point at which a car driving on a straight road away from you disappears from your field of view is not associated with its dimension.
Meisty, by the time you're using a telescope to prove this, your globe is way too big.
Yeah, it's way too big. So I mean, that already doesn't make any sense because let's just say that you can't see it with the naked eye, right? Then you use a telescope and voila, it's there again. So what does that mean? You just magically seen over the curve? Like, that doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is that you can see farther.
No, it's not over the curve. If you're using a telescope to see an object that is occupying a very, very small percentage of your field of view, and you're expanding the percentage of your field of view.
Well, if that object is further than the geometric limits of the globe, then you're not seeing it over any curve. You're right, because there isn't any.
Right. So we're you just finished talking about the mechanism, and you now have already explained what it is. It just went farther past the distance of what you can see with your eyes. And so you use a telescope and then you can see it again. Now, that doesn't mean that because you can't see with your eyes that it went over a curve. Because
at what point can you, if you're using a telescope, at what point does the car disappear from your field of view? Assuming that there's no point where its angular size. Does it disappear again because its angular size diminishes?
Bro, you guys have this idea that you can just see billions of miles with the telescope, so let me just point it down the street. Like that.
Not billions of miles. Maybe 12.
Well, no.
Okay. Well, it extends the view a little bit, but it's not really going to get you anywhere that you think that's going to, do more than probably your eyesight. I mean, it could increase it for sure, but it's not going to do any better. You could probably get a few more miles out of it. That's about it.
When I was first asked why I believe the Earth is curved, my initial answer was because every single piece of evidence I have ever been presented with that is supposed to be incompatible with curvature is compatible with curvature. Every single one.
Yeah,
like what? Why?
That's very
vague.
Go fast. Think about this, man. It's like me saying, man, everything points to the Earth is flat. It's just all the things point to it. Everything. And then you're just like, well, what is it? Like,
let me explain. Let me explain how that's not a good comparison. If you said that I believe the Earth is flat because every observation I've ever been shown has been compatible with flat Earth, that would not. I don't think that would be true. You believe that would be true, of course, obviously, because it's your belief.
Well, why don't you be specific and pick something?
Well, send me
do you
anything.
have an
Send me any flat Earth
observation?
meme.
Well, this is your
any. I've been sent hundreds of flat Earth memes, and every one I independently
Oh my
verify.
goodness. It's not about what you disprove, man. It's about your evidence. I don't care about.
I know, like I said.
Because, dude,
my
like,
justification.
think about it. Go fast. I'm saying this, man. Somebody can send you some freaking flat Earth meme, and it doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. What I need to know from you is how you know that the Earth is a globe. That's the only thing that really matters. The truth, right? Not what somebody shot you in a meme, and then you like some cat pushing something off the flat Earth, the pancake Earth flying up. I don't care about that. I need to know how you know that the Earth is a globe, and then you present your evidence to me so I can go verify it, and then say, haha, the guy's onto something. But obviously, you haven't said anything different from somebody else that's come in here like 1,000 times over 7 years, 8 years now. I mean, it's nothing different. So really,
which is why typically I don't like to be asked why I believe the Earth is flat. Right?
No,
I like to listen.
No, but it's like the other way around. Like, you know how like you're trying to debunk memes, we're trying to debunk the globe memes. Like, we're just trying to prove the globe.
Again, I would never.
So if you've got the best globe
I've never gone
proof,
out of my way.
That's what we wanted. We want the best globe proof because that's what we're trying to prove. That's how most of us started out here, trying to prove the globe correct.
All right, hang on, Fuzzy. Go fast. Check it out. It's like this, bro. I'm gonna shoot it to you like this. There's 3 questions I usually ask, but I only need one. If you can provide the evidence for when the Earth was actually known to be a globe and when it was measured to be a globe, like the curvature, then let's start from the beginning, right? Where in history was it ever even known that the Earth has curvature? Where was it measured? And I just know these simple facts is going to get you to at least understand honestly whether you know it is or not, that it does have curvature or not. So that'll be.
I can skip. So this is a 3-step question. You're going to say, how do we know the Earth is curved? I'm going to say Eratosthenes. You're going to say we need to validate parallel sun rays. So can we skip to validating parallel sun rays?
No, don't. You're not divining my thoughts because that's not a way you need to go. So just basically the thing that, like I said, I can do it in 1 step. I don't do it in 3 anymore. So 1. So I just need to know how curvature was measured. And you can talk about history and you can say Eratosthenes, then I can tell you, well, what does that really prove, right? So now let's kind of fast forward to exactly that moment. So if you want to talk about Eratosthenes, because if that's what you're going to use, are you going to use Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes is useless unless you can validate the sun's rays are parallel.
Okay, so let's throw Eratosthenes in the bin. What else can we use in ancient times that can provide evidence that the Earth was measured to be a globe?
So you're under the impression that you can't validate the sun's rays are parallel.
No, I'm under the impression that you're not going to. I'm under the impression that there hasn't been any evidence provided, which is why I'm asking you if you know of any time in history that those dudes back then measured the Earth to have curvature, and then you're going to reply to me with sufficient evidence that they did measure it, and now we can get into a conversation. But do you have such evidence that somebody back then measured the Earth to be a globe?
What is your standard for evidence?
Something showing that the Earth was measured to have curvature. That's my standard. I need to know who measured the damn thing to have 8 inches per mile squared, like we've all been taught.
So
I think he's asking for you to have a substandard level of standards for evidence.
No, absolutely not. I'm asking you to have a standard at all, and I need to know what that standard is.
Just put the evidence on the table, brother. Stop thinking about simple questions.
The standard is a measurement. The measurement of the curvature drop rate between point A to point B over a distance of an arc. So I need that measurement. Who came up with it? And I need you to point me to those people or person, and then let's talk about it. So who did?
I don't know who the first person to try to validate curvature was.
Okay,
so
fair enough. Let's go with that. You don't know, that's fine. That's neither here nor there, right? You don't know. Great. Now today, who's done it today? We got technology, right?
I mean, millions of people, right? Yeah.
Let's get to the millions of people. Now I'm gonna go to see in the midst of these million that you're talking about. Find me one.
This is why I asked you what your standard of evidence was, because I don't know what.
Let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself to be very clear. The standard is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's the standard. Now, I'm giving you the standard, which is the measurement, 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. So pretty simple, right? Simple geometry. Now, if you can hand that to me, hand it to me, because I need that. Who done it today? Of the millions of people that you just finished saying, tell me the one person. I don't care who out of the million. One will do.
Just one.
For the sake of conversation, I'll go with Eratosthenes.
Okay. All the way back to history, because we just came from there. But let's go back. All right, let's go back there.
I want to get to a point where we can have like a good debate. So
no, this debate, sir. The debate. If it was a debate, I would actually be having a debate with you. I'm not. I'm actually demanding evidence, which there is no debate because there is no evidence. If there was, then it would be a debate. But now let's.
I never made.
Dude, it sounds harsh, Meisty, but he's got you dead to rights right there. Like that's
I never made a claim about.
True.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to tap dance like this, buddy. You'd just be showing the evidence. It wouldn't be, oh, what are your standards? Can you lower them? Okay, well, what's it going to be? Oh, you're not going to like this, blah, blah, blah. You just show it. You just pony up and show it, dude.
I could repeat the standards if you like. It's pretty simple, right? Show me the measurement, and if Eratosthenes done it, then please show me how he's done it.
I mean, I can do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to post in your things. This is something you're all very familiar with. I'm going to do that. So,
go ahead.
I mean, we're acting out parts in a play right now instead of having a conversation, but I'll post the Eratosthenes method anyway.
I don't need to know Eratosthenes. I've heard about him. I've read about him.
I know. That's why I think it's a waste of my time to post.
It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our time.
Yeah, can we agree, Meisty? Can we both agree that Eratosthenes does not prove a flat or a globe Earth?
Yeah, it's a waste. There's nothing. There's really nothing. To throw him in the bin. Want to get him out of the bin and be used. Now we're gonna throw him. Okay, so he's been. So what else can we do? Because I mean, we need something. Go fast.
Let me just clarify: the results of the Aristotle's experiment also work for a local sun.
Yep.
There are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes.
Look, guys. Maybe it's good for the viewers, but like Meisty is no.
I was just
to this. Yeah, he.
I was just told. Excuse me.
Very aware.
So I was just told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the close sun.
You were just told by who?
By you. Whoever said that. Whoever said that the Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
That was Vsauce and Neil deGrasse.
That is the case. Let me. That is the case if the sun's rays are not parallel on your flat Earth.
Which they are not.
Your flat Earth.
Which they're not. Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, the same experiment exists. Or not an experiment, just same observation.
So, let's agree. Let's find some. Let's find some solid ground, so we can move forward in an intelligent way. Right?
We're not going to agree on your idea that you think you're going to weasel your way out of giving me.
I'm not weaseling my way out of anything.
Listen, the standard of evidence. I'm going to repeat it one more time to you, so you can really understand. I need the 8 inches per mile squared, right? Over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. Now, if you can who gave us that? Who's the guy that came up with that? So we can talk about that person and see how he figured that out. This is the standard, right? It's the standard by which.
Hello? Yeah, I'm looking for the name so I know how to address you.
Miggy.
Bro, just listen.
Okay.
Nah, you'd rather divert.
I've been waiting for somebody to actually point me to this evidence, of course, for the globe, and at least you can tell me, because it sounds like you have a head on your shoulders that you can think about this logically. At least I hope so. If not, at least admit that you don't have evidence, and then we can say, hey, that's great. You don't have evidence. Let's move on to the next guy or girl who might say that they do.
Miggy.
Yes.
I want you to imagine that we would get there in probably 30 seconds if I was allowed to speak. And then I know your perspective, and I know what you expect, and I know your standard for evidence, and I know all
You've been
the
allowed to
variables.
speak the whole time. You're allowed to speak right now, and you're still just obfuscating.
Okay. So I was told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the flat Earth in the event that the sun's rays are not parallel. That's why I opened by saying the Eratosthenes method is valid proof of curvature.
Oh, you had a misunderstanding that.
Let me dude. Let me finish one point, just one. Okay?
Instead of focusing on the 4 words I said or whatever it was, just go on.
Okay. If we can prove that the sun's rays are parallel, do you agree that the Eratosthenes method would be, if we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, it would be valid proof of curvature?
Yes.
Hell
that
no.
Makes sense.
No.
If we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, and the shadows were like different.
Nobody has ever observed that, so we can't.
Yeah, but like in his hypothetical, that would be.
Thank you for your intellectual honesty.
Do you agree that if we were to build a teleportation device, that we could prove the existence of Narnia?
I don't want
yes.
No, but maybe Jurassic Park.
I mean, I don't like hypotheticals in the first. So there's no reason why.
Let me continue. I believe that you can verify unequivocally that the sun's rays are parallel. See, now I've made a claim. So now we have something to talk about, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so are you not
I have actually observed myself crepuscular rays, and you can do that too. Like if it's cloudy, if today is cloudy, you could see like the some rays through like the holes in the clouds go directly downwards, and some go diagonal.
One moment, guys. I'll be right back. My
sounds really parallel.
My job with some food to get me, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he needs to go talk to his controllers.
I like the sound.
Hey, I gotta talk quick with my counsel. They called me out. They know I'm RC. My voice gave me away. I'm sorry.
Here's one thing.
How many times he said, "Do I have to pretend?" Just pretend or just imagine.
I don't like that. Every time these guys come in here, there's always like, well, just if you indulge me for 1 second. If it was this, I don't care. Listen, you're talking about what the sky's doing, the sun rays and the light, and I don't care about the damn sun. Like, we're not talking about the sun here. Measure the damn ground. Like, give me the freaking measurement of the earth that we're standing on. I don't want to know what the sun rays are doing and how it's light's reflecting off of Jupiter. And I don't care. Like, let's talk about the freaking earth, right? We're standing on the damn thing.
Yeah, I've been posting their globe model. I mean, in detail with different measurements. I've been posting that shit. Let me look at the last one.
This is guys. It's a weeds argument. And if he's he's casting that line, and you're hooked on that bait, he's gonna.
I see where it's going, though. It's actually quite interesting.
It's not
like. It is on a psychological level. On a psychological level, it's very interesting.
Well, yeah, that too. But like also, using he can if he could prove that the sun rays are parallel, which they are not, obviously. He could actually kind of prove that
that's the whole point. How do you prove something that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Why would we engage in something that? And that's what back to my point. Like, I
just think it was a clever way of approaching.
The reason you engage is for the sake of other people listening. For the most part, I mean, because we've talked to this dude many times.
Come back, guys. Hi.
Well, people say that.
I'm wondering how long he's been coming in under this name before I called him.
I've only been here for 2 days.
And for me, I don't really care if you're Tom, Dick, or Harry. It don't matter to me. Like, you have to provide evidence if you want to stand in here in front of the council, who's been through this probably 1,000 times. And so, really, everybody's like, okay, let's get to the point where you're going to give us the evidence that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc. So once we're doing all that, then we're starting to talk about who done it and all that, so we can, verify that. But I don't want to talk about what the sun or the moon or Jupiter or Mars. I don't care about.
Prove it indirectly using if the sun rays are parallel, which he wants to prove. But
no, we're not going to. Whoever's jumping in and trying to white knight this guy, please don't do that. Just
no, look, our architect is new to the group. He's from Norway.
My bad.
He's a smart dude, but he doesn't get the structure around here. Yeah.
Friendly fire. Just hang back, architecture. Just relax. Don't worry about it. All right. So look, this guy right here. Obviously, he said he's only been here 2 days, but he sounds like RC Micey. I'm with Lou on this. But look,
no, that is RC Micey. There is no.
Who the fuck? Who is RC Micey? I've never been here in this group before in my life. I apologize, but like, I will not stay here and be like called a liar.
Okay, don't get out.
Maybe don't lie then.
Don't get out yet. Just calm down. I need to know your evidence. Because if you got some evidence, don't run away. Like, you need to give it to us, man. Like, we've been waiting here for some evidence. So if you got some, come on, spill the beans.
Yep.
What evidence?
So
you got?
Architect seems to be intellectually honest, and I want to know.
We're not going to talk about architect. Don't divert.
All right, I want to know why you disagree with him, because in order to get your evidence, you're going to need to have some intellectual integrity.
Guys. I don't like people jumping in because this guy diverts, and we're going to go off. Go ahead. Talk about architect. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to know why you feel that the Eratosthenes method would not be proof of curvature if the sun's rays were parallel.
Because we're not talking about the sky or what it's doing. I don't care about objects or things in the sky. Understand this point. It doesn't matter a hill of beans to me. What you're trying to provide is evidence of things in the sky. I only care about.
No, I'm talking about evidence.
Architects. Hold on. Architects only build something on a level stationary plane. That's how they design.
He just asked you how something makes you feel. That's subjective. He's asking you a question about subjective reality. How do you feel?
But we're not talking about architecture. Like, that's just a guy he's a flat earther from Norway, dude.
No, I'm not talking about him either.
What were you talking about then?
Thank you, whoever just asked that. I said, why is the Eratosthenes method not proof of curvature if the sun's rays are parallel? And somebody answered that and said, we're not talking about the sky. I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about the curvature of the Earth.
Can you repeat that experiment today?
All right. Have you ever observed parallel light coming from the sun on Earth?
Helio, wait. He said that he can repeat that experiment today. Okay, great.
I could. I have not. I don't want to say that I have, but many people have.
Okay, really? Who did it?
Yes. Oh, I mean, it's been done.
The demonstration. Hold on. Great. The demonstration of Eratosthenes, in modern times, it always has to do with angles. It has nothing to do. See, the only reason you would come up with an angle is if the Earth was curved, or you presume it was curved. But every time you do Eratosthenes experiment, you have one freaking pole. And then you measure the lines, or you have a light in a well. You're not. You're going to have to assume that the Earth is curved before you observe parallel light. Now, when you look in the sky and you see, divergent rays in the sky, and you see the sun diverging, that's everything. With Eratosthenes' idea, always assumed that the Earth was a globe first.
Exactly.
It's not idea. He said he will repeat the Eratosthenes experiment. Okay, great. Let's go to.
No, I did not. I did not say that.
Yeah, and even still, science is a relatively new thing. Like the scientific method, like the Greeks didn't have it.
Okay, you cannot. Can anyone repeat the Eratosthenes experiment?
Yes, anyone can.
Okay, really. Okay, I will repeat the story. Eratosthenes take the stick and put the stick in point A. Is that true?
Yes.
What year was that?
Oh man, I don't know. I can Google it. Does it matter?
Okay, 2000 years ago. And then he went 500 miles straight, and he put another stick.
I'm not talking about what Eratosthenes did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism that it can be done by anyone, not what he did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That can be repeated, and all of us agree with you on that. But you have to assume that the Earth
assumes the parallel sun rays. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I opened this conversation with. Was the Eratosthenes method is proof of curvature if you can prove?
Wait, guys, please stop. He just called it a mechanism. Define mechanism.
No, let's not even go there because he knows what we're saying. He knows what we're saying. He's just trying to.
It's worth saying.
He's
It's worth saying as long as it doesn't get dragged out anyway.
That was just a poor word choice. I would prefer to use it.
You are saying that Eratosthenes, because we took from Eratosthenes that mechanism, and he went 500 miles straight line during 2,000 years ago with the camels or with the car.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about people doing it.
It doesn't matter. That means that Aristotle, because we are repeating that his mechanism. Because
yeah, but peacefully. That's which assumption are you going by? All right, so sun is local, and we're going to have divergent rays, and the shadows are going to be based on that. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson already explained this. If you watch the videos, I mean, it's really simple to understand. I don't know why we would spend so much time on this. This is ridiculous.
Wait, we have story, and then you have pictures about that story. Because when you speak
I'm talking about real life right now. I'm not talking about a story. I'm talking about people doing it today.
Okay, great. Let's put stick on point 8, whatever you want on the earth, and let's go 500 miles, or let's go 10 miles straight. Let's go 10 miles straight. He went 500 miles.
Listen. Hold on, I Sasha. I don't mean to step on your toes, but I kind of do because we're going to waste a lot of time because of the arguments. Sort of like nil because both arguments kind of balance out and they don't.
Who's
they don't
talking?
Really make
you seem to understand that parallel sun rays are necessary for this experiment to be valid, right?
Except they don't exist in reality. So
they don't exist, though.
Okay, so now we have something that we very clearly disagree on. I think that the parallel sun rays can be easily
okay. Well, you don't have to say it. Just go prove it. Post it. Show us. Stop talking about it.
Just because
every experiment, okay, all right, sure.
Just because they can't exist doesn't mean that's where all of our light comes from.
And go fast. If you want from another angle, let's say this angle. I put a stick. I make a Aristotelic experiment and show me some kind of different shadows. How that will curve the water?
So you don't understand how the experiment validates curvature, then?
No, I'm telling you this. Let's say that shadows, everything showing, I don't know which size, whatever. How that will curve the water?
Definitely is not going to do that.
Also, kind of a loaded question. For him to understand how it validates curvature, there would actually have to be curvature, or else there's nothing to understand.
No, again, assuming that the sun's rays are parallel. You need to understand the experiment.
Well, they're not. And you haven't posted anything that shows otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Look, you can go down a line of a mental exercise, like a train of thought. You can do that all you want, assuming whatever you want. In order for this argument to work, you have to show it in reality.
All right,
we're like an hour in, and you're still struggling to set up your fake premise about the sun, and you are nowhere near demonstrating drop over distance of the Earth's surface. Good job.
The problem is he's still avoiding the question. Show us one proof of Earth's curvature.
Let me pull up my phone.
That's it.
Well, I can go into different things, but we're talking about this mechanism, and we need to find.
What are you waiting for, dude? We've been here for like an hour.
He's just stalling because he doesn't have the goods. That's all he's doing.
Are you looking for proof of parallel sun rays?
Why are you asking us
exactly
what proof
I just debunked that in the chat.
Get the proof
They're
and
not
put it on
parallel.
the table.
I don't know what you are looking for specifically, so please tell me.
It's your claim. You prove it. Don't ask us for the criteria. You go out and figure it out.
I even told you from the very beginning, GoFast, what exactly I wanted, right?
What he wants is a note from the teacher he got an F, but he wants it sent back with a note. Like he wants it sent back with a note, like next time cite your source.
8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. It's so easy. That's what I need. Can you provide that? Exactly.
Yeah, you would think that he would know that's what he's looking for.
Go bring on the next Glober. Maybe he'll do better. Next.
Rough.
It's just so weird when they have to ask you, what am I trying to prove?
We don't have a next. Just keep
well, then we'll stew on Eratosthenes. Let's go back into that. Go ahead, Sasha. Take it away.
Listen, Miggy. Listen.
He's already dead.
Miggy, the shadows of the sun will show that that Earth is a globe, you know? For sure, 100%. But now, let's check it that means that also surface will curve, because shadows showing that it's curving. That means it must curve also water. Conclusion. Finished. And we go to check, and it doesn't curve. Why? A shadow showing that must curve. In his story.
What is the flat Earth justification for the results from the Bedford level experiment?
Holy smokes!
He really has no evidence. Eh? He's just like desperate to shift the burden.
No, dude. We've already asked you a question. We just
okay,
asked
and I
you a
posted it.
question.
And I posted it. Bedford level. Sure, let's go with that. Doesn't rely on parallel.
Wait a minute. No, hold on.
What do you post, guys? Let me go look.
He's showing us
level. You're familiar
water
with
that's
it.
not curved.
You're familiar with Bedford level.
Yeah, water doesn't curve, so.
Okay, well, the results of the experiment show that it does.
Okay, when does water do? Does it only do it here or what?
No, it does it everywhere.
Okay, so in a cup of water? Didn't think so.
I mean, you need enough water for the conformity to radially inward to counteract surface tension. So, like, obviously, a droplet or a cup is not going to demonstrate.
God, dude's using $10 words, man. Calm down.
So, if not in a cup, then where else?
Again, you need enough water so the water will conform.
Yeah, I'm asking.
You're trying to prove that water conforms to the shape of the Earth?
That's what he
said. It conforms to the gravitational field of the Earth, not the shape.
I mean,
what?
Dude, you're just stacking claims on top of each other at this point now. So
I've only made one.
No, you just made like 3. Okay, so
name them.
Okay, well, you got gravity, curved water, and you still haven't posted those. You still haven't posted the parallel rays. So that's 3 claims here. We're waiting for proof.
Do you believe there's a way you could invalidate the parallel sun?
We don't believe anything.
Believe there's a way.
We don't
believe there's a way. Okay, I don't think this experiment has ever been done, right? I don't think it's ever been done, but I think that there's a way that I could do it, right? And I wanted to describe it to you and see if you agree that it would either disprove or prove a parallel sun.
Well, stop hyping up your evidence before you post it. Just post it.
No, I can't post anything. I don't think this has ever been done. I came up with it myself.
What,
okay, present what you have. You don't have to tell us how great it is before you do it. Go.
Okay. So if you put 2 different poles of equal length at different latitudes at the same time of day, they should cast shadows in different angles if the sun's rays are divergent, and they should cast shadows at the same angle if the sun's rays are parallel. No. Those are different longitudes. That's different longitudes, okay? The longitudes would give you the curvature of the Earth, but if you put poles of equal length at different latitudes during the same time of day and the cast shadows at the same angle...
Bro, it's a ball. It doesn't matter where you put them. If it's a ball, longitude or latitude is still going to be a ball.
Bro,
does anybody understand
about this? He really believes in this. He's thought about
it. Does anybody understand?
Let's go fast.
Slow it down, dude. So if you want to present this shit,
I understand. I understand it properly.
Thank you. Who understands? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. That means it's curving for sure. That means it's curving for sure. Because
No, this is not a test for curvature. This is a test to validate parallel or divergent sun rays.
But you started off with an if statement.
Okay, that means that doesn't prove the globe. Only prove that we have something.
No, it proves the validity of the Eratosthenes experiment, which proves the globe.
No, okay. So just go get the parallel sun rays.
No, great. That means that shadows prove the globe.
It would prove the Eratosthenes experiment proves the globe.
That means that it's globe curving, of course, because shadows showing.
Does anybody agree with me here? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Go fast. How many times do we have to tell you? Just post it, bro, so we can all have a look. Because at this point you're just like tap dancing around this question.
Yeah,
How long are you going to tap dance for?
Imagine having to set the stage like this for an hour if you actually just had Earth curve to show somebody.
Why are you saying you came up with parallel sun rays? This is supposed to be your proof.
No, the experiment that I described, I came up with. I mean,
so it's a theoretical thing you just made. I thought the parallel sun rays is what's on the table. That's the claim. So can you just support that, or do we have to talk about things that you're imagining?
Like I said, I have not conducted the experiment. That's just something I came up with that would either validate or
Okay, so then why are you leaning
mental gymnastics?
Why are you leaning on this like as your one and only proof?
Freaking Jedi mind.
Because I need to know that you guys are honest actors and you are honest debaters, and I need to know that there is in fact proof.
Says the guy who's been obfuscating for an hour and a half, and you could just show this is Earth.
Hey, Guido, get a load of this guy.
No, seriously though, it's as simple as like someone claims they're this height. There's a certain height. Well, why would you ask them of their standard of evidence? Just give them the measurements. What are you talking about? Standard of evidence.
Standard of evidence is very important. I could show you. All right, again, I could show you a photo from the ISS, and you would reject that.
That's not a measurement, though, dude. That's what I mean. That's not a measurement. So if I go to Foot Locker and I'm like, hey, I want some new shoes. I'm going to pay $100 for new shoes. I need my foot measured, and they start checking the security cameras. No, what do you mean standard of evidence? Just measure the foot, dude.
Bro, have you ever seen parallel? Have you ever seen parallel? Every single person on Earth, when they see the sunrise, sunset through the clouds and stuff, we see divergent sun rays. So where do we have any evidence of, from Earth?
Look, he wants to see our certification from the Bureau of Weights and Measures and shit. Like,
I've never seen evidence that the sun's rays are divergent, and I've only ever seen evidence that
that's what you
really?
see
So
in
when
reality.
you see divergent sun rays, you assume they're parallel. I mean, I guess they're parallel to each other. They're parallel to each other, but that only proves a low sun.
Wait a minute. You're saying first you said no one's ever done this, and then you said this is the only thing you've ever experienced. Are you confused?
No, parallel sun rays are the only thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah, when? Because we all experience the same Earth. So we all experience the same Earth. So where did you see this?
I notice that shadows that are not
interpreted
by scattered light are cast at the same angle, regardless of their location on the Earth.
So not the parallel. You're talking about the shadows then. So because we're talking about the parallel rays that you're supposed to be posting, which you haven't posted yet.
Clouds and stuff. I want to see these parallel sun rays. From a certain thing.
Do you disagree that shadows cast at the same angle?
No, it's not about the shadows. Go fast. Go get the parallel rays. Yeah. So that's what you've been trying to claim this whole time. So go get.
It's really a ridiculous claim. I don't know why you're holding on to it, because every single person on Earth experiences the same. We see the same thing all the time. So
because I want to identify where the confusion is here.
Yeah, I mean, Gilio, hold on a sec, real quick. The confusion is that GoFast, you said at the beginning, you asked about Aristotle's. You knew where we were going after the fact, okay? And then you said, if you could unequivocally prove parallel light rays, that's what you said, if you could. So now we all thought that, okay, it looks like you've got proof for parallel light rays, and now we're finding out after about an hour that you're saying, well, I've never, this is just an idea I had. When you said if,
all shadows are
actually done it. No one has actually done this. We're talking about parallel light rays, not shadows.
I don't know. He sounds pretty real with you, man. That's kind of what I got out of it too.
Just like check out what architecture just posted. You have.
Let me check.
Divergent light rays. Is that something that you would consider?
Are we looking at God rays? Are we looking at something that's being scattered? Yes, we are. Okay, great.
No, we're not looking at it. We could post images all night of divergent sun rays, through the clouds. I mean, yeah, people posting shit. We can do that.
Can you show me divergent sun rays that are not being scattered by the atmosphere?
No. Listen. You're supposed to be posting parallel.
It's never been observed. It's never been observed.
You said that's the only thing you've experienced.
This is what he would consider.
No, divergent sun rays that are not being scattered by clouds have never been observed.
Hold on, go fast. What you said.
Okay, but you also never observed parallel.
You would only be able to observe them if there were no clouds in the sky.
Can you unequivocally prove parallel light rays? Because that's what you came in here after Eratosthenes. Miggy asked you, what's your best proof for the globe? You said Eratosthenes, and then you already called what the next thing we were going to say. And then you said, if you could prove parallel light rays unequivocally, so what your proof was. What your proof was something theoretically you thought of that no one else has come up with, and now you're trying to back out of it. It's okay. We get it. We were all in your shoes.
I'm not trying to back out of anything. All light, that is cast by the sun is cast at the same angle.
The hell? Dude.
So not parallel rays, then.
That's what parallel means. That's what it means. That's the definition.
So you never experienced this stuff.
Yeah, except they don't do that though.
Who's they?
Are you talking about after?
No, I'm talking about sun rays. They're not parallel. That's who they are.
Are you talking about scattered sun rays that have gone through clouds?
Okay, so they scatter, then they don't hit the Earth parallel. That's what you need them to do in your proof. See next.
Oh, all of them hit the Earth parallel, right?
No, they don't. You just said they scattered, and you gave us an excuse for why they don't.
The atmosphere.
Can I ask a question?
Parallel.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon?
Take control, please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. How do you explain the eclipses?
Be more specific.
Well, you're
talking about yeah. I know what you mean. You're talking about the shadow cast by the moon on the surface of the Earth being smaller than the diameter of the moon, right?
No, I'm talking about the fact that you've got two regions. One's a dark region and one's a lighter region.
Oh, you're talking about like the phases of the moon.
No, talking about the eclipse.
Be more specific. I'm not really sure where you're going with this.
So you know there's a path of totality from the moon on the Earth. It's a yes or no question.
Okay. A path of totality, meaning we can.
It sounds really interested in in the Earth. So I mean, you should know something about solar and lunar eclipses. I mean, do you know something?
I'm not. Again, I don't know what you mean.
A path of totality, meaning it's a full. What were you talking about? A solar, or obviously?
Okay, so
a lunar eclipse, right? So like,
it's okay, Lou. I can explain it. It's fine. So during an eclipse in the globe model, you've got the sun, you've got the moon, and then you've got the Earth. You've got an umbra and a penumbra, right? Caused by sun rays that aren't parallel.
Oh, you're talking about refraction around the moon?
No.
Okay. Oh,
no,
what are you talking about?
I've been very clear about what I've been talking about. I'm talking about the eclipse, the umbra and the penumbra.
Are you talking about the point of most
He just
darkness
told you, GoFast.
not being the size of the moon?
Let him do this.
God.
The answer to my question is yes, by the way. I asked him what he meant, and he should say yes, because that's what he meant. He's talking about the totality of the eclipse is not the same diameter as the moon itself, right? Because if there's a number and
let Crypto do this, please, guys. Please let Crypto do this.
No, I'm not talking about that. I don't care about that. I'm asking why there's an umbra and a penumbra in the first place.
Because of diffraction around the edges of the moon.
Right, so is light parallel?
Not after it's diffracted. But
so then light isn't hitting...
So it is parallel until it's not parallel because of a reason. Okay.
The sun hits the atmosphere and diffracts, but it diffracts.
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere.
I know. But all objects diffract light as it bends around it.
Then why did you mention an atmosphere?
I was talking about the Earth.
I'm not.
The sun's rays do not hit the surface of the Earth parallel. They hit the atmosphere parallel.
It's the surface that you need them to hit parallel.
So then Eratosthenes is useless?
No, because the sun's rays after going through the... It's almost as if I was going to justify what I just said, right?
Okay, so they were parallel until they weren't, and then they weren't parallel. Okay, thanks.
Imagine a world in which I was going to justify the thing I just said and was not interrupted.
Well, we've been waiting for it.
Yeah, maybe I can have a conversation with him.
Okay.
Thank you, Crypto. Okay, so the sun's rays hit the atmosphere parallel. After traversing the atmosphere, they are still, for all intents and purposes, parallel, which is why all shadows are cast at the same angle, right? Now, the sun's rays can be scattered in a million different ways. They're scattered slightly by the atmosphere, but not enough to be reasonably considered not parallel. Obviously, they're not parallel, like, mathematically, but they can still be used as mathematically parallel for most experiments. So if they hit clouds, they can diverge in radically different ways, like we see the God rays that are posted very often to justify this. But I fail to see where, in my comprehension or explanation of this, there's some kind of problem that would make the Eratosthenes method not valid to explain curvature.
Well, because you just said that it would scatter in the atmosphere, and then you said
but
after.
not to a degree.
Okay, it's almost as if I was going to finish my sentence and you started talking over me.
Go ahead,
so, I mean, I haven't talked over you, so I'd appreciate if you don't talk over me.
No, you have not. Go ahead.
Crypto
Okay, cool.
only, please.
So you can't have your cake and eat it too, which is what you're attempting to do. You're attempting to say it scatters when I fancy it and it doesn't scatter when I fancy it. This isn't going to work here.
Okay, I want you to explain why you are under the impression I said anything like that. Do you want me to go over what I said again? Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere. Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere, they scatter. Unless they are occluded by clouds or other objects, they are mathematically relevant to be considered parallel for experiments using shadows if they are not occluded by clouds or something else that's going to substantially scatter them. The atmosphere on a clear day with smooth conditions doesn't scatter the sun's light enough to be relevant for experimentation. They're still parallel enough to be valid for all experiments.
Parallel enough?
Yeah.
How did you verify this?
Every experiment ever conducted to validate...
I'm not asking about anything else. I'm asking how did you validate this?
I validate this by observing that all shadows that I see that are cast by the sun in conditions that are not occluded by clouds or other things in the atmosphere cast shadows at the same angle.
No, they don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, you're just making a claim to back another claim. None of this has been validated.
I mean, you made a claim just now. You claimed that there's a situation in which unoccluded light rays going through the atmosphere cast shadows of different objects at different angles, and I would love to see that.
Hold on, you've made about 12 claims before I said anything, and you haven't backed any of that up.
Pick one, I'll back it up.
I've already asked you. We were talking about the moon. I asked if the parallel light rays hit the moon, and your answer was diffraction.
No, my answer was yes. No, my answer was yes. It was a loud and clear yes.
Okay, well that's not your model, so maybe you need to try that one again.
Did parallel sun rays hit the moon? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's my model. You don't tell me what my model is. I do.
Okay, then your model isn't the heliocentric model.
Okay, explain how contemporary astrophysical understanding does not say that parallel sun rays hit the moon.
I just posted it in the live stream.
All right, let me check.
You couldn't have an umbra and a penumbra based on anything other than convergent rays.
I thought you were talking about the sun's rays hitting the moon, not the reflected light not the refracted light around the moon hitting the Earth.
It doesn't actually matter.
It absolutely matters because one of them is divergent and one of them is parallel.
Yeah, but there is no evidence for the parallel.
Okay, but don't give me an example of divergent rays when we're talking about parallel rays. Don't ask me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel, which they do, and then give me an example where the sun's rays diverge by refraction off the moon and then hit the Earth.
You're just reasserting the same assertion over and over again. You know that doesn't mean it's true.
All right, will you? Let's form some common ground here so we can continue in a good way. Can you conclude that you referring to the projection of an eclipse on the Earth is not an answer or relevant in any way to the question of do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
No, I don't admit that.
Okay, so you asked me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel in my model. I said they do. The sun's rays reflecting off the moon and hitting the Earth divergent is not the same as the sun's rays hitting the moon parallel, which they do. They scatter and refract off the moon and around it and then hit the Earth divergent as a result of that scattering. So they hit the moon parallel. You telling me about the eclipse and the divergent rays of an eclipse is not relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So how is there an umbra and a penumbra?
Because the sun's rays scatter around the moon, as
No,
we've
they don't.
observed in nature. Okay, well, we observe in nature that light curves around objects and diffracts. We know this.
Well, okay, how have you observed that?
I can demonstrate that too. Okay, cool.
Have you observed that?
I have shown a flashlight at an object before. Like, have you not observed this? Have you not observed refraction around objects?
Have you seen the light behind the object?
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, we know that light can refract, dude, but you're saying that an object like the moon with no atmosphere would necessarily refract it around.
No, an atmosphere
which isn't the model. So not only are you making a claim that you can't actually back with evidence, it's also not the model. So it's like a red herring of a red herring.
One, I can back every single thing I've said. And two, an atmosphere is not required for refraction.
How could you possibly know what's going on in the moon?
There's no reason to believe the sun's rays don't hit the moon parallel. Every experiment we've ever done suggests that's the case.
Except you can't provide any of them.
The moon does not exhibit any. The optics of the moon do not exhibit any characteristics that we would expect from divergent rays being reflected from it.
And how do you have an umbra and a penumbra?
Because of refraction around the edges of the moon when the sun is behind it.
Just claim on top of claim, no evidence. Cool.
So you don't believe in refraction?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
I want to know why you. I want to know why you think the penumbra umbra thing is connected to parallel rays.
We want to know why you think refraction would prove your argument. Like, what conditions of refraction?
No, I want to know something more fundamental. Why does he feel like straw manning me proves anything?
Crypto. I am trying to understand why you think the refraction of a solar eclipse on the Earth is relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So again, why do you feel like straw manning me is evidence?
Okay, all right, let me ask you. Why do you think...
Not going to answer.
Umbra and penumbra.
I object. Honor, Your Honor, I object. You can't answer the question, Your Honor. He needs to answer the question.
We need to get to this point. Like, you were talking about honest actors earlier, right? You've just strawmanned me, which is dishonest. So why have you done this?
Because I asked you why you feel a certain way, and you refused directly to explain why you feel a certain way, and then I assumed why you felt that way. I said, do you not believe in diffraction? And then you said, you're strawmanning me. You didn't explain to me why you feel the way you do.
You didn't actually say diffraction. You said, so you don't believe in refraction. Do you know how tiresome that is? To have to deal with really
I don't want to strawman you.
Boring strawmen.
Look,
why would you have to believe something? Why would you have
feelings? None of this is about feelings.
Exactly.
It's not how you feel about what I said. It's not about what was the other thing that was just said? Jesus, there was two. Either way, you keep on getting around the subject somehow. You are the dishonest one. Crypto is pretty well pointing that out.
Crypto.
Cool.
Also, you've said you would back up your claims, which we're still waiting, and it's been over an hour.
Crypto. I ask me for one, please. I'll take a break from this conversation. Ask me one, and I'll prove it. Anyone.
Any of them. These are your claims, brother.
Yep,
So
any claim I've made.
These are your claims, bro. Like,
it's good
maybe provide the support when you make the claim instead of like making 12 claims, and then when we ask you, and you go, well, which one? Like, maybe just support them as you go, dude. So you don't stack them up, and you've got 12 claims that you don't have any support for.
Says he'll go ahead and prove any claim he's made, an hour and a half into not proving any claim he's made.
You're just using more claims to, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you haven't supported any of them, so.
Oh, cool. The experiment that I came up with in my own head has been done before. Sick.
Dude, are you trying to beat us with a mental exercise?
No, it's been done. Like I said, I came up with it, but thankfully someone else did, and it's been done.
He said, in my own head.
Yeah.
It was like...
That's what your entire model is a mental exercise.
I guarantee whatever it is. doesn't match reality. I guarantee that.
Matches what's in his head.
So are you done spinning your wheels? Go fast. Maybe you need to take 5, man, and go rest in your laurels, man, because you're not doing anything right now.
I mean, maybe you should take 5, because I heard you say earlier that, you shouldn't be telling me about my model, but you started off this whole conversation saying, well, the Earth isn't infinite, so, wait.
Yeah, we're still no closer to you. We're still no closer to you providing evidence of the curvature of the Earth. That's crazy, right? Ever since we started the conversation from where we first began, Go Fast. You remember that?
I wanted to record his conversation with Crypto, and I'm still recording it. But this is the back end.
I would like to have a.
It's just kind of like I wanted to go there, but it's just like he doesn't know where to go from there. It just seems.
No, I told you I'm taking a break to validate my claims because you guys said you wanted to follow my claims. So,
I'm in another break, so I can go back to my controllers, so I can be like, "What's my next argument?"
This was GoFast. This was supposed to be your absolute.
I'm not going to continue conversation until I validate all of my claims.
No, but this is supposed to be your absolute best proof. This should be a slam dunk, not a half-court shot. Well, hopefully I got all this stuff. I mean, I came up with it in my own brain. Hopefully it'll work. Half-court shot. No,
at the end of the day,
in my own opinion, not just a slam dunk. Like, if it was true, yes, it should be blatantly obvious. But the fact that it is in contention is a huge blow to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just is that our goal? We're actually trying to find truth here, and if they come here and they're trying to find truth, right? And here's my truth, and then we show them that what they're saying cannot possibly be true, then we're not. I don't want to win. I'm just trying to.
I
promote. Do. All right. Well, okay. So then you're an athlete, I guess. An intellectual athlete, right? An intellectual athlete. Oh, he's not well, he might be a soccer player, but
he
can also be an intellectual athlete too, and win the argument. But some people can win an argument even if they're wrong. So
an intellectual slam dunk contest is what you need to
do. Why did you come here with no proof or evidence?
In the meantime, while he's kind of gathering, because he's in his own head at the moment. Let's see if any other Globers in here. It's a Saturday night. Oh wait, it's not a Saturday night. Damn it.
Holy shit!
It feels like a Saturday night.
You're fucking 4 days away from.
Damn! It feels like a Saturday night. Look at all the people in here.
We got 33 up in here.
I'm messing with you, Piggy, bro. Yeah.
33 out of 99.
I think it's Tuesday, isn't it? God damn, it's trash day.
Got the club going up.
This is every time I think of Tuesday night, it's just I have to take the trash out tomorrow.
Well, Tuesday's the day before Hump Day, so.
Hey, and for me, it's Tuesday time to take the trash out.
No.
That's all right. Already done that.
I throw in garbage every Saturday. That means today I throw the garbage. Today is Saturday.
There you go, bro. So yeah, your day's Saturday. It's trash going out tomorrow. Well, trash is going out today. This guy freaking really didn't have anything to offer, and Miggy took him out, Crypto took him out, everybody here, he was just making shit up.
You gotta take the trash out. It's trash day. You gotta take the trash out.
Exactly. It's they're coming, especially when you ask him what is your absolute best proof, absolute best, and it takes an hour just to come up with nothing. This is your best.
Well, his best was, I believe, just imagine that was his best arguments. I believe, imagine if NASA, that was pretty much all his evidence there.
Both going over the horizon. It is NASA's best version of the.
Anyway, you guys continue. I'll shut up for a minute. But yeah, I mean, I recorded that segment with Crypto, and I'll
my best evidence was not good. Ships disappearing over the horizon. It was
that happens on a
parallel rays.
So.
Parallel rays.
No, it was not. No, it was not.
Yeah, no, literally everything you've talked about has been based off of a philosophy. So
it's all philosophy, right?
Everything you've talked about so far, it could exist on a flat plane or on a curved Earth.
I understand it's really difficult. It's difficult to talk to flat earthers because you're just like, you can't be right because I know the Earth is a globe because they always told me it was the globe, and I don't want to believe what you guys are saying because it would really fucking just change my paradigm altogether. And you flat earthers might make some really good points, but Earth's still a globe. It's third rock from the sun. It's center of the universe.
I was really talking like the thing that's wrong with that philosophy, though. Like,
glorious
yes, it could happen on either one. Like the conditions could exist, but the thing is you have no proof for the conditions that you would need.
Well, how do we know that any of that could happen on a globe? Because we have no globe for any of it to be tested on.
So I need to know how this
What globe are you talking about? What globe?
I never said the word globe. I need to know how this is possible.
You just said it.
Oh my god, Weasel.
Oh, this is flat Earth.
We need to know why refraction ate your geometric horizon.
Yeah, no,
we need to know why you've been waffling about parallel rays on the moon for the last hour and a half, and all you have to show us is the drop of the
He was being very patient before, but now he's waffling. Who the fuck?
I let you guys distract me.
Yeah.
I let you guys distract me.
I've been walking the dog for a while now.
Who's hot?
And I'm still wondering what you said. Miggy asked you what's your absolute best proof of the globe. The best proof. This is where you're at. You're trying to give us your best. You've been an hour trying to give us your best proof of the globe.
I want to back it up.
That's not something you do after the fact, right? The court hearing already started, so you don't bring your evidence to the next court case.
Show us the globe. I mean, if the Earth was a globe, everyone would notice it right away. Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Ken.
Let's play Matthew game. Maybe that is evident, but it's not a proof.
Oh, hell. Don't get him on. We'll be here for days. Freaking Sasha, man.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
Don't throw a monkey wrench in this shit, man. We'll be here forever. Don't feed the trolls, man.
Yeah, I let you guys distract me, and I apologize for that. I'm going to stay on my original point.
All right. Well, hold on. If you're gonna go or whatever, go silent. Like, if I'm wrong about you being Meisty, who am I confusing you with? Because I've
never been here before.
You have been here before on another name. So who are you? Please come clean.
I need to be totally real with you, bro. I've joined here for the first time 2 days ago. I've never been on VC.
You're a liar.
I've been in chat before. I've never been on VC. No, I've been on chat before. I've never been in VC.
That's fascinating.
Until 2 days ago.
What is your best proof of the globe? For real, bro. That's what you like. That's what we've been. That's what I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
I tried to prove the globe to be correct.
All right.
Well, go fast. Check this out.
He answered a question. He asked me a question. Right?
Helio, you said you're going to take a break.
You keep saying you're going to let.
I know. My bad.
Yeah. So just instead of saying it, just do it.
He will post it now.
Objects with higher altitude on the horizon are lower in your field of view than objects.
How did you measure that higher altitude?
Close to you.
Finish his sentence before you interrupt him, please. Anyone?
Thank you. Okay. Again, objects in your horizon that have higher altitude than objects that are closer to you will appear lower in the horizon than those that are closer to you. That's what I just posted in our chat.
Therefore, a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, that's a pretty particular conclusion to come to. How'd you get that?
I cannot I've never been presented with a way to justify this.
Therefore, 8 inches per mile squared curvature is the only justification for this? Okay, walk us through that.
This does
tie it to your conclusion.
No, all this does is prove that the Earth is not flat.
No,
right?
see, that's what we've been telling you this whole time. Remember earlier when you said we shouldn't be telling you about your model. This is you telling us, well, if it's flat, then it should be these things that I make up in my head. Hell no. If you want to know about the flat Earth, you just ask us. And again, we're not asking you to debunk something you made up in your head.
You're
We're
stating.
asking you for the proof of your claim, not how you debunk something that you made up.
And you asking this question, it doesn't add up to a 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in space. So,
and if it did, you would have evidence for that, and you would present it to us, and then we wouldn't have.
Well, then why the fuck are you talking about it? Because that's what we've been asking you to show us this whole time.
If you had evidence for it, we wouldn't have gone around for 2 hours.
Why I believe the Earth is curved.
Oh, I don't think we asked you why you believe. I don't think we asked you why you believe. Like necessarily.
It was made painfully clear for about 10 times.
It was said,
proof.
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's all was stated.
I think Miggy was specific about measurement at one point. Specifically, that's what we were really getting down to.
Yeah,
8 inches. People are launching rockets based on your hunch that everything you've been observed. Like obviously, we know that where is it done? Where? Who has it? Who?
I don't know. He said I believe that it's curving. Why you people don't want to believe him?
Yeah,
no. You know what? Why aren't we happy with that? Actually, he just admitted to us. It's all just a belief.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying.
Well, he actually just had a pretty good point too. Like rockets and so forth. We're supposed to have satellites. We're supposed to have orbital based on this radius value, and the only thing he can seem to find to back it is, that mountain looks taller than I think it should. Therefore, 3959 mile radius. I'm going to get orbital mechanics and rockets and all this stuff.
No, all of our. That's not why.
Okay, then why? That's the only question we're asking you. That's all we're asking you to show us this whole time.
Because the rate at which the Earth curves corresponds with 8 inches per mile squared, roughly.
You just said it curves because it corresponds with how it curves. Yeah, you didn't say anything.
No, the rate at which objects of higher altitude are lower in the horizon.
1.2 mile horizon.
I just posted. It's in voice.
Where did you measure that curve, that rate? Where did you measure that? Because that's what we're looking for. Because all the math in the world,
I'm using observations of nature.
We get it. It says radius, right? You don't get that from a picture, bro.
I'm using observations of nature.
Is not that you're not getting a scientific measurement of any an actual measurement or anything remotely related to science by looking at a picture and saying, well, I think 8 inches per mile, folks. Yep, we all agree. Peer reviewed. Yep, launch the rockets.
Fuzzy, and what he also said was just a lie too. He said that all of our observations of horizons and long distance observations and so forth, they all square with this 8 inches per mile squared thing that he has in his head. But we know that they absolutely don't. He knows that too. Right. And the rest of his arguments have just been trying to explain that away. So he's just tying himself in knots, and he's a liar.
I mean, you literally just said that the curvature rate corresponds with the curvature rate. And we're asking for the measurement of that curvature rate. Like, where did you measure that to know? According to this dip that we have here measured. Of course, that's what we're wondering. Who measured that?
If at any point I'm asked a question and then it was not immediately followed by someone else talking and is instead followed by empty space.
Go for it. No one's talking.
You're a fucking victim. We got it. We're going to give you the next 30 seconds to talk without us.
Yeah, every time you get a chance to talk, you use it to do this, by the way. So.
Correct.
Yeah, so go for it. Everyone let him answer. Go for it.
Thank you. The difference of altitude in our horizon of distant objects corresponds with the expected curvature of the Earth.
The hell is that, man?
No, it doesn't.
It's curving the globe? That's bull, man. You're so full of it.
Where did you measure 8 inches per mile squared in your explanation just there? How did you get to 8 inches per mile squared?
He said it's curving, therefore it's a globe.
Globe, because globe.
specifically in the example that I sent. If you do the math on the two altitudes of these peaks,
the math,
and
the math.
Yeah, we're not talking about the math. So are you talking about things lowering lowering your view, such as the Black Swan, which everything is further out and higher up? Every time we look at the horizon, is what is further out from us is higher up in our view. You're saying it's lower. It's never lower. When was it lower ever?
Well, hold on, but Sonny, before you even go there, like you mentioned math. I already mentioned math a moment ago, and that's what we're trying to prove. In your math, do you use the R, a radius value, in your math to determine what you're talking about? Because if you do, you're gonna come up with 3959, and that's what we're asking for. We're asking for that.
I do not use
where that number came from, because the math. We're not arguing the math.
I do not use the radius.
Oh, so you did.
Well, that's the thing that we've been asking you to prove this entire time. So why are you still waffling around and talking about other stuff?
I do not use the radius.
Okay,
right?
so you just abandoned the radius claim, or you got your own radius, or what is it?
I use the difference in the altitude of these peaks and the difference of their observed height to calculate R. Okay,
Wait.
And you can do this too.
What?
Okay, but you said that the observation square with 8 inches per mile squared curvature. Then you just said a minute ago, right after that, that you're not using the radius, but the radius is the 8 inches per mile squared curvature. So again, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm going to repeat exactly what I just said because it's the answer to your question.
Well, yeah, what you're saying. You're saying you have your own globe that you've made up.
No, you find R by doing observations of nature. Do not rely on R to make observations of nature.
You don't
validate it already.
To be clear. So you look at two mountains, and what math do you do to get a sphere, real quick, and specifically the R value? How do you, based on just an observation of two mountains? Walk me through it, please.
I'll type it out.
He's gonna type it out.
It's weird that he's still trying to show us that the observations square with 8 inches per mile squared, when earlier he spent about 4 hours trying to explain away exactly why they didn't square with 8 inches per mile squared.
I bet you dollars to donuts that thing he's gonna figure out is gonna get us nowhere closer to figure out any radius.
Yep. Weird. Everything aligns with 8 inches per mile squared now, but earlier this afternoon it was all about why it didn't align.
I'm also really confused about, like, if he's using this observation to come up with the radius, how did you know the radius beforehand in order to come up with it to match the radius?
I did not. I don't need to match anything. I'm looking for what the radius is.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need to match anything. Certainly not your globe to reality. That's for sure. Because you haven't done that.
I know, but he's doing the math. You done with
he
the
already
math?
did it earlier, and he's like, yeah, that horizon's way off. That's not 8 inches per mile squared. But that's because of refraction and different things. He had all sorts of different excuses. But now, somehow, the observations actually do line up with 8 inches per mile squared. It's really weird.
Yeah, he isn't measuring anything. He's just doing some math somewhere on hypothetical.
I calculate some stuff.
It's easy.
I'm going to mute for a little bit so I can put together this presentation for you guys.
Presentation? Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Get your popcorn ready.
What's up, fellas?
Who's that?
Davey.
What's up, Davey?
What's going on? What are you guys doing?
Talking to a Glober in here. You believe the Earth?
Oh, Glober. Okay. Interesting.
You believe the Earth is a globe, Davey?
Hell no.
Okay. Then you're fine. As you were.
All right.
Yeah, we're just pulling teeth in here. Still trying to get that curve measurement.
I keep seeing commercials for this new show on TV where they stack a bunch of stuff really high and then it falls over. That's kind of where we're at right now, David. We got some guy who stacked a bunch of claims up and they're about to fall over. So we're just at this point, we're just waiting for it all to come crashing down.
I'm waiting for the penny to drop.
I think the name of that show is called Built on Sand. Not only did he stack a whole bunch of stuff on the base of his entire foundation is built on sand.
He went silent a couple times with me already, so I know that he doesn't have any gas left in the tank. So anything here is just grasping at straws.
Yeah, the wig's already been snatched. Now you're just waiting for the other part.
Well, I mean, if he had any curvature to show, he would have just done that in the first place instead of talking like about parallel sunlight on the moon for an hour and a half.
Right, man. You should literally just slap that evidence on the table, put your feet up, light a stogie, and be done with it. But instead, you have to like hype up all your evidence before you present it, and then don't present it.
And it's always something that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said he's going to come out with this really razzle-dazzle presentation of all these mathematical jazz hands. I mean,
well, he had to.
Nothing really to show for, but.
He had to start with his parallel light proof at first, so he started with light being parallel until it was scattered and diffused, and then not parallel when it reached the Earth's surface. So parallel, but not. It's parallel until it's not.
Verify that.
I'd lay good money down that whatever he presents doesn't have anything to do with a direct measurement of curvature.
Hell.
Nope. Well, nothing has so far. That would be a good post-diction.
Yep. It has no proof of globe one. Doesn't have proof one. We just need one.
Yeah, I'll take some of that action, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'd get in on a parlay, maybe.
That'd be great.
Every time, though. The last time he presented something, it had nothing to do with the topic we were talking about, but that was his evidence. So let's wait and see. Should be interesting.
Well, this is it, man. It's only been 8 years, and finally, what time is it?
Yeah, exactly. 2022.
Well, I mean, he saw a mountain on the horizon that looks smaller than he thinks it should have. Therefore, 3959 mile radius globe.
Yeah, where were the measurements of that? Like,
I don't know, but he came to a pretty specific conclusion that was something he just saw: 8 inches per mile squared curvature of the Earth. 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in a vacuum, because that mountain looked a little lower than I thought it should have.
But I bet you if we ask him if he's ever gone out and measured that, well, I think he said he has. But all we need is a line of sight measurement over water. Why is he measuring over land? Just do it over water, bro. Where's
Dude,
the
I
curved
can't
water? Look, if they show the curved water one time, I mean, repeatedly, if they do it repeatedly, that's it. Because 71% of this imaginary globe is supposed to be water. So if they measure curved water, they got 71% of their globe. But unfortunately, we haven't seen any of this ever. That's why we're still here.
Wait, are you the Glober?
No, I'm not.
GOFAST is it.
Who was the Glober?
GOFAST.
Not even a good Glober, really.
We gotta get to this guy.
Nah, he's just living in his own head. He's not really a tough nut to crack, man. I've seen worse than him.
Yeah. Anyway, he prefaces a lot of "if it were a globe" and imagination. You have to start. Just imagine this. We'll just do a thought experiment. That's where he's coming off from.
He's a fan of SpongeBob.
So
the horizon was geometric until refraction ate it.
Exactly. First step in globe is imagine it's a globe. That's the first step.
The sunlight was parallel till it was scattered and diffused.
From their own mouths. Exactly. Parallel. When he's talking about the number penumbra, which is not parallel.
It's parallel until it becomes not parallel for some reason. But it was parallel. Oh, okay, but you needed it to be parallel the whole way.
Finally.
Now he says it's parallel until it hits the atmosphere, then it's not.
Yeah, then it's not parallel anymore, so yeah, that really helps.
He said a couple things. He said it when it gets to the edge of the moon, then it changes something. Like, where is he getting all this? I want citation for every statement.
So it is parallel until the part where it actually matters.
He's way behind, yeah.
So
you're not wrong about that.
I'm back. What was the conclusive justification for my little experiment I did?
You're back for some more burning shifting. That's great. Did you find the distance to that church that you were showing us earlier?
Hold on a second. I thought we were in the middle of talking to another member.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad.
This asshole showed up and he wants to interrupt and take the floor. So, did you find the distance to that church?
Learn a lesson in manners, eh? Go fast. You chill yourself out, man. Fuck.
Yes, but go fast. Since you want to bombard,
they were having a conversation.
Did you find the distance to that church yet in the Kanagu shot?
You can DM me, but I'm not going to interject.
Just wondering, yes or no. You got the distance?
I knew that. I've known the depth. I've known the distance to the. What is it called? Notre Dame de la Grande for like the past 3 days. Yeah.
Awesome. Rattle it off. What is it? You knew it for the past 3 days, and then what happened?
I have. Hold on. Let me open my Google Doc.
You knew it for 3 days and then forgot, or what happened?
Let him ask.
I'm a cyborg, dude. I rely on my cell phone.
Yeah. You ask your
God. I put in my Google Doc.
Oh, so you never knew. You just lied.
You know what a Google Doc is? I wrote the information. You know what a Google Doc is?
So you never actually knew the information. It was just stored somewhere. You didn't know it. So. Okay.
No, I stored it myself.
Well, then why don't you have it stored in your head to rattle off right now?
It's at 967,204 feet. Is that church from the observer?
In miles?
It's like 75 miles, right? Yeah.
The church is at 75 miles from the observer.
Isn't it? Let me check. Oh no, sorry. That was the distance between the. I have another thing that proves the Earth is.
Yeah, you knew this for 3 days, but yeah, you'll get to it. Yeah. Well,
Mount Montauk to Pip Laurie is 75 miles. Hold on.
Yeah, sounds like you've had this information stored for a long time. Good memorization skills.
No, not a long time. Just like the last 3 days. But I didn't memorize it ever. I just wrote it down in Google Doc because I was doing a bunch of math with this stuff last night.
Yeah, you know it, but actually it was your phone that knew it. But yeah.
Why are you being like weirdly hostile?
Now?
Trying to get a simple number out of you. That's all.
3 hours, and we were talking to somebody who was actually worth our time. We were discussing the flat, and this guy's come storming back in because he's decided to come back. Are you an only child? Do you have brothers and sisters, or do you get?
I was here like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, well, go fast. We're just going to put you on mute until you have the distance.
Fuck.
I can tell you right now.
Oh, right now? Like now? Or like another now that's going to come in like an hour or two? Or
like I can tell you right now.
Okay, good.
157 miles.
It's 157 miles. Yeah, well, you shouldn't see any of it. Game over. So, Davidas, we were talking to you.
Hello?
That's so funny. You didn't do the math.
We didn't do the math. Let's just do the math from real quick that he thinks he did, which he obviously didn't do. I'll just put him on mute. You guys can talk to Davidas while I get that ready. And we can just go back to roasting him after that.
He said he could see a church far away.
The geometric horizon that he thinks is obstructing everything just as expected in the globe scenario, that's at 116 miles. His church is 150 some odd miles. So, yeah, he definitely shouldn't be seeing. What's the elevation of the church and how tall is it?
To my Google Doc.
Well, get it out.
I got you.
If it's that far away, shouldn't you not be able to see any of it? Like if we ran a globe with a parabolic drop of 8 inches per mile squared.
2,784 meters. I'll get that to you in feet. Do you want it in feet or miles? Oh, it's a mountain.
The elevation of the church?
Yeah. Oh, the church is at 505. That one I know off the top of my head. 505 feet.
505 feet.
Yeah, it's beyond the geographic horizon. If you want me to, like, is that what you're looking for? The church is beyond the geographic horizon.
So its elevation is 505 feet.
Yeah, it's beyond the geographic horizon and should not be visible were there no like atmospheric.
Okay, thanks. Well, you just said it for me. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I knew that. I've known that for days. Like what?
Well, no, actually you didn't, because what you came here saying is we don't see anything that we would not expect to see on the globe. It all just
see about, again. No, we see like 1 mile worth, again, plus or minus 9% for for refraction, right? Is your not a really good rule of thumb, but it's
infrared,
a,
you already said that the refraction ain't really doing anything. And anyway, the geometric horizon, it's not in the picture, as you already know, because I've told you like 70 times that it would have been.
Dude, let me tell you,
it was.
I'm so happy I did the research I did.
So, yeah, if it was in the picture, it would be at 116 miles, but it's not. So that's the reason why the church that should be buried, well, it should have about 700 feet of earth curve obstruction. You say it's at 500 feet elevation. So, yeah, you still shouldn't see it. You shouldn't see those mountains from their bases or any of that at all. You shouldn't be seeing any of that stuff that you say that we absolutely do expect to see on the globe model. So you're just like a triple, quadruple speaking weasel.
One thing at a time. So what shouldn't we be able to see?
Well, you shouldn't see the church that you spent this last.
All right, stop. Let's stop, and then let's address that one, right? All right. The church is within plus or minus 9% of the distance between yourself to the church.
Yeah, we don't care. You don't have a geometric horizon, so therefore you don't have a radius.
Cool. So you don't care about knowing what's true.
Radius
Right.
on.
Well, don't ask me questions if you don't care about the truth.
Okay, yeah, but you don't have a radius to base your refracted radius on.
Cool. I never said there was a radius.
Okay, then what are you talking about? You said that everything in that picture lines up with what we expect to see on the globe, so that implies the radius. Are you not arguing for the radius? Because radius and globe are kind of synonymous there.
I said everything we see in this picture is compatible with global geometry.
Except it's not, because you see the church and you don't see that with the globe. No, the globe geometry.
Within plus or minus 9% of your distance between you and the church, so it's being refracted. That's why you have to go 3 times over 3 days to take the same picture.
So what are the refractive conditions? Can you boil it down to a formula? What are? How much are? 7 over 6 are? What's it going to be?
I don't know what it was on this particular day.
Okay, so you have no idea. You're just making it up as you go.
No,
you have no idea. It's just whatever refraction you need for anything to be still compatible with your globe. So basically, the globe is not falsifiable. It works no matter what we see.
It's almost like physics conspires to make the globe model work.
It doesn't work. You shouldn't be seeing the stuff in the picture that you based your whole argument on. You shouldn't be seeing the church. You shouldn't be seeing the mountains. Most of all of them should be completely obstructed. At most, maybe you could see a mountain peak or two. You might be able to weasel your way into that, but that's about it. So you shouldn't be seeing any of those things, and you just come in and this is perfectly compatible. I can see that obstruction that isn't there at 116 miles obstructing all these things that it should obstruct, even though they're not obstructed, and the obstruction isn't in the picture. You're a goddamn idiot. Yeah, it's funny.
I'm going to save you some time. You're
going to save me some time. You've already wasted
This is the point.
I'm going to save you some research time.
Hold on. I want to address something here. You've engaged with a room of people and you've been demeaning, you've been posturizing yourself in a lot of the media that you've presented. Right?
I've been calm and intellectually honest for the past 3 years.
Engage with you in debate and discussions, and you've cut us off left, right, and center. And I find it absolutely horrendous that you would come storming back into the chat, I think for the 3rd time in the last 3 hours, and yet again monopolize the chat strictly with your presence and your questions of the same subject for the last 3 hours. How do you feel about gas in a container? I've been asking tons of people that it's the exact same question, and yeah, I'm going to make it about gas right now, but let's see if your brain can entertain another subject within the same realm of flat Earth beyond what you see in the sky. Are you capable of understanding something beyond just the sky?
Yeah, gas pressure exists without a container in the presence of gravity.
Exists, therefore,
you already did this.
We concede that it's a closed
system. I know.
Kiwi, he already did this. Were you here the other night when he started waffling?
That was my first
2 hours?
No, I missed it, and I'm certainly glad that I did, because this has been 3 hours that has been slightly infuriating to listen to. And I say infuriating, I know keeping my emotions in check, but listening to the continual head
he already did this. He went on for about 2 hours. He was talking about isolating pure space-time and proving that space-time could have been the only causal agent. Then he conceded he couldn't actually isolate space-time, and then he conceded he wasn't aware of an actual demo of gas pressure existing in the container.
So then move him to a room where he doesn't monopolize the public content that I feel he's trying to portray this. I'm here. I want to engage with whoever wants to talk to me with whatever I want to talk about. It's absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, I'm starting to sound like an asshole. I'm going to shut up now. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you're very valid in everything you said, and dishonest. Don't forget dishonest.
They all seem to be dishonest, these people.
I have not been
That's the
dishonest. I've been
crux of it.
so transparent.
It's the intellectual dishonesty, and yeah, that's the hot two words right now for me that
I've been
I
very fair.
witnessed that really leans in on my nerves.
Cool. Kiwi, to salve yourself, spend some time, use the Earth curve calculator that I just taught you how to use the other day, and figure out if this claim is true or not.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, use the advanced Earth calculator that I sent. It gives you more variables to play with.
I don't need
I don't know
to
if that's the one you're
play
talking
with
about. It might have been
numbers.
that one.
This is the problem that I'm having. I don't need to play with numbers to disprove your globe. I get to observe gas. I'm like, it's a closed system. Party's done.
Yeah, but for your benefit, Kiwi, notice how you could take that proposition to be keep fiddling with those sliders until it works.
No, I just inputted the
Exactly.
numbers that I observe in reality.
And
I'll cross-check anything you guys
wait a second. Wait a second. He's claim. Hold on, Kiwi. He says that he got the numbers from reality. The main number that you need to have gotten from reality to do any of this reification refraction stuff for your radius is the radius itself. So go, give us that.
I don't use radius when I use the flat Earth calculator.
Okay, so you don't have the numbers from reality. That's great.
No, I don't use radius, period. I use the flat Earth model. When I do the advanced Earth calculator that I just sent in chat, I use the flat Earth model. I don't use curved Earth. Why would I use curved Earth to validate observations I make from a flat Earth mean? I'm comparing them to what... Okay, wow, okay, never mind. Go ahead and use it yourself, validate any claim you want to, and I'll cross-reference your results, send them here, cross-check you, and put in what I've said. So don't make anything up, don't fiddle with sliders, don't play with the numbers, just be honest.
Oh, don't do exactly what you do, okay.
Oh, cool.
All right, listen.
So how about you go ahead and plug in what you observe and see if it's different than mine, because I'm being honest, and I always have been.
Yeah, so put the numbers into Walter Bill's advanced Earth curve calculator, refraction set to 0, radius set to 3959 miles, with the distance 157 miles to the whatever and whatever elevation. See what you get. Screenshot
Sorry,
it,
what?
post it.
What are we looking? You said radius, what, 39 miles or something?
Oh my goodness, dude. Don't worry.
I don't even know what.
Somebody
I
will
don't
do
even
it.
know what. Oh no, actually, I have
Radius
the
is
screenshot.
3959.
I did this morning. Are we talking about the church? Because I did this morning. There it is. That's your results. That's for No. That's for. Let me delete that. That's for the mountain. I've done like 3 different observations on the same picture. Let me delete that. That's not relevant to the church. My bad. That is for this. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Silence while I work. You all, I get all your attention because the silence means you're all waiting for me to respond. This is awesome.
I am personally only waiting for you to respond. I'm very
So
invested
good.
in your opinion.
Mm-hmm. Room full of people hooked on your every word, buddy. Eat it up. Enjoy it.
I don't like attention. I like knowing what's true.
Kiwi, did you even write down the numbers?
Nope. I'm sitting here watching.
Well, then how do you know what numbers to put in?
No. AI, here's the thing. No. AI, listen. At the end of the workday, there's only one man that got me off the couch, and that was you yesterday, to work with you to unpack what you were presenting. When a Glober walks in, I am not getting up off the couch to entertain nothing that this man has for me. I'm sorry, my guy.
You're busted. You said you were quadriplegic.
No, I didn't say I was a quadriplegic. I never said that.
Dude,
I said
I'm turning you in. I'm turning you in for fraud.
Did my Photoshops not work?
I said I'm in a wheelchair part-time. That's what I said, my guy.
Oh, so you only play a wheelchair guy on TV.
Yeah, exactly. I only play the Bionic Man. That's it.
Excuse me.
Why is one of my pictures not sending? Technology is so lame.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Is it hard to protect mainstream narrative? Because I see you are very engaged to protect all.
I'm just really interested in STEM, dude. Yeah, I'm just like a really thick STEM nerd. Like I don't care about protecting anything. I just care about observing what's true and what we observe in nature and what's
that means truth,
most
man.
reflective of reality.
That means truth, because that's truth, And we have here deceived people, because all this.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, just real fast. Neil Armstrong.
By the way.
Just real fast. Neil Armstrong gave a speech where he talks about, the people of this generation have much work to do. And then later on, he was talking about truth has protective layers. Why would truth need protective layers?
Who?
Right? And Neil Armstrong, the first guy to walk on the moon. You heard of him?
Yeah, I don't go. First of all, nothing anybody says has anything to do with real life and physics, right? If everyone at NASA said that the Earth was flat, that would not make it flat, right? I care about the observations of nature and what we can prove. I don't care about what people say, what people think.
Well, if that's true, then, by the end of the week or month, you'll be a flat earther.
I sure hope so, because for the past 2 months, every single thing I've ever been sent by a flat earther has come back to be a misunderstanding or just a lie. Every single thing. So I do my own research. I take everything seriously, and I validate them all on my own. So,
including the concession of gas what was it, the other day?
I just told you have to assume gravity. Gas pressure exists in a vacuum if you assume gravity.
Assumptions aren't
Gas pressure.
validations.
Cool. I just said.
A measurement of an average does not constitute the real world, my friend. You're not going to tell me that objects fall to the earth at an average speed and then tell me that it's a constant that you can observe and apply. Right? The sheer basis of gravity in
Hold on. I really want to know.
Measurement.
I want to know what do you mean? Gravity doesn't work on averages. Gravity is constant.
Measurement? What is the velocity? I think it's the velocity, but what is that factor that you plug in when you're calculating gravity? What's that number?
For the Earth or Big G?
9.8. Isn't 9.8 kilonewtons per meter?
You're talking about like you're talking about sea level Earth gravity. It's 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, and that rate is that not an observed? Not an observed. Sorry, is that not an average?
That's just sea level Earth gravity. That's not like, it doesn't matter. That's not physics. That's not what gravity is.
But I'm asking you, the numbers that they associate with your gravity, quote unquote, your force, right? Are these not averages that they are applying to the subjects that are falling from the sky? Simple question. You read.
No, it's a constant. It's 9.8 meters per second squared with the absence of air resistance, unless you want to include air resistance in your model, which you do.
So you're not aware that it's actually an agreed upon convention?
No, the Earth's gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. We know that. That's observed.
No, you know that as an average. This is my point to you. How are you going to tell me that a car falling to the Earth
as a convention?
Thank you.
It's actually not an average. It's
constant.
It's agreed on.
This is my point. Agreed upon.
That's the point. It's a convention.
But that would be like me, Elijah, AI, and a couple of others just getting into a room and going, "Oh, how fast does that fall?" And then we all just go, 9.8. Yeah, cool. It's literally what it is.
Exactly.
No, it's very well tested. Nothing has ever been observed to fall
No,
at anything
you're
9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum.
You're just wrong about that, bro.
All right, cool. Give me an example. Give me an example of anything that has ever fallen.
Can I direct everyone's attention to the live stream voice text? Can I direct everyone's attention to the live stream voice text?
Yes, sir.
This was a drop tower in Germany, right? And they dropped all these different elements, right? The same weight, but different elements have different mass. There was no air. It was a vacuum. It was a drop tower. So you can see when the GIF begins, things start floating, right? That's only possible if they're falling, right? So this thing is falling with a camera attached to it. But as you can see, there's a graph behind the objects that are falling. And you can tell that different objects are falling at different speeds. So where's your gravity going?
It's loading still. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, the reply to this text specifically. Observe the test and reply on the.
Yeah, it's still a great.
And another thing, if you had a propane tank and it was full of propane at 250 psi, and you open it, you can pray to all the gravity, the dark matter, the dark energy, pray to whatever gravity god you got, right? But it's not going to hold that in. It's going to spew out against, in other words, the other direction from the center of the Earth. It's going to spew out.
Yeah, I understand. No, I know that you. I don't know you don't understand pressure or gravity. If you can ask questions, but you can't, like, just telling me things that I already know and me agreeing with you is not getting.
Okay, so you understand that there has to be containers, right?
Gas pressure does not require a container. Yeah,
okay,
gas
so
pressure
can
does
you
not
go
require a
purchase?
container.
Can you go purchase 250 psi of propane without propane accessories?
No, on Earth, gas pressure requires a container, obviously, right?
Oh, right. That's where we live, right? So it does require a
on
container.
Earth, assuming you're not in a non-inertial reference frame. Like, if you're in a falling box, then gas pressure exists without a container, obviously. But, like, you know, if you just open up a pressurized container, it's gonna equalize with, like, local air pressure. But that doesn't mean that everything that has lower pressure than the external. All right, let me give you a hypothetical. If something has high pressure and something has low pressure, the high pressure system will try to equalize with the low pressure system.
Yeah,
right?
that's what we're saying.
Right, cool. Why does the ocean not get sucked up into the atmosphere?
Because there's no adjacent vacuum.
Bro,
there's no adjacent outer space vacuum.
Cool. If you open up
to equalize with.
Great. If you open a pressurized balloon and it equalizes with the atmosphere because the balloon is a higher pressure than the atmosphere, why does the water in the ocean not get sucked up into the air? Because the water is hundreds of times more pressurized than the air is.
The water is liquid?
Of course. Brilliant.
It vaporizes. And if it was next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, there probably wouldn't be much of an ocean there.
True.
Yeah, it is true. So I don't think we have one of those.
Liquid and gas behavior is entirely different.
Do you know the answer to my question? It's because the water has weight, and so does the gas.
Yeah.
Do you remember when the other day you did this whole spiel and it just came down to, no, I'm aware of no demonstration of gas pressure without a vacuum. So why are you doing it again?
I didn't say no.
Without a container.
It's never been done. No, it's never been done. It's very easy to do. The ISS could do it right now. You need a non-inertial reference frame and the longest time to
ISS in the same conversation. You've lost everything.
He did this the other day, and it came down to, well, give me $8 million and I could do it. And I said, well, you don't have to do it personally. Just cite somebody who has. And he goes, well, I'm not aware of it actually having been done, but I know it could be.
Yeah,
that's
because why would this ever be done? Why would anyone ever do this? It costs so much money to find a non-inertial reference frame that you can observe for that
that's
long.
Just a lot of words for no.
Ridiculous.
Look, that's just a lot of words for no. I cannot.
There's a lot of words for you don't understand how gravity or pressure works.
Yeah, you're spiraling, GOFAST.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
a cool
let's say-
sci-fi story.
Let's say, for
All
instance.
right, cool.
let's
Steelman
say,
me
for
then.
instance-
Steelman me and explain
Okay,
how gas
fine,
pressure can exist.
fine. Who cares, dude? Who cares? Okay, let's be clear. Okay. Down and up are perpendicular to horizontal. So if anything, things going down or up proves that we live on a horizontal plane, because everywhere we go, things go down or up. So problem solved. The end.
That was the weirdest logic I've ever heard. I wish I recorded that.
Excuse me? Really? So down and up are perpendicular to horizontal.
All right, tell me when a word you say that is one of the constituents of the point you're making is a physical constant.
What?
Okay.
Tell me which one of these words is a physical constant rather than
Here's how we're going to do this, bro.
a immaterial
We're gonna do this
concept,
by common
right?
experience.
Oh my goodness, I like pigeons.
Down is down, up is up. Everybody knows that. Everybody
Down
knows
is the
what
direction
horizontal
of the
is.
gravitational field you inhabit.
Stop talking over him. Go
Down is
fast.
radially inward. He's
No.
describing
No,
something
whoa,
incorrectly. I can't believe that.
hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey, chump change. I said we're going to talk at experiential level. So now I want you to tell me when you have experienced inward
No, I
radius.
understand.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't listen. How do you understand?
We're saying that, like, I was born and then there's no civilization except me and nature, and I live to be this age, and I have no understanding of how anything works. So I get that.
Or no understanding how anything is explained versus
no,
works,
actually,
No, I think
Oh,
he
really?
does
Really?
understand, but the thing is that
Really?
he's playing a
So,
character.
okay, perfect.
He's going from this standpoint. He's standing here talking to people, and he's going in a third perspective into this imaginary place, and he's speaking to us from there. He can do it pretty well.
So,
Because the I'm sorry, because the application and the practical things that we can do, like we can demonstrate and observe and all of that put together, and the devices we can devise to demonstrate things. He knows a lot of that, but he's actually that's 50% of the equation. He's speaking from a mindset that he doesn't have to. He's not speaking to us from the demonstration side. He's speaking to us from the
fair.
imaginary plane.
So let's do one. Let's do a demonstration right now between me and you. Okay. Okay. We both agree that down is down to the ground, and up is away from the ground. And we also both agree that that's perpendicular to horizontal. Now, where you are, your horizontal is horizontal. Where I am, my horizontal is horizontal. And my down is down and my up is up. Now, I'm going to drop something. You're going to drop something. We're going to both witness it come down.
I have a problem with the model.
There's no reason.
I didn't until you said horizontal. Until you said
He's
horizontal.
not done. He's not done.
Oh my
He's
goodness,
not done.
dude. I'm going to take this level. I literally have an 8-foot level right here. Boom. It's freaking sweet. Aluminum, blue, grippy handles. Oh, awesome. Feels cold to the touch.
Buddy, an 8-foot level is pretty manly, I have to say.
That's right, dude.
Buddy.
Top G.
So I'm going to take my level. I'm going to take my level, and Bro Holmes is going to take his level, and we're both going to get a horizontal level. Okay, I got mine. Bro Holmes over there, he got his, Gemsy. Then I'm going to take my doobly-doo here, and I'm going to put my thing there, and I'm going to put it next to the level, and then I'm going to drop it, and I see that it goes perpendicular, and so does his. So now it's perfectly rational to just assume that we're on a horizontal plane, because that's exactly how we experience it. Now,
exactly.
This idea that these drops that we're doing are actually radials to each other. Okay, Brahomes 3. I want Brahomes 3 to validate that our two horizontals and verticals are actually radial to each other. Go ahead and validate that, Brahomes.
All right, I want you to define horizontal because it's not a real thing. At least I can compare up and down to something that actually exists. I can't even compare horizontal to anything that really exists in the real world.
AI, can I please go in on?
Holy crap, dude. I have this 8-foot machine.
Yeah.
That gives me a horizontal, Brahomes.
For the purposes of math,
you can't think of
not like
something
real
that,
life.
Dude, so you're so brainwashed by the globe that you don't even know what horizontal is.
Yeah.
Can you describe what horizontal is to me in real life, not math, not your imagination? Can you describe to me what horizontal is?
Yeah, dude, it's this level.
Oh, that level is horizontal.
It's an actual device.
Yep.
Yeah. It's called
because
a level because it measures
I can
level.
describe up and down. I can describe up and
The
down.
horizon.
Really good.
You ever heard of the
Hey,
horizon?
GOFAST, do you know what a construction plumb bob is?
Yeah,
You kind of know what
plumb
it is,
bob
right?
is a vertical.
Yeah.
Establishes a vertical.
Because the construction plumb bob, right?
It finds the
AKA,
opposite.
you referred to it earlier in
perpendicular to
let me
gravitation.
finish, please. Let me finish. Quiet, please. A construction plumb bob, what you referred to earlier in the discussion as a pendulum that you seem to think proved the Earth was spinning, is actually the observation of.
I never did that.
Stop
You're confusing me with someone else.
Stop.
Oh,
Plumb
continue.
bob illustrates the downward force that is in place. Okay, you are seeking the definition of what horizontal is. Horizontal is 90 degrees perpendicular to the construction plumb bob's orientation of down. That is level. And if you hang a TV, hold on a second, if you hang a TV in your living room, you will use a level. And if AI hangs a TV in his living room, it will be level. And if AI constructs a house with roof joists, those wooden members that run parallel to the plane of the earth that you're on, they're going to be constructed level. So my question to you in that long beat out lead up is, when does your curve start to occur when all I see is level in everything that we construct?
Everywhere I go, plumbing level, everywhere I go.
Everything we build? Are you serious? Stuff we build, not real life. Stuff that human beings build.
Wait a second.
We don't build things in real life, eh,
You
buddy?
don't build in
Not
real
nature.
life?
Not
GOFAST?
nature, things that
What?
people build.
What's this
You're
argument,
asking me,
dude?
You're asking me for curves in things that people build instead of nature?
Like canals.
Oh, we don't build in
Holy
nature.
crap, bro.
We don't build houses
All
in
right.
nature. Are you
All right, let's
that
agree. Let's see if we
intellectually
can
dense?
agree. Let's
You're
see if we can agree on
intellectually dense
something.
now.
Imagine
So
talking about all
horizontal
this
is not a real
bullshit
curve,
when
right?
all you had to do was show us Earth curve.
Well, I mean, I proved the Earth was round this morning. We're past that.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
You
you
haven't
did?
proved
I did.
anything.
I guess
No,
we're
you
gonna have to
didn't.
circle back to that.
You guys must have. You guys must have. I
Yeah,
must have missed the point where you
it seems like we're
justified.
holding a mystery, so we'll have to go back.
Hold on.
Let's try again. Let's do it again. Let's do it
I
again.
want him to give a synopsis as fast as possible, uninterrupted, of how he did it. 30 seconds.
Yeah,
go.
nobody interrupts.
All right, I'll post in one image. I did the experiment this morning. Remember? So, anyone justify this at any point? By the way.
Dude, that's not a synopsis.
Jesus.
Cool. Somebody want to explain to me how the Earth is not round, given the experiment I did this morning?
You made some assumptions, looked at where light was at different places.
All right, make this work. Make this work on the flat Earth. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't see any drop over distance of the Earth measured, so another
All right,
fail.
make it work.
What else
Make
you
it
got?
work.
I don't care about this. Where's the drop over distance?
Okay. So we know the Earth is not flat, but we don't know it's round. Because this does nothing to prove the Earth is round.
Wait, I think this is a problem. You actually picked up this image of these two things that you posted, the two last one, and you're saying this is what we're talking about these two images?
I don't know what your model is.
You think the Earth is like a cartoon on Discord or Google searches?
No, I don't know what.
This is what this place is.
All right, I've said no 3 times, and you're still talking, which is funny. Like, right? I never
Well,
said I
if you know it, why did you use it?
This is a really weird way to go about measuring drop over distance of the surface.
Because
of the
I picked the most popular flat Earth model.
Okay, so you straw manned us out of the gate.
Okay, well, you're assuming my model of the Earth, right?
Okay,
you're straw manning me.
That was another failure. So what you were requested of was drop over distance of the Earth. We need a measurement of that.
Oh, this validates Eratosthenes was his drop over distance. So, thanks for playing. Flat Earth.
Oh fucking idiot.
Bro, they just described to you what a level is and how that's used to basically work things out on this plane, and you presented two images of cartoons. You present the cartoons, bro.
Yeah, because we don't.
Think about it.
A level finds the angle perpendicular to the gravitational field it inhabits.
Okay, that's a really cool story, but you took a cartoon that we didn't claim and said, oh, look, this situation won't work on that. Okay, that's really great. Who cares now? Where's the measurement?
And I think this is the thing. He's inserting his spirit, his mind into these cartoons, and he's speaking from there. So when he's speaking to you about the globe, he's standing on that image in his mind.
All right, so I want you all to say that my observations are possible on a flat Earth.
No, I'm not going to say anything that you want me to say.
All observations are possible on a flat Earth.
You earned absolutely nothing from me to demand anything. Are you really a child?
Yeah, that's the only Earth that observations are possible on, because that's the only Earth we have any evidence of.
This has been very satisfying. Thanks, guys.
You're satisfied?
Do you see what I'm saying, gentlemen?
You're satisfied with your complete failure here to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, to demonstrate drop over distance of the Earth? You're satisfied with that? Okay, well, I'm glad you're happy.
I recommend you conduct your own
4
experiments,
hours
guys, and don't just trust everything everybody
this
tells you.
man's ego, apparently, and he's now satisfied.
Yeah, where's the drop over distance measured? I didn't see it. I'm not satisfied. I want that droplet resistance.
You said this. Oh
So,
my gosh! So now you're not
you can
even
do a
accountable
similar
for the words
thing
that are coming out
to
of
what
your
I
mouth.
did. You can do a
You
similar
are
thing to what I
you are
did.
a
Instead of
horrible
latitude, use
witness.
longitude.
I would not rely upon you for anything. You'd be thrown out.
Instead of using latitude like I did to validate the sun's razor parallel, use longitude, and then plug that into
Can you use
the
reality
Eratosthenes
to
equation to
verify
validate the radius.
the sun's
Yeah,
razor
but they're not
No, this is
parallel?
reality.
They're
Can
not
you use
this is an
something
observation of
reality?
reality.
Go fast, please.
Someone just
Can
told
you
me to
bring
use reality.
Yeah, can you bring us something
Yeah,
from
no, this is an
reality?
observation of reality I made this morning.
Okay,
These are fucking cartoon pictures.
Oh, really? The top one's webcams that were live at the time.
That's weird. I didn't see any Earth pictures on those.
And where did I see parallel light rays in that?
Yeah, you took pictures.
All right, no. He literally just
pictures
doesn't
of
understand.
two locations on the Earth
Let me explain
where
it
it
to
was
him.
daytime, and then you compared them to two different cartoons. You
Let me
idiot.
explain it
So
to
now
him.
what we
He
need
doesn't
is an
understand.
Earth curve measurement.
Does anybody else not understand how this invalidates the flat Earth?
Hey, I'll tell you
explain it
how
if anyone doesn't know.
I understand. Remember that level the AI was speaking to you about? That level was utilized to build those places in your photographs in the webcam. You
I
see
know.
all those level
No, I know
places,
that.
the
I'm
canals,
very aware of that.
and the street. You see those roads, the roads that you drive through, right? Remember? So you use the level for that, and then to set up the canals and everything, and yeah, you use
I
the
use
level
levels all
for
the time
that.
in my personal life.
Thank you.
I use
Welcome
levels
to
in
Flat
real
Earth,
life
bro.
all the time.
That
Do you
is
ever use
hilarious.
lasers?
I use
Listen.
levels all the time in real life.
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
I'm aware of the concept of down, right? What a
I
level
hope
does
you
is
are,
give you
because
the
if you
angle at
use a
90
level,
degrees
you
to
should be
radially
aware
inward.
of it. So my question is, and come back to my original question, right? If you can stop beating around the bush like a dog chasing its tail, where does the observation of level, if I'm hanging a TV, begin? Me hanging a TV, I'm assuming that's where it's going to begin. Where does level stop and your magic curve start to happen?
Yeah.
There is never any level. Level does not actually exist. Level is an imaginary angle
You are
at 90
intellectually
degrees.
dishonest, because I just said to you, you can use a construction plumb, bob, which is based off of your gravity that you use, and 90 degrees to that illustrates level. So I've explained to you how you're able to portray what the horizon is running from left to right. So I'm asking you yet again, and I will appeal to the court at this point to treat the witnesses hostile, to be dramatic. But at this point in time, I'm asking you, where does your level that you observe hanging a TV disengage and your curve kick in for the third time?
He told you there's no level. He told you that
Gemsy.
it doesn't exist. So
Let me
he told
respond.
you it.
Let me respond.
Listen.
Gemsy,
Okay, you
I'm
say it
asking
doesn't
him.
exist.
Gemsy, I'm asking him, please.
I got it.
Magic leash, where is
Okay.
it?
As I've said, and I need you to pay attention to me, all right? There is no such thing as horizontal, up, left, or right. The only observable direction is down, okay? Horizontal is just as
I
made up
appeal
as
to the
up or
court that
sideways.
this witness is being intellectually dishonest.
Okay, perfect.
How?
The judge sees the courtroom. Bro, the judge sees the courtroom. You want to go to prison?
I want to go to prison so bad.
All right.
Okay, let me ask him this. I'm sorry. I interrupted earlier because of this. I wanted to ask him something. So you're saying this level that you say doesn't exist, when someone is building a structure like a building, they just have to skip that part about the level and not use it?
No, I use levels all the time.
Oh, but you're saying it doesn't exist.
No, it's incredibly helpful for construction and just general life purposes to know what angle is perpendicular to gravity. Because that's like the most stable angle on the surface of anything. The most stable angle that you can have is perpendicular to down.
How do you state that observing level is a good idea for construction? It's the only principle of construction.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
AI. Come on, my guy. If you don't build a parallel house, what's going to happen? You're going to walk around in a circle all day?
What's going to happen is I'm going to smack you with my 8-foot level. That's what's going to happen.
Why are you describing my opinion?
Probably draw blood.
I just said that. Yeah, don't describe my opinion.
Okay, cool story to the gravity. So, what direction is that?
The direction that's perpendicular to down?
Yeah.
It's
like, for
level,
example,
but it's not an
I'll
actual
help you
thing.
out.
No, it's
I'll help
level
you
or
out.
horizontal, but it's not an actual
Okay,
thing that actually
I'll
exists.
help
It's not
you.
material.
I'll help you. Some people might make the assertion, right, that down is to the center of the Earth. Would you agree or disagree?
I think it's a guess at best. I think it's a bad way to describe down. I think it's true.
Okay, so let me explain it to you. In the globe model, okay, you have the axis of rotation. You have centrifugal force. Then you have the inward force of quote unquote gravity.
I think that's a bad way to describe it.
Okay. As an ideal, these would be differential vectors. Because obviously, the axis of rotation is not pointed to the center, as it has centrifugal force. It's around the axis, not to the center. So as you go up or down on the globe, quote unquote, right, it would stay parallel to itself. Whereas if you go up and down on the globe, gravity would be at an angle, right? So they'd always be at differential angles, with exception of the North Pole center, South Pole center, and I mean the rotational center, not, the magnetic or whatever is relative. And maybe the equator, right?
Yeah, I actually totally agree with everything you said.
Okay, then on top of that, right? So once you establish that, that means on essentially 99.999% of the Earth, down would not be to the center.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree with everything you said, and when you asked me, I said that's a bad way to describe it.
Then, on top of that, you have allegedly differential distribution of masses, which would make those downwards all over the place.
You're describing my opinion.
Almost nobody experiences down as a radial to the center of the Earth.
Yes, you're describing my position.
Right. So that's a great story. But the problem is that everywhere we go, we only experience plumb and level.
Yeah, because those factors are negligible.
Oh, it's almost like they don't exist.
Kind of like the deviation of the sun's light, huh? It's negligible, but it doesn't not exist.
Okay, do you understand the point that AI was attempting to illustrate for you, my friend?
Yeah, I understand it. In a
Like, you
world
understand
where,
the premise that
yeah,
we
in a
don't
world where gravity is way less
you don't
powerful, and
take a ball and shove a bunch of sticks into it that are all equal length and observe a pattern, a flat pattern that you could build, for instance, a bridge on. You observe a radial pattern. So how do you then propose that we build on top of a ball and we always result in a flat plane? Are you suggesting that the ball of Earth is a multifaceted plane or a multifaceted ball, like a golf ball?
I believe that the Earth is an object, right, that has mass, and there are various factors that go into the forces on the surface of that. But overwhelmingly, they are dominated by a almost perfectly radially inward gravitation. Now, what he said is all true, but these factors are insignificant and negligible, almost undetectable by our best scientific instruments, but they are detectable. We've mapped the gravitation.
Things that don't exist.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. Let's
Oh,
start
you
off
disagree.
with
All right, prove me wrong.
No, I don't disagree. I think you're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit. And then I'm going to prove it right now. You said gravity. Which type of gravity are you talking about?
Relativistic.
So, Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah, relativistic acceleration.
No, there is no acceleration, you dumb fuck idiot.
Oh, cute.
And
Maybe you should read a book.
Einstein's general relativity. So, is Einstein's general theory of relativity a scientific theory?
Yes, as are all hypotheses, right?
Sure.
It's our model
sure
for gravitation.
Oh, sure they are. Sure they are. I'm not done with my questioning. What is a scientific theory?
A scientific theory is an idea that's proposed to explain a natural phenomenon.
Wrong.
You're
It's
wrong.
not
Google
an
it.
idea.
Google it. Cool. I'll post it. All right, I'll post it in chat.
It's not an idea. You're a fucking
All right, I'll
moron.
post it in chat.
Yeah, you can post anything in chat. It's not an idea. Scientific theory is not
really
an
because
idea.
the fourth word of the definition is idea. So
no, it's
good
not.
luck next time. Thanks
Go
for
ahead,
playing.
post it, and don't say a fucking word until you do. I want citation support for your fucking idea.
Listen, I demand 2 minutes notice for popcorn.
Yeah, just hold off.
As long as it's 2 minutes so this popcorn can cook.
Long as it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes for what?
For my popcorn to cook.
Oh.
Say we take a break for his popcorn.
Already made.
I say we compensate for the popcorn. Take a break.
Yeah, you would say that.
I thought you
Why?
were supposed to
I've
be
been
posting
pushing
this
your
on
ass
the
for the past hour. What are you talking about? I've been pushing your shit in for the past hour, bro. There's nothing wrong about a single thing.
You fucking idiot, man.
Did you post the scientific theory yet?
He
I just
posted
posted the
a
definition
fucking
of theory.
a definition and
Where
a
at?
citation.
I need a
Just in
citation.
55 past the hour.
At 55 past the hour from who?
Me. GoFast.
GoFasty, yeah.
I don't know where the Y came from, by the way, because when I try to edit my name on Discord, there's not a Y there. I don't know how that happened.
All right, that's not a scientific theory. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Cool, that's the definition.
I want to direct everyone. I'm just going to shut you up. Or can you shut up? Be quiet.
Provide your own definition.
It's not my definition, you fucking numpty dipshit. From Chemistry About Scientific Theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Nothing in your fucking definition. You don't know what a scientific theory is. Like I said, you'd fail 5th grade general science. From course to quasar, scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. We'll just go to the last one. They all say the same fucking thing. University of Rochester Physics Labs. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. So, you said Einstein's general theory of relativity was a scientific theory. So, I need you to go back to 1915 to his published paper and pull out the observed natural phenomena, the hypothesis, and the control variables in the experiment right now.
So I can just describe it. I know this off the top of my head.
No, you ain't going to describe it. You're not going to describe it. Let me say it again. I want you to go back. This is fair and reasonable. I want you to go back to that scientific theory, the original paper. It must be in that fucking paper. That is, the observed natural phenomena, the hypothesis in full, the null hypothesis, and the control variables in that paper right now, and to prove and establish what you said. Simple.
You want to know what the first experiment was to validate relativity?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth, you pretender clown wiki parroting fuckwit. I just told you what a scientific theory is because you didn't know you'd fail 5th grade general science. But before that, you said general theory of relativity was a scientific theory. So, to be a scientific theory, it has to have repeated experimental tests. Well, to have that, you must have a hypothesis. Then you have a null hypothesis. Before that, to get to the hypothesis stage, you must have an observed natural phenomena. You see how I went backwards with you? So, on or before 1915, you have to give me what I just asked for to establish it as a scientific theory, right? Like if you would have said it was a banana, then you would have to establish it as complex carbohydrates, B6, and fucking various minerals. And it grows on trees in different... Do you follow what I'm saying? Shitbag. So
okay,
do it
cool.
now.
All right. So you want me to conform to your definition of theory?
Yeah, you're done.
Retard.
Just go on mute. You can't listen. It's not mine. I'm not the University of Rochester Physics Labs. I'm not Chemistry a Bot. My name's Quantum Eraser, you fucking retard. You're just a pretender clown. You're just like all the rest of them. You're just wiki parrot, right? No depth whatsoever. And as soon as we start asking Formica deep questions into your fuckwit, pretender clown, parroted claims, you just go into a fucking spiral of non-fucking sensible questions, requests, ad homs. Fuck off. Go back to preschool. When you go back to preschool, right? You put forth your claims and they ask you for support. When they stop laughing, then maybe consider coming out here and defending this globe idiotness. Until then, just shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's so good.
Favorite part when level doesn't exist.
So,
hey guys, I just set up on my computer. Am I too loud or too quiet?
no, you're fine.
All right. So, Sasha.
He's back.
Yeah, hey guys. Sasha, the last time we talked, you were, I think, pretty intellectually honest in recognizing that if we could verify the sun's rays are parallel, that would bring some validity to the error.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I think that
GOFAST
you didn't understand me, I think.
You already conceded that they're not parallel anyway, because your whole thing is, well, they're parallel until something happens in the atmosphere where they diverge and scatter, and then they're not parallel right when I need them to be, so that's out. What else you got?
I didn't realize that heretic. Did I say that right? Heretic?
Nope.
How?
GOFAST.
Please, how do you say it?
Again.
Heretic.
I will be again.
Heretic. Thank you. So glad that you're here to deal with this guy.
I do like
him. Will be again.
And it's been 3 days of him being like, I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and then he waffles about isolating space-time from absolutely everything else, and doesn't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, doesn't show us his curve, doesn't show us his sagitta. He can tap dance, but he can't prove the globe.
Intellectually dishonest, says the court.
Yeah, 3 days of trying to show parallel rays, but he shows us that they're divergent, then makes excuses for them being divergent, so they're not parallel, but cool stories. Go fast.
Gonna mute myself until
GOFAST. I will be again intellectually honest. Yesterday you was not intellectually honest. You was double, triple, four, I don't know what speaking. And I will tell you about that sun rays. Sun rays can go, listen to me, parallel, spiral, diagonally, triangles, whatever you want, you know. It will not form water to curve. Do you understand?
Yeah. I agree with Sasha. That's what I would say. For your thought experiment to work here, buddy, you need to go out and measure drop over distance of the ground and prove that that is a curved surface, or else we don't care about your parallel or divergent light scenario.
Okay, I'm not here to prove the globe. I'm just here to find an explanation for the experiment I did.
Okay, well, we're here for you to prove the globe. That's your job here.
Yeah, why are you not trying to prove the globe?
All right, then I'm just going to mute myself and
participate. Yeah, because we don't really care about your stories about light doing this or that. If it's doing this or that, it's not doing the things that you say it needs to do in order for you to prove your outcome. But in order to verify that those shadow angles are caused by a curving surface, we need you to show us the curving surface. Do you know how to measure drop over distance? Do you know how to compare a curved surface to a straight edge?
Like I said, I want an explanation for my results, and I'm just going to mute myself if you guys don't want.
What results? You found parallel sun rays? Because every time a glober tries to post a picture of parallel sun rays, they're not parallel. Do you want to give us another picture like that we can use for flat Earth proof? That'd be great. Thanks.
I just recommend you do the same experiment that I did, where you
It's not an experiment.
It's morning right now in America, so I could do the same thing I did last morning today, where just take two cities that are on the same latitude but very different longitudes. I think I'm using the correct coordinates. Just one that's very, very north and one that's very, very south, but on the same like latitude. And
it still wouldn't be causing the Earth to curve.
I understand that. I just need I want my results to be explained. So just take live webcams, just Google live webcams from these cities, and then find a shadow that's very clear and very sharp. Obviously, if it's a cloudy day, it won't help you. And just take them screenshots at the same time.
Hey, why are you so scared to prove that the globe is actually a thing?
You can't. You can just.
You don't think that it's intellectually honest to prove the thing that you believe in is actually real?
Do you want me to actually answer that? Because if I'm being entirely and perfectly honest with you guys,
I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt.
Honestly, right? And the reason for that is because I think your standard of evidence is unfounded. I mean,
Yeah, you want us to lower the bar for you. I get it.
No,
Yes, because you're trying to prove a sci-fi story here, right? So you want the bar lowered. You want you want your substandard evidence to pass here. We see what you're doing.
I want to hear what Pac-Man wanted to say.
It's just this D standard. We don't have insane standards or anything. You just go out and get the measurement of this curve you're talking about. Done. That's it. It's just D standard. You want the bar lowered because you're trying to prove a fiction. So I get it.
How do you have two really north and south cities?
I used Cape
when you're using longitude, and longitude is the lateral measurement from left to
I
right.
didn't know that I was using the right terms, but I used Oslo. And
You should know. See, and this is okay. And I'm going to call you on your shit right now, and I'm going to be honest with you. From yesterday, when you said that north was a concept, you as a person who was attempting to engage in debate, lost me. Because you were taking you admitted multiple times last night that you were perverting definitions to fit your justification of the shape that you're attempting to observe. Which, as somebody who's attempting to again engage in debate, if you're going to be intellectually dishonest to that degree where you're going to pervert the dictionary, that's uncouth.
All right, so I will not be called a liar or intellectually dishonest. I'm on the computer right now, so I can take notes on what you guys say. So I want to get through.
If you're going to present latitude versus longitude, I'd like you to know what latitude and longitude is before you actually provide it.
What does it matter? I mean, we already know that the sun's light isn't parallel. It doesn't reach the Earth parallel. We've got thousands of pictures of it not being parallel. So why don't you just measure that curve? That a curve is causing what you're looking at when you're talking about these various shadow angles, then find the curve, show us that curve, then we'll know, oh, well, it must be that curve. But you can't show the curve, so...
I'm going to go one point at a time because there's a lot of different things being brought up. So I got a little notepad out here so I can keep track of conversation and not answer something that's off topic, because that seems to be a problem that we have.
GOFAST. Why don't you
do is off topic? Because you can't stick to the topic by just showing us the Earth curve that we're looking for.
I'm going to write down a topic, and I'm going to just mute myself when something else tries.
Yeah, see the server title? That's the topic. Just write that down. Take that down real quick.
For example, if we can go to the NASA, me and you, theoretic, you and me, for example, and we can see the launch of the satellites, what that will prove for us, even if we see that with our eyes?
Well, it depends how long you watch them for, in my opinion.
Yeah. Again, my question will be the same like with the sun rays. Okay, I watched that, it's going up, and in a moment I don't see, but I saw everything, it's going up, let's say, how you say, my English is bad. Let's say we see all that thing, satellite is going up, and it's going up straight. In one moment you don't see anymore because you cannot see.
Turns.
Yeah. But let's say that it's going really straight, and it's going straight, up, and then disappear. And we saw that with our eyes because we were there, like, let's say, 1 mile, and we watched that with the binoculars or whatever. And again, my question will be how that will form the curvature in reality.
That's a good question. So I've watched 2 rocket launches, and they don't go straight. up, unless you're doing like a suborbital hop like Bezos, which doesn't actually go to orbit, and I don't care about Bezos. But if you watch the rocket, they go up and then they turn and it's called a gravity turn to go, across the horizon.
It's a cool euphemism.
Latitude. There you go.
Really nice. Yeah, great explain away. So they go up and down, and you call it a gravity turn. Okay.
I didn't explain away anything. I just told you what rocket.
Well, you did, because what you're trying to get to is that these rockets go to a second law of thermodynamics violation that you can't verify, that you can't show us, right? And you want to tell us that that's where they go. So essentially your story is, well, they do go to Narnia, guys. And the parabolic trajectory, it's just, they're doing that for good reason, so that they can get to this Narnia.
Well, ask me a question.
Ask you a question.
Okay. Do rockets do these rockets go to outer space?
How would we verify that? You would watch
exactly.
Them, right?
Exactly.
You watch as they go over the horizon, right? You would have someone else that's over the horizon that has a visual on this rocket continue to watch it as it goes across the sky, right?
Right.
Okay. So at no point in a rocket launch do people on the ground lose visual contact with the spacecraft. At no point.
Good.
So
that isn't true either, though. That isn't true. There's like 80,000 cuts in every single rocket launch.
You're talking about live streams. I'm talking about private rocket trackers. It's a whole community. People track spacecraft.
Yeah, they go to high altitude. Like Blue Origin, they go to like 240,000 feet. That's not what we're talking about. Who cares?
I'm talking about normal people that track rocket launches for fun and take pictures of them and follow them as they go across the sky.
Yeah, we do that. We take pictures of them and we see that the trajectories are parabolic. And you're calling it a gravity turn. It's a euphemism that you're using to try to explain away the parabolic trajectory that they take. Why? Because obviously they can't get to a thermodynamics violation in the sky.
So
hold on a second, GoFast. My next follow-up question to what was just outlined is, if you look at the stream chat, I've just posted a picture of what happens after your rocket somehow manages to hit something. And how do you explain these quote-unquote skid marks that you see going across your sky? And this happens all the time. Don't say you love this. No, don't say you love this, because it's straight up calling your stuff that you just posted bullcrap, because you only showed half the story. Right? And this is coming from somebody's cell phone, not your man-made creation crap. This is our men who stomp the pavement with their stuff in their pockets that can show this as evidence. Right? So I'm calling you down on the fact that you're only observing what you want to see, which is this crap about rockets having to observe a curve to catch up with gravity so they can slingshot to space. Sorry, had to say that. I don't appreciate your pictures, dude.
First of all, I'm never talking about sources from the people who launched the rockets when I mention anything I'm talking about. I'm talking about individual observers like you and me, like you said, boots on the ground, that are doing their own observations. I love these pictures. I have things like this on my phone. Did you have a question about these?
Can we go back to your claim that nobody loses visual? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wanted to get back to that because that's a much more important point. I can explain what these are, but
so people on the ground have visual confirmation of rocket launches from launch to like docking or something like that, right?
Well, it obviously depends on the mission, right? But for all low Earth orbit missions, at no point do people on the ground, like individuals like you and me, not NASA, lose visual contact with the spacecraft. Yeah.
Okay, so at what point do you, from your perspective, lose visual confirmation? And at what point is somebody acquiring visual confirmation that's on the other side of the world? And do you have documentation of this?
Well, not on the other side of the world, just out of your field of view on the horizon, right? So somebody who's further along this trajectory of a spacecraft can see it at a point where you cannot. And then you can do that all around the world. And there's communities that track rockets for fun with telescopes and cameras and radar equipment. They'll track rockets and track their trajectory. And these are people.
So over the Atlantic Ocean, there's no loss of visual confirmation, meaning people on the surface of the Earth having a visual of the rocket. Is that your claim?
That's actually a good point. I'm sure there's points. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's points, I'm sure, in patches of the Pacific Ocean and patches of the Atlantic Ocean where, like, briefly, you wouldn't be able to take a picture of the spacecraft because I'm sure no one's out there on a boat. But I do believe that if someone was out there on a boat, like, that would resolve that issue. That seems like an anecdote to me. Because as soon as it as soon as it gets to like Europe and stuff where people can actually see it again, you know, it gets there at the time that they would expect it to, comes up over the horizon, and it can be tracked again.
Okay, I have yet to see these people who are just casual observers picking up rocket launches in Europe.
Yeah, I'll post some pictures. Because a lot of people don't seem to know you can do this. So first one is going to be just stage separation of a Falcon 9. You guys have probably seen this, and then I'll post a docking from Earth.
You're funny, dude.
Here you
You're
go.
not really seriously going to use that as evidence, are you?
So this is stage separation, the first one. And the second one is the Dragon spacecraft actually docking with ISS, taken from the surface of the Earth by an amateur.
Right, but what we need to see is
Every step
is there
join one of the communities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are communities that track rockets, right? I'll send you one. And you can join these communities and like at no point do people on the ground for low Earth orbit missions. Obviously, if you go far away, you won't be able to see it anymore.
GOFAST. What is the speed of ISS?
It's like 8 kilometers a second, I believe.
It's like 17,000 miles per hour, they're saying.
I think it's 8 kilometers a second, but whatever that.
Yeah,
it's about 5 miles a second, 4.7 miles a second.
17,000 miles per hour. 17, you know. And what is orbital speed of the Earth?
Let's see. In
66,000. I will tell you. Yeah. 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
In 1 hour, where is the ISS and where is the Earth?
Well, the ISS's orbital speed is included with the Earth's orbital velocity around the sun. It's relativity, right? So, like, they're not connected to each other.
They are not connected.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that the ISS is also. You could add the orbital velocity of the Earth to the ISS and say that it's also orbiting it. What'd you say the Earth was orbiting the sun at? Hypothetically. But yeah, I mean, you could say that ISS is also moving around the sun.
My question is how ISS reaching the Earth?
So the ISS doesn't care or know about the sun's existence, right? The ISS is orbiting the Earth is orbiting the sun. The ISS, by extension, is also orbiting the sun.
The Earth being a spinning ball with a radius of 3959. Okay, now show us that.
But I'm telling you that Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour in, let's say, aside in that circular orbital way, and whatever ISS is doing, how it's catching that speed.
It's a good question. So I'm going to bring up Universe Sandbox to simulate this for you.
Simulate. Yeah, it can't show us anything in real life. He's got to show us.
I mean, I can show you literal.
We were looking for also a video of a rocket going to space without scene cuts. He also failed on that. So why don't you just go back to the crux of it and just show us this Earth curve bulge that you think that exists? Because you need that to verify or validate any of this other stuff that you're talking about.
Again, I won't be told I don't have something.
Okay, well, you don't. You don't care what
He's also not looking into the stars. He's not also looking into how the stars work, so continue.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care what you will or won't be told. If you're butthurt about it, you can just leave. But you're going to need a radius measurement for any of this shit to work. You definitely aren't going to have a 67,000 mile per hour orbit around the sun if you don't have a 3959 mile radius to show us.
So
you don't have any in the story.
Answer questions as they come at me. I feel like I'm too loud. I'm going to turn myself down a little bit.
Okay, but, well, I mean, it's great. It's nice storytelling, but we're trying to find this ball in reality.
So I'm going to answer Sasha's question. You guys can.
And I was just, I was just letting it be noted here that you didn't show a video of a rocket going without scene cuts to space. So
I have my notebook so I can put down like different stuff.
Well, I mean, you don't need a notepad. It's just what was asked. So just listen. Yeah, you say you're here to answer questions. Just listen to what the questions are and try to just provide a relevant answer.
Yeah, it's just I'm asked multiple things, so I want to make sure I get to everyone.
GoFast, you're coming across very faint on the mic.
I think he turned it down.
Is this good? I overheard myself. In some.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, imagine it was the other way around. We were saying that the Earth is flat, but all the measurements were showing that the horizon is in its geometric position. The Earth seems to drop 30 miles squared. But then we come out and we start showing people videos of rockets and stuff. You know, like, I mean,
like I said, one question at a time.
Would be to obfuscate if we can't just show a measurement of the flat Earth, right? But that's what globers do.
I'm gonna deafen myself and get to tracking spacecraft at every point during their journey, and then the ISS orbiting the Earth related to the sun, and then I'll get.
And then somehow,
Yeah, hey, while you're
59-mile radius, he just deafened. So.
He already deafened.
Is he
I was
gone?
just gonna say-
Bro, this guy is the definition of child.
Well,
he just runs off, does his thing, comes back, and says, "Look what I like." It's okay. I'm gonna
Look
skip
what I
it.
googled. Look what I
I've been
googled.
told exactly.
So yeah, his claim is that these rocket launches are at no point is there visual confirmation of it lost, meaning people are picking up the spacecraft. That's why I said halfway around the Earth. So I would need to see from him
exactly
somebody in Europe picking up the spacecraft as it comes up on their horizon, meaning it looks like it's a sunrise, right? So they would need to get visual confirmation of this spacecraft as it comes up over their horizon.
Right.
Because that should be the case, right? Mm-hmm. If we're launching a rocket and within a few minutes it is allegedly over Spain should, but as like similar to a sunrise, they should get visual confirmation of it.
I gotta give a massive shout out to Levelist in the chat. He just posted up, I think his name's Stuart from SNL. Look what I can do. You guys remember that? that is GoFast. I'm telling you. Because guys, has anyone asked him about Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl yet? Has he
No, but
Yeah, he mentioned
he'll probably enjoy that conversation because anything to deflect from the lack of Earth curve.
Well, okay, but I mean, they attack. What's his explanation for them attacking the ceiling, or were they just exercising their explosive materials in the sky?
Well, he'll tell a story, right? He'll tell whatever stories he possibly can to obfuscate from the fact that there's no Earth curve that he can show us.
Yeah, well, he has already made this claim about visual confirmation of all of the launches from multiple vantage points on the Earth, right? So we have plenty of videos of people on the beach in Florida watching the launches take place, right? So you see the launch, you have somebody on the beach, you have this wide field of view where they're able to pick up the launch as it comes over. I'm on the west coast of Florida, and lots of times we can visually see the launches even from the west coast, right? So once it gets to be a certain height, we can get visual confirmation of these launches. So for me on the west coast, picking up the launch on the east coast, there should be some sort of visual confirmation of this taking place in Africa or Europe or somewhere. Absolutely. As these crafts are allegedly going all the way across the ocean and around the Earth, you know, reaching their orbital velocity to be able to break through into space, allegedly. So there should be many videos of this wide angle view. Now we're on the beach in Spain, and here we see on the horizon this spacecraft coming up into our field of view. I have yet to see those. Maybe they're out there. I don't know.
He put himself on deafen to go find it, he says. So,
bro, he runs away. Literally runs away.
Well, the two things he did
Yeah.
provide.
Yeah, he leaves every time he's asked.
He goes fast.
Every time he's asked to provide something, he leaves. So that way he gets away with it. But he still hasn't provided the proof he said he was going to yesterday and the day before.
Has anyone shown him the GOFAST rocket yet?
It's a stalling tactic.
I'm going to keep muting him until he provides the fucking information. I'm sick of that.
Nice. Sonny, you know what? And here's the thing. I was calling last night. I was like, yo, can we get an active mute on this guy? Because he's like, he'll roll you over, trample on your stuff, right? If you don't keep plowing through when you're talking, he will not onboard what you're saying.
When he looks like that and he starts steamrolling the conversation, you got to start muting him and just holding him to a specific point. Like, show us your Sagittarius, show us your geometric horizon. Okay, you're off another tangent. Gonna have to mute you right there and bring you back to the point here. Now let's see the geometric horizon, etc. That's what you're gonna have to do. It's getting like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he comes back, if he doesn't have this proof he said he was going to get yesterday about to prove the curvature of Earth, a direct measurement of Earth, he needs to provide that. Otherwise, I'm going to continue muting him. And then if he continues to do it, I'm just going to start giving him 7 days off.
I think that's a great idea because he's been in here 3 days and it's been 6 hours of time wasting, quite honestly and bluntly. And that actually detracts from the essence of the show. Remember, when we entertain these these village idiots that show up, like I'm the village idiot claimed, but when these actual village idiots show up and they're not learning, they're being intellectually dishonest, this does absolutely nothing for our audience, which is our target goal, right? This is a learning show, not like if I want to play around in the stupid sandbox, I'll go to Gem Panda's server, honestly.
Bingo.
Get my full on toxicity, but if I want truth and real talk, I'm going to come talk to the Warriors of Light, which is us, straight up and down. Be egotistical about it, I don't give a shit.
He's going to put him... Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, dude. Talk it, I'm done.
I was going to say, what's going to happen is I just can predict this pretty accurately. I'm sure others will correlate this with me. He's going to end up in this endless loop of just coming in, not providing the proof he already said he was going to.
Right.
And then he's going to end up in an endless loop of being banned because I'll be one of those people that does that because, like you said, he's not helping the conversation. He's detracting from the conversation.
And here's the problem, okay? I asked him a very... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. So I asked him one simple question. I said, based on a 60-kilometer distance and your globe math, what is your expected depression? It's a simple question. Because if you're telling me that there's a curve that exists, we should be able to at least, you could give me some kind of distance to say, hey, it's going to be down X amount, right?
Here's the thing. Their expected depression is literally anything we see. Their geometry, they just change it, right? They can just inflate and deflate the globe whenever they need to get it to match whatever we see, right?
Okay, well, right now I just did a basic number pull myself, and I'm getting it should be based on a 60-kilometer distance, I should be getting a depression of 283 meters. So that's approximately 600 feet.
You should, but
but he couldn't even give me that. That's my problem. He monopolized the conversation for 3 hours yesterday, right? And I asked him that one simple question, and he couldn't answer it. So that to me says you as a witness, literally, because you're witnessing this curve. You as a witness have been discredited off the because you can't even show the curve in a calculation.
He's going to say
that should be basic.
Anything we see fits the globe geometry. He's just going to say that the way that light is distorted in the atmo changes the image of the ball so that no matter what we're looking at, it fits with the geometry of his claim, right?
Right. And the last thing I recall is we were talking about Mount Canahu. He was going to go get how Mount Canahu, how the 255 miles fits into the globe.
He did.
That's the information he needs to provide now.
He came back yesterday.
I remember.
His whole curve argument yesterday was Canagu and a church that was in it, which wasn't being obstructed by the 116-mile horizon that should be there if there's any curve. Somehow he thought that this picture proved a curve. There's a mountain in it that should be buried by a mile of Earth curve. Somehow, there's a curve in that picture. Even though you don't see the Sagittarius 116 miles where it would be if there was a curve in that picture.
Exactly. Even though the church and all of that. And by the way, that wasn't a picture. That's actually a drawing and a painting. It's like it's a painting.
Which is?
The thing he showed from Google Earth where it shows the church and that's a painting.
So I just had a thought. If we're gonna entertain these witnesses, let's get real about some shit. Be a little. I'm gonna start preaching a little bit. You guys, give me a minute. Give me some space. If we're gonna start entertaining these witnesses and be serious about this show and trying to teach people the stuff, in the VC check-in when these Globers come in, I would like one of the first questions to be that we ask them, what is your actual observed depression? What are you basing that on? Can you show that? Because we would like you, the first thing you're going to do when you go into that room is to show that you're a credible witness, is to demonstrate live how you show a depression, because there should be one observed. That should be the basic essence of a witness that's going to describe their globe.
Yeah, of course. But they don't have that, so all they're going to be able to do is just nut us every time we show them that depression.
Then they can't talk. Then they can't talk. Let them go on to Google. Let them find it. Go on the Googles. Let them find it. And then they can come back, right? And present it, and then they can come into the show. You got to present something to get in the front door, man. This is getting ridiculous.
They don't have any of their own proof or any of their own arguments or observations. What they do is they take the observations that we give them, debunking their geometry, and then they try to find some loophole through it to tie it back.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
That's all they have. All they have are the things that we brought them that debunk the globe, and that's all they talk about. He came in yesterday and talked for 4 hours about Kanagu, a picture that absolutely blows his globe away. Why would he even be showing you that if there was a globe?
Exactly, because he's showing us objects and buildings on Kanahu. He's focusing on things that are way far beyond where the Sagittarius is supposed to be. So, like, that's dishonest. I don't care what he says. He can say he's being honest as much as he wants while he's being fucking dishonest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start muting his ass.
What good is it for a dishonest liar to tell you how honest he is?
Right.
So, I mean, yeah. A liar will tell you all day how honest he is. He's a liar.
Yep. Wants to continue to lie, and that's fine. We have ways of dealing with that.
Well, yeah, I think that we just have to start holding him to points. Just hold him to the crux of it, right? Like, where's the curve? Every time he tries to divert and go on some tangent, mute him. Okay, no, here's what you need to show us. Try again.
We got new folks in here? Where are the new folks at? I'm looking down. BV's good. Crypto's good. Cuddy, Dave.
Got
Helgi. Helgi, yeah. Helgi, I see you. VC verified. What's going on, Helgi? Anything to say? You're on the mic. Flat Earth.
Also, there's Seiya.
What's Seiya? Seiya?
Seiya's
What do you say, Seiya?
Seiya?
Oh, hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
No, I'm not new. I just lost my badges.
Oh.
How'd you lose your badges, guy?
I just had one badge, but not anymore. But I'm not new. I'm Flat Earther.
He lost a debate, and he lost his roles. We took him away.
We don't need no stinking badges.
He's in the lobby all the time. He's pretty familiar around here.
My bad.
Yeah, I ask a lot of questions because I'm kind of new to this topic, so that's why.
What do you think of Mr. GoFast's presentation here? Did it include Earth Curve?
I just came in kind of late, but these videos that he sent in, that I don't think that's actual proof, because it actually looks so fake, but yeah, I think he got debunked pretty easy by you guys. But why is he talking about this stuff?
I know. Why would he be showing us?
I mean, he wants to prove that the Earth is curved, but he sends in some rocket videos.
Exactly. Imagine getting that far off the
He's
point.
a beginner.
If you had a point, imagine getting that far off of it. Imagine us doing that. Like, instead of just showing people the flat horizon, we go, hey, look at this rocket, you know? Well, the reason we don't is because we have a flat horizon to show you, so we don't have to divert to all this red herring stupidity, right?
That's the same thing that Professor Dave said. I can prove that the Earth is a globe just by pointing at the sky, but why is he using the sky? Can you? Why is he using the sky to prove the ground? Stay at the ground. Show me the curve, not the stars and stuff. They are just lights in the sky. We don't know what they are. It doesn't make any sense to use them.
Well, you can use the stars because something like the.
But they already got debunked. I think.
What I'm saying is, what I mean is, okay, I live in Michigan, and I can see the Big Dipper.
Chicago.
Or
can you see Chicago? Wait, can you see Chicago?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm using the stars. Okay. I can see it's the Big Dipper all year round, and I shouldn't be because I'm looking at a different part of the universe 6 months later on the other side. That's another one we need to always let them know. Explain the stars on how they work. And stuff like that, because that's a big one.
Yeah, but I think it's enough just to ask them, show me the curve, because they can't show the curve. They just sent you some NASA fake images. I mean, everybody knows Robert Simon. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. And I think that's enough proof that if you show them this picture, then I think they got automatically debunked. And NASA even says that their pictures are like, how do they call it? Compasses? Yes, exactly. And why don't they just show you the curve or demonstrate how gas pressure in a vacuum without solid container? I never saw gas pressure without a container. But when you ask them to demonstrate that, they say, yeah, it's too big to demonstrate. That's not science, so that's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Just like Eric Dubay said. They can't demonstrate anything because it's too big. Then I could say too, unicorns exist, but they're beyond our ability to see. I can't demonstrate, but they exist. That's the same thing when they say, yeah, the Earth. I can't demonstrate how water curves. I need like a giant Earth. I need a second Earth to demonstrate that. You know, that's completely stupid to say, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the way they go with gravity too. Same thing.
They don't even know what that is, man. They just say...
Yeah.
But look, they just watched 2 Professor Dave videos, and they think that he destroyed the whole flat Earth. But they didn't even look up if this already got debunked, you know?
Right.
If I see an argument that debunks the flat Earth, the first thing I do, I come in this lobby and I ask someone that this got debunked, and someone sends me a video, and I did this like so many times, and I always got a response. For example, with this laser gyroscope or this experiment, this stupid Netflix documentation with the worst experiments to ever exist.
Oh, exactly.
I mean, they don't know how light work, specifically when it comes to hole diffraction. The light wouldn't even pass the second hole. So, it's just the flat Earth.
That was a joke.
It's controlled. It's controlled by the government. To be honest, they just want to make us look bad. You know, the Flat Earth Society. They say that Earth is a disk in space, and gravity works because we are falling down. You know,
right. That's where they send them.
I mean, and it's. I think I always knew that they are fake, because I think you saw that when they said flat earthers are all around the globe, you know?
Oh, right.
Yeah, they said this, and I know it was fake, but when I saw that it's actually, like, I came in the server, there's like this channel where you can find these things. Yeah, well, that was pretty interesting for me when I first came in the server. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that if you want to prove the globe, then show me curvature, not use the stars or any other kind of trash like that.
I get you. I get you. You want to use okay, I get you there. I sometimes like to use the stars because I can prove a certain thing. But you're right about the curvature. Hit that first. You're right.
It's pretty sad because everybody has like how can I say this, a bad picture about flat Earth. Like when they hear flat Earth, the first thing they do is think of a dumbass. But none of these guys would even win a debate against someone in the server. I mean, I get so often in my DMs, I get asked so dumb question. For example, like sunrise, and I ask, can you please demonstrate how you create umbra and penumbra with parallel sun rays? And they say, yeah, it's too big to demonstrate, but that's wishful thinking. That's not science. That's the theories. No, we can literally demonstrate penumbra and umbra with local sunlight. They will, like when you have local sunlight, they will cast a umbra and penumbra. But when you have sunlight which is very far away, they will just cause a big shadow. We can demonstrate that pretty easy, but they can't because it's too big to demonstrate. That's not science. That's
Hey, you guys have a good day. Thank you for having me up. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. See you later.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, it's I'm not that long a flat earther, but I'm every day in this server and trying to get more knowledge because I have to see.
Buddy here came back, empty-handed, of course. Again, he left to go get some evidence for us, and then he came back with something else, and basically just an excuse for why he didn't have his evidence that he went looking for.
So what I want to say before GoFast says anything, GoFast, slow your roll. I just put in some evidence that was submitted by yourself last night. Just if people want to look at some of the stuff that you've submitted from last night as your claims and so on and so forth. One thing I'd like to draw the audience to, if you want to look at it, is you actually submitted a model, very representative of the flat Earth with a dome on top of it. So there's a lot of things that you're dipping your toes into, and I'm not sure what side of the fence you're sitting on anymore, because you presented one of the models that closely respects.
Yeah, if this is Heretic talking, the first one I actually took of the God rays, I like that picture. But what do you mean I presented a I'd like to use both models if we're having a conversation like this, but
we don't have a model, so I don't know what you mean. We're just talking about measurements here. We're not talking about a model that we claimed, so I don't know what you mean by both.
So again, I want to get to one thing at a time.
Are you arguing with something that nobody here said? Is that what you're in this server doing?
No, that's why I wait for people to ask me questions because I don't want to assume anyone's beliefs. But Heretic, you said a rocket going into space without cuts in it. So what do you mean?
Wasn't that where you're going to go get us? I thought you said that you had that video, an uncut video of a rocket going to space. Yeah, you came back with another guy telling the same story that you told while you're in here.
No, I want to know what you mean by that so I can answer it effectively.
What do you not know what the word uncut means? Maybe you're just
I'm fine with uncut. I want to know what you mean by space.
Oh, going to space. Yeah, well, let's have one going to the fairy tale thermodynamics violation called outer space, sure.
No, I mean, is that an altitude? Like, what does that mean to you?
Yeah. You can give us one that goes to, let's see. Yeah, how about outer space, where the pressure is supposed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr? Because then we can maybe get a direct pressure measurement as well from that environment to validate this idea that you can have that extremely low pressure system adjacent to this high pressure system that we have here.
What was the atmospheric pressure that you were considering space?
It's your claim. I'm not going to say it again because this is stuff that you should know coming in here because this is the stuff that you came here to defend. So I gave you one freebie, you missed it. Maybe just go learn your religion and then come back.
Basics.
That's kind of dishonest. I just asked you what you
No,
mean by
it's not.
space.
Well,
He's
it's what
calling
you're
you-
here to defend. And if you were an honest actor, you wouldn't be having to ask me that while you're here trying to defend it.
Why would I assume what you believe? If I want
What I believe, this is just a story. This is just the globe story that you came here to defend. It's not what I believe. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm happy with you assuming what I believe because that's probably pretty accurate. I
Bro,
don't know what you're
I'm gonna mute your ass. You're so dishonest, man. I
So,
swear to God.
and GoFast, last night I asked you for that 60-kilometer distance observed depression. I'm posting something that you can add to your library that will help you in
okay.
future debates, which will
not gonna
give
be
you
talking
the Earth curve calculator. Well, no, I just want to give him that because he needs that if he's going to go forth with it.
Everything
So
out of his
you can,
mouth
know you can
is
still hear me.
dishonest.
And when he asks for an altitude, too, just choose any altitude that you think confirms your outer space Narnia story. I don't care. This is your claim. So you bring the evidence to us. You tell us what the altitudes are, and you tell us how it demonstrates your claim.
Stop
Because I don't have the claim of an adjacent outer space vacuum. So
Yeah,
that's
stop
yours.
asking
You
us to
bring it to
verify
us.
Stop asking us to verify your claims. Stop it.
All right, is it okay if I use the Karman line? And
Karman line's not outer space. It's
I know,
60
that's
miles
why I
out.
asked.
Well, that's not going to confirm anything. That's
Okay,
just
that's why I asked.
altitude.
How are you going to verify it?
That's why I asked you what altitude you're looking for to call
Well,
space.
why don't you tell?
Do you
why
know
you
what altitude
asking
is outer
us?
space? Yeah.
Why are you asking us how to prove your claim?
That's not what I'm asking. I asked you the space because I offered the Karman line. You said that's okay.
You
Space,
think I want a
Yeah,
video
you
from
asked
night?
us.
Look. Do you
You
not
said,
understand?
is the Karman line okay? You asked us.
Yeah. Do you not understand the context here? We're looking for proof of the adjacent low pressure system that you say exists next to the Earth, known as outer space. So when you talk about the Karman line, that's just high altitude. That's not outer space. So obviously, that's not what we're looking for. Like, do you do this on purpose, or are you actually just this stupid? Which one is it?
So I'm going to go with, I'm getting the feeling that he's trolling us for information to build his little case.
Well, he should already have the case in hand when he comes in here.
No, but you know those people that walk in with those binders full of papers, and then they sit there and they talk to you while they go through all of it, and they throw stuff to the left and right as they try to get organized.
He's whining.
Way to do it.
He's whining in the chat now. He's going to wait until we ask him some questions. So, what happened to your Sagitta? Where's that at? We want to
I'm
see it.
responding to your. I'm replying to the message you sent.
Okay, well, I'll just ask you a
know what
question. I just asked you a question. You said you wanted to answer questions. So, where's the Sagitta? We need the Earth curve bulge. Where is it? Oh, so as soon as he's asked a question, he goes on deafen right after saying that he's here to just answer questions.
Yeah, so screw him. You know what? He needs a break. What do you say?
Hey, it's been 3 days of 2 hours. We wanted a fourth day of another 2-hour performance
I'm
because
gonna
we're already
help
like
him
an
out.
hour in.
He wants to be deaf muted, so I'm going to help him out here. There you go. Now you're deaf muted.
He's an honest
That's
actor.
the way you like it. So just answer your own fucking questions then. Go fast. We're tired of your dishonesty.
Well, now he's in the chat again asking me what I consider space. Again, he doesn't get that this is his.
Okay. Well, chat skank is against the terms of service. You want to continue Go Fast, or do I need to ban you?
Think when you don't
You can answer one time. Yeah, answer one time. You continue to chat skank, you're going to get banned. Period.
When you don't observe the rules of the hall,
we'll go on to people who are genuinely honest and curious. Apparently, that's not you. So stop wasting time.
Drop the hammer, man.
I thought he made a very interesting statement earlier. He said he's not here to prove the globe. So if you can't apply the same level of scrutiny to both sides, then what the fuck is the point?
Exactly.
Real talk.
He's here to tap dance around proving the globe because proving the globe isn't something that can actually be done. It would have to exist. So he wants to just tap dance around and around it until everybody gets confused enough that maybe they forget what we were talking about to begin with, and then he thinks he quote unquote won or whatever.
And then the new people that come in while he's doing that, they end up leaving because it's so fucking boring hearing this village idiot all the
That's
time.
exactly it. It's, again, people who are learning, right? I'll play ball with you as long as you're willing to throw the ball back. All day we'll play catch, right? But if you're gonna let the ball hit you continuously in the head and have to bend down and pick it up every time, it's a little bit hard, man. It's hard to practice your kung fu when the punching bag isn't hung right. Thank you for that visual levelist. That was very well played indeed. Oh, the joke is, Sonny. I gave him the formula. I hope he added it and bookmarked it so we can at least answer the question. Go fast.
He's like he's gathering information from flat earthers.
Exactly. It literally seems like he's gathering information, right? And he's going to run back to some other resource or some other source and present it. Like last night, he literally said something to the effect of, "That was so satisfying." And I thought to myself, wait a minute here. We're just here for you to snack on? Mm-mm. Man, I like it. Man, I like it one bit.
I suggest we see if there's anybody new here and we're talking about him.
Thank you for being the voice of reason. Appreciate you, Dave.
Just another gloves out, whatever his motivations are, you know, he cannot prove his love over distance, so he likes to talk a good game, but whatever. Is there anybody new here? This has been Dead Air Dave, striking again. Y'all continue.
Johannes, how are you, my friend? Himbo.
All right, if there's nobody new, you're allowed to talk about him. There's nothing else to talk about.
We can talk about gossip. Yes. Locker room talk. Yeah.
Well,
Actually, I don't know. Would you talk about a guy in the locker room? It's weird.
He's just another example of somebody so sure it's a globe, it must be a globe. So if I just talk to these guys and make them see this shit in the sky or whatever, you know, they'll understand it's a globe. Because it's got to be a globe, right? Come on, man.
So go fast. I'm going to draw something in the sand for you so you understand. We don't like the word liar. Liar is ugly. We prefer the term intellectually dishonest because that way people understand that we are appealing to your intellect, i.e., your brain, and your brain is processing what we're telling you, and it's telling you dishonesty. So we just go with the term intellectually dishonest. So we don't just call people a liar.
Plate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got this one for you.
Great.
DC.
Malik, you're hot, Mike and Malik.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, man. No stress. These things happen. Just letting you know.
Yeah. Like NASA, how many times do you believe a
gangster
proven liar?
That was
Like someone
awesome.
that's proven to be a liar, how many times do you keep on listening to them?
Exactly. North is a concept. I will never forget that for all the years of my life. Honestly, it's probably one of the top 10 things I would go with, because the issue that I have with that, taking aim at specifically that, is I can walk into a store and observe an entire, like, I don't even know how many of them there would be, but there would be a lot of these things called compasses. And all of these compasses have one thing in common: the label of direction of north, and they are attracted to this thing of north. So if you're going to sit there and tell me that there's a tool that surveyors use to create drawings and tell people where they are in the world and all these different things, and then you're literally going to tell me that it's a concept, that's a tough swallow. Really tough swallow.
Can I just point out that the overwhelming amount of time that he's been here for 3 days, he's been attempting to prove that sunlight's rays are parallel. That's really that's the crux of his entire argument for 3 days now.
But did you know that he was doing that with pictures of sunlight that is not parallel?
And let's just address the fact that the sun doesn't project rays of light anywhere. And you can disprove that by standing in the shadow of a building.
Ignore curvature, ignore axial rotation, ignore second law of thermodynamics. Let's focus on a hypothetical test for sun's parallel rays.
Yeah, a perfect deflection of the actual subject.
And we can also rationalize away, I think. You can subtract away the idea of south being a point. Strictly by observing north, you can 100% extract that south is not a point, i.e. a pole. I will challenge anybody on that 100%.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't so easy to spot pretender clowns,
circumnavigation, right? You circumnavigate the point of north and you observe south behind you. It's so simple. It's idiotic.
You notice that it's always the liars that have to chant over and over again about how honest they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Who else has to do that? Who else has to remind you every 10 seconds? I'm perfectly honest, guys. Obviously, has a bit of a complex about
NASA
that.
does it.
The crazy part is that he wants to attempt to prove parallel sun rays to then tie that back to Eratosthenes.
Even though he's doing that with pictures of sun rays that are not parallel. So it's the same thing as this geometric horizon. Refraction ate the horizon. Now it's, the parallel rays were scattered and diffused in the atmosphere. They ate my parallel rays.
Yeah, but see, at this rate, that could take 2 weeks for him to get back to Eratosthenes. How much time do you want to waste here with this guy? 2 weeks, and all of a sudden he's back to Eratosthenes, like step one.
You know what's unfortunate? I do. It's unfortunate that I do this, but I think it's also unfortunate that they render this. I hand wave their man's creation. Anything that carries a name to it, like blah 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 concept or blah 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 whatever, hand wave it. Like, nope, sorry, I don't know that dude. Can't shake his hand. He doesn't exist in my world. Sorry.
I mean, how does somebody learn sophistry to that level? As far as like, you're asked a question, you answer with another question, then you go on to this endless array of topics. Unbelievable. That's dishonest.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do that if there was just a globe you could show anybody.
Right. It would be ubiquitous. That information would be everywhere, and everyone would know how to find it themselves out in reality. It would be really easy.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to go and divert to literally anything but the one thing you're trying to prove.
Exactly. You could go to the beach. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I told him about Eratosthenes his first day in here, that it can be demonstrated on both models, and it doesn't prove either model. So what do you still continue pushing on for?
Did you see the pictures of the crepuscular rays that he posted, though?
Just a waste time.
Like, yeah, this really helps you, buddy. So, I mean, he's saying that, like, yeah, the sunlight was parallel until the atmosphere ate my parallel rays. Okay, well, it wasn't parallel where you needed it to be, which was on the surface of the Earth, so... Thanks. Thanks for that flat Earth proof, I guess.
Yep, that's why I always like to thank them for the flat Earth support. It's people like him that give us all the support, but that doesn't mean we're going to let him waste all the time.
Well, to be honest with himself, it'd be one thing.
Wait a second. What if we put repeat offenders on like a clock? Like you have 30 minutes. After that, they get permuted.
It's a good idea. Some people like to play with their food longer, though. That's the problem. People feel left out. We go, oh, you banned him? Darn. We wanted our chance at him, too.
Very fair statement.
Good old Carl Sagan had to introduce this Eratosthenes character in like 1985, huh?
Ridiculous. So, he's still talking about space. Yeah, you're dishonest because we ask you a question. You don't answer the question. Ever. That's dishonest. And saying that, like, you see curvature or whatever else you've said, or that curvature is that the Earth's curvature fits perfectly in the Mount Canahu infrared image, you're dishonest.
Yeah, that's what he said. It fit the globe geometry perfectly.
Yeah, so that's what you need to provide right now because you thought you were let off the hook. No, I still want the information. You said you were going to provide it. Where is it?
He won't come off deaf in here. I'm just going to tell him in the chat to get back to this.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to give a shout out to crunchy peanut butter and strawberry jam and toasted white bread. That is all.
Say what? Toasted white bread.
I thought you were reading somebody's screen name it start with.
I know. Me too. I had a crunchy peanut butter Cliff Bar.
Hey, I love it. I used to be a smooth guy, and then I realized I'm like, crunchy's kind of awesome when you got the chunks of the strawberry and stuff with the chunks of peanuts. Pretty dope.
Except I don't buy bread anymore because I don't eat bread anymore. But so I got all this peanut butter stored up. Yeah, how come all their priests are all shown with squares and compasses? Almost, I believe you could find images, most of the images of Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton. Show them with a Freemason trappings. How come all their priests have to be Freemasons, huh? And closely related to people in the church, bishops, popes, priests, like all of them in the Catholic Church. They're all high up ranking people in the church. It's funny that these atheists would go along with these people who were clearly religious fundamentalists. But in a different religious fundamentalists that with a with a mission to deceive everybody.
So, quick point, Sonny, you raised it. All the Apollo astronauts, 33rd degree Masons, and Copernicus, my guy, definitely a 33rd degree Mason, apparently. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Maybe that's what GoFast job is also. Kind of seems like it.
Sonny, for the record, did you just call GoFast a potential Freemason?
I might have alluded to it. Just basically saying it seems like he's kind of doing the same kind of thing, trying to deceive people. But unfortunately, they don't get very far with us because we're going to actually ask for the proof, and they don't have any. So that's why they have to keep talking rather than showing the proof. I would think carefully what you're typing here, bro. I'm on a trigger finger right now for you, GoFast. My band finger is starting to twitch.
Has anybody ever heard of an age limit for Freemasonry? Like how young can you be and become a Freemason?
I don't know. I think they have children's groups.
I'm not defending him, Sonny, but you have other options like you can cog diss him or whatever, you know. You think he has any chance to learn anything?
I don't know, man.
Hey guys.
What is true and can be independently verified? Yet you've shown us nothing about what is true or what can be verified. Nothing. Oh, he can't hear. He's probably listening to YouTube. Anyway, I'll stop talking to him. He's muted.
Hello guys, I'm Mike. What the? Hello.
Oh, what's up? What's up? I think trolls came in here.
Three of them.
Three at the same time.
Hi guys.
Wait,
No,
godlike, and this guy with a white mask.
no, I was here yesterday and day before that too.
Yeah, what about them? Why you just say their name? What about them, bro?
They act like trolls.
What the?
Why do you think that I sound like a troll?
Why are you just saying that out of nowhere, bro? Come on.
Well, I don't come in this talk and scream, "Hello, what's up?" I don't do that, you know?
What?
Maybe your mic is kinda loud.
Even my goal.
Where do you have your mic? In the toilet?
I'm in my room.
So funny.
No, I'm in my room, not in my toilet.
What you just say?
Can you guys hear me?
No, when are y'all gonna talk about the flat earth, bro? Come on.
Hold on, you walked into the room, stomp your feet, and like start talking about it. Is that how it works? You don't caress the stone before you ask for information.
What?
Can I ask for one information? I hear a question.
Is it just me or do they seem like trolls? To be honest.
I'm trying to learn something new.
You're not wrong, Saya.
We try to give everybody a chance to display some intellectual honesty.
Saying,
Hello?
why don't you engage with them and make examples of them for the room, my guy? Get that badge back.
Can you repeat that? You mean asking them about flat Earth?
Engage with them.
1 second.
Sure.
I don't know what's engage.
According to my coordination.
What do you mean with engage, man?
Interact. Talk to.
Okay.
Talk to them and see if they can be honest with you. Go ahead.
Why did you came in the server? Are you globe earther, truth seeker, or flat earther? I'm talking to the guys who just came in at the same time.
I'm a globe earther. That's who I am.
Can you show me curvature, please? Like,
yeah, there's pictures and eyewitness testimony, but I don't think you would accept them.
What are the sources?
NASA and Apollo astronauts.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Yeah, some of them have to be, but I'm talking about the ones that they saw from a distance that aren't photoshopped.
You know, you can put them in Photoshop and adjust a little bit of contrast and stuff, and you will see that they got. But I'm talking about something. Did you experience like curvature? Did you make experiments to prove for yourself that the Earth is a globe?
No, I made an experiment to prove that it's not flat.
Can I hear them, please?
Sure. I took pictures of the full moon all night long, and it didn't change size, so it can't. The moon isn't moving over a flat plane.
Do you have any? Wait. Can you send me that? Because I think it would be a lot easier to understand. Because
Real quick, you're doing fine, sir. But just a second, you're doing fine. I just want you to know you're talking to a long-term glober right now. But go ahead.
A long-time glober.
Perma glober.
Yeah, dude. Here's the thing. I know both you guys, Matthew and you, right? Because I remember engaging with you. You were like, I think you said you're like 15 or something, aren't you?
14.
14. You're 14. Matthew's a teacher. I'm really excited to listen to you guys engage. So please debate each other. This is interesting.
Wait, can you first thing I'm going to ask for is, can you please I saw a lot of these gas pressure containers, for example. Back then we used them. I think 2 years ago, when I was in vacation, we had one of these gas pressure containers, and I never saw gas pressure without a solid container. Can you please demonstrate that, like maybe an experiment or something, how this works without a solid container in a vacuum or something?
Sure. Gas pressure doesn't require a container. So, for example, if you...
Of course it does. Of course it does.
No, if you're driving in your car...
But gas pressure is the force of gas particles colliding on its container, I think. No, I think I know it.
It's colliding on a surface. It doesn't have to be a container.
We did ask for a demonstration, Matthew, so
sure.
Not just a no.
If you're driving in your car and you roll down the window and stick your hand out, you will feel the gas pressure pressing against your hand.
Yeah, Matthew, you understand that air is in contention here. You already understand that air we're saying is contained. Right,
so but I'm saying that the extra pressure...
at the sky.
Is that air right next to a vacuum, Matthew? Is that what's going on? It's just static air pressure right next to a vacuum, not seeking its equilibrium in it?
Right.
Come on, man. You gotta have some memory on this. You already understand the argument. So pointing at the sky, the thing that you're trying to prove wouldn't be proof for the thing that you're trying to prove, Matthew. So do you have any other demonstration besides pointing at the sky?
Satellite TVs work, a GPS works, sunsets. You can't see the sun at midnight. The star rotations.
Okay, I'll give you satellites.
Wait.
I'll give you satellites.
Clockwise if you face south, counterclockwise if you face north. Doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, if you put a clock on the ceiling, either clockwise or counterclockwise, no matter which direction you're looking at it.
But I'm waiting for a demonstration because I haven't seen one.
And I'd be happy to give you satellites also if you'll just give us a measured radius first. Because they're based on
that's not going to happen because
seems like a fair trade.
You're going to have to measure from core to surface, but he's going to come with the old Greeks that measured that with the sticks and stuff. Because that's the difference. You globe earthers, you use 2 sticks to prove like the radius got measured or something, like to prove the Earth is curved. Flat earthers, they buy like $5,000 expensive lasers and shoot them from the other spot to the other, from one spot to the other, A and B.
I thought they build skyscrapers with sticks and shadows still, don't they?
Yeah, something like that. But that's the difference. That's the difference. We use expensive lasers and stuff, and we shoot them from one point to the other point, and they use 2 sticks to prove anything. That's the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers.
Maybe some globers. I wouldn't say that sticks and shadows prove anything.
You'd be surprised by the goofballs that come in here and argue.
I would say Eratosthenes measured a shadow, and then he calculated the radius based on a preconceived assumption that the Earth was a globe. So he wasn't proving the Earth was a globe. He was saying, if the Earth is a globe, here's how big it is.
Yeah, but however, we don't know what's in the Earth. Everything over 8 miles is theory and speculation. Because we never dig down more than 8 miles. To be accurate, it was something like 7.6 or something. But I mean, round it up. But I have a question right now. I know that's not like an actual pretty strong argument, but when you're on a plane or something, you have the horizon always in eye level, like line of sight. If the Earth was a sphere, no matter how big, you would have to tilt your head down to see the horizon, but this doesn't happen.
Right, the horizon. The horizon dips without.
Keep my head straight. I can keep my head straight and I will always see the horizon when I go up. I don't have no need to tilt my head down, you know? I don't know if I said it right because English is my third language, but I tried my best.
So we can agree that there's no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So
I would like you to demonstrate.
Well, Matthew, your demonstration. It was the wrong kind of demonstration.
It's
so
not an
are
agree
you
or
doing that on
disagree.
purpose? Like,
Yeah,
are
it's
you
not an agree or
deliberately?
disagree.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Well, hold on, real quick. Let me just say this: it's not an agree or disagree thing. Either it can be demonstrated or it can't. It's not like an opinion.
Well, he's gonna say it's too big to demonstrate, but that's
It's
not
too big to
science.
demonstrate.
That's wishful thinking.
Matthew, I have a sidebar. What grade do you teach, Matthew?
13, 14, 15, and 16.
Grades or year-olds?
Those are the grades. Undergraduate.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Mathematics and computer science.
Okay, I debated teachers too, but not in the topic like physics and stuff, just like mathematics and German.
Because Matthew knows numbers. Matthew, what do you think of the construction plumb bob? Talking about gas pressure.
Those are two topics. Plumb bobs point down. Gas pressure is a separate topic. What are you asking?
But when you orient a plumb bob with a level to observe level, you see the little bubble inside of the level, which is an illustration of gas in a container and water in a container.
A plumb bob is a heavy object on a long string, and it points straight down.
Right. And then what's perpendicular to that plumb bob?
A level.
Thank you.
Do you claim that that straight down is the exact same direction in two different cities?
Yeah, I'd say my down is the same as your down, Matthew. My up is the same as your up. So we both point.
And how would you prove that?
Well, I just think that's common sense, right? So it's like
it is common sense, but common sense doesn't always mean true.
Well, is there any indication that it's not like that? Is there some indication that the ground curves or something that we haven't seen, that you haven't shown us for some reason?
If we look at a distant object like the sun or the moon, they appear at different angles from different cities.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you were going to show us how the ground curved.
Yeah, that's a way to show it.
No, you're just using the sky. Can you stay at the ground? We're asking for curve.
Yeah, that's the same thing as Eratosthenes. By you saying something in the sky, it's basically the same thing.
It's not 3. Why do you?
We don't need your assumptions about how the sky works, right? And inferring things about the ground from that. All we need is you to show us the direct measurement of drop over distance on the ground.
There is no direct measurement of that or of the height of Mount Everest.
Then there's absolutely no reason to think that people have different downs. Okay, next.
Yeah, you can leave the Mount Everest part. Just go with the first part of your statement, Matthew. There is no curvature measurement. Never been measured.
Right, it's calculated.
What you say about the Chicago image?
Can't be measured because you can't measure something that doesn't exist.
And Matthew, I'd like you asked for an example of how we all observe what down is. If you've ever hung a TV on your living room or bedroom wall, that's always the same no matter the hemisphere that you hang the TV in.
I don't think it is. I think down is different in every different city.
You just have no way of proving it, huh?
By the aspect of the observance of the plumb bob, which you conceded already was the observance perpendicular, which makes it level. The strict behavior of the plumb bob, we can unpack the idea that everything is pointing down, my friend.
I claim that if
everything beyond what you observe, beyond what the plumb bob does, is 100% speculation. Cavemen can prove you wrong.
I think the plumb bob in Guatemala City pointing down is not parallel to a plumb bob in Montevideo pointing straight down. But therefore, the ground isn't parallel.
You begin that statement with "I believe," therefore it is speculation. Again,
based on evidence.
Observance of the plumb bob proves you wrong.
No, it just proves that there's a direction down. That's all. I say that they're not parallel. You say that they are.
And you're attempting to say that down is different for different people. How about you leave the definition of down specific to the people that are observing it versus speaking for them?
The scientific evidence is pretty clear. I mean, look at 58 past the hour. That's my reason.
Yeah, what about mechanical gyroscopes, Matthew? What do they say? Do they agree with you or not?
I don't know. I've never tried them, but I would assume they do.
Well, they get leveled to every runway in the world, and when they land, they're still level.
Yeah, you're talking about because they have a leveling mechanism for planes, so that it can.
No, not the ones from the 50s and 60s didn't. No, they didn't. They just spin. And they all say the same thing. They still do. There's still in plenty of planes that fly today.
Well, I'm not an airplane mechanic like you, so I don't.
Obviously. You've never looked into it either, have you?
I don't find the need to look into it, no.
Well, of course you don't.
Matthew, can you explain the Chicago image?
It happens very rarely when the atmospheric conditions are exactly right to allow at least.
What's with the people that saw the same thing on other weather conditions on other days?
Do you suppose that I would need more than one sentence, or are you going to interrupt my sentence again?
You want to use refraction.
That's the right answer.
But did you ever see a refraction or a video of one? Because
the skunk wave image.
No, you don't, because I have seen one, and these things. Do you know how blurry they are? They're completely. You can't get such a clear shot from the Chicago skyline.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
You haven't seen one, because you know how blurry they are. You can't get such a clear shot from a refraction. And
I posted 2 pictures at 1 past the hour. Which one is more blurry?
The first one.
Right.
But I think it's...
So sometimes there's refraction and sometimes there's not. Those are taken from the same camera at the same location.
What's with the people that saw the same thing on other days, for example?
This is from QE's website, so you have to ask him.
Yeah, it's part of the argument. It's kind of the point that the horizon changes. It's not Earth curvature.
Exactly. So you can't look at the horizon to tell anything definitive about whether
Matthew,
Earth curves or not.
What you're forgetting is that the globe Earth has already claimed that the horizon is Earth curvature. So when you turn around and say, well, I don't think we can use the horizon as proof, that's what you guys have been trying to prove this whole time. The only reason
we're not using it to prove. We're just saying it's consistent.
No, it's not. The horizon's not Earth curve, as we have demonstrated. Right?
You haven't demonstrated that.
Yeah, no, we did, and you just posted it for us. Remember, it's a response to the claim that the horizon is Earth curvature. So it's funny to hear you turn around and say that, we can't use the horizon. It's not good enough. Then why did you say it was Earth curvature? Not you, but why are people saying it's Earth curve?
I'm just pointing out that they're different. That you get different things based on the same different days based from the same camera at the same point.
That's the point.
So therefore, why do we use those to determine anything?
Because people made the claim that it was curvature. So that's why we had to come out with a response to debunk that claim. And now that it's debunked,
you say the left picture is right, and I say the right picture is right.
No, they're both correct, Matthew. They're both pictures of reality, demonstrating that the horizon isn't Earth curvature, right? The horizon changes on a day-to-day basis sometimes. So that's kind of our argument. It's not Earth curvature.
So either the left oil rig is physically blocked by water, or it's not. One of those two things is true.
Yeah, well, water doesn't curve, Matthew.
I think it is.
Okay, well,
You're yet to show us that.
Yeah, eyewitness testimony and
Demonstrate it, please.
Oh no, eyewitness testimony is just people telling you stories.
Right.
You need to show us the curving water.
I mean, yeah, if you
pictures,
could demonstrate that, just like you couldn't demonstrate the gas pressure without a container, we'd be open to that. But
I did demonstrate gas pressure.
No, you didn't, Matthew.
You stick your hand out a window.
No,
that's air displacement. We're looking for static pressure inside of a vacuum, not seeking its
That's air
equilibrium with
pushing
that
against your
available
hand.
medium.
That's literally
No, Matthew.
Yeah, but that's obviously not what we're asking for. Like, are you just being dishonest? Like, you're just
okay.
gonna lie?
How about this? How about the difference in air pressure in the top of this room and the bottom of this room? It's different.
Listen, Matthew.
Okay, but is there a vacuum in that room that the air is trying to fill?
No, I got the window open.
Is everything seeking its equilibrium still, or did it stop doing that? It just stopped seeking its equilibrium next to an extremely low pressure system? Is that what's happening in your room? Outside is a vacuum, and for some reason the air is just not dispersing into it? Is that what's going on? Or is everything still seeking its equilibrium?
I think it's because of the weight of the air. That's how I would say it. I don't know why you guys don't.
So is that air still seeking its equilibrium, like everything always does?
It's not, because the pressure at the top of the room is slightly lower than the pressure at the bottom due to the weight of the air.
Okay, I think we need to point out. I think we need to point out something really quickly.
With no container.
The claim on the table is that gas pressure can exist without a container. So
Right.
that would involve the air side. So if you're going to point at the air outside as your proof that the air outside doesn't need to be contained, I think you're drowning in ankle deep water at that point.
No, I'm saying it doesn't need to be contained. You're the ones making the claim that it
No,
does.
no, Matthew. The thing is, when you go to prove it, you're just pointing at the sky.
Yeah, I'm saying weight and looking at the evidence, like the pressure gradient, looking at how air works, air has weight, all that type of stuff leads to my conclusion.
Yeah, but again, you're using the thing you're trying to prove as the proof.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're begging the question.
No, I'm
you're
not.
assuming.
Yes, you are.
You're assuming that because dense things fall or sink, that the air must fade out to an infinite vacuum.
I'm looking at the air fades. As you go higher, you get
Okay, yeah, but does it fade to an infinite vacuum? There's a gradient, right? But as far as we know, all pressure requires containment. That means gradient, which requires pressure, is just proof of containment.
So there's some magical altitude that stops working?
That doesn't have to be magic, Matthew.
No, you're saying there's a magical altitude where it just fades out to 10 to the negative 17 torr.
I say
okay, so we need to see that. That's a huge, bold claim. We need to see that.
No, I'm just saying it's continuous. I don't reify a dome based on faulty logic to say that.
Well, we just don't see any example of air pressure being able to exist without some sort of containment, unless you can just show us without begging the question that happens. You didn't. You talked about air displacement. You talked about differentials and things, but this air is still seeking its equilibrium. It's not next to. Okay, so what if your upper ceiling was what if your ceiling, or up in the high end of the room, there was a vacuum? Is it the rest of the air in the room just not going to fill it?
No, there's a differential based on how far it is in the distance and how much air is in there. So there's a differential with no container. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, can you demonstrate that without pointing at the thing that you're trying to prove?
Yeah, get a barometer and put it at the bottom of your room, and then get a barometer and take it to the top, and you'll see a difference in pressure with no container.
Okay, Matthew, listen, brother.
That's solid evidence.
No, it's not. I'm trying to make it very clear for you, right? So the air that you're pointing at, the bottom of your room, top of your room, the air outside that you put your hand in, that's the gas pressure. That's in contention, right? The claim is that it's uncontained.
No,
so
I'm saying that there's a pressure differential with no container.
Yeah, again, you're just you're trying to use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof.
No, I'm not.
You don't see the fault in this?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, then we can make it very clear, right? Because, again, the claim on the table is that you don't need a container for gas pressure.
And that's false.
That's our point, Matthew.
You can have gas pressure right next to an infinite vacuum?
Matthew. That's our point, that it's false, that you don't need a container. Correct, that's false. Oh my God, dude. That's our point. Yes, it's false that the claim that you don't need a gas pressure without a container. Yes, of course that's false. Because you can't demonstrate it without trying to use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof.
So pressure differential requires no container.
No, that requires pressure, which requires containment.
Well, yes or no? Does a pressure differential require a container?
Yes, because it requires pressure, which requires.
Okay, so then how is there a pressure differential at the top of the room versus the bottom of the room if there's no container?
We live in a dynamic system, Matthew.
Yeah.
What if I close the window? It's not dynamic.
System.
Huh?
What if I close the window and the door? It's not dynamic then.
Okay, but there's
You're still in there breathing. You're still moving around, right?
A little bit, yeah.
The air that we breathe is what's in contention here, Matthew. This is what you're not understanding, right? So,
I'm understanding perfectly. You guys.
I don't think you are because you keep trying to point at it as if that's the proof.
Hey, Matthew, do you know that gas fills the available volume?
Yes, but it has a slight downward bias. It doesn't fill equally.
Gas has a slight downward bias, so helium has
due
a
to its
downward
weight.
bias. Okay, but does gas fill the available volume? Will it do that? If I pop a balloon, will it disperse to fill the available volume beyond the balloon?
Yes, with some pressure.
Obviously, right? It's kind of a rhetorical
if the
question.
differential is
right?
big enough.
So what you're telling us is because you see a differential of pressure in your room, that there's the adjacent available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky?
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
That's stupid, though, Matthew.
Yeah.
It's not stupid. It's quite intelligent.
No, it is stupid because, like, I'm looking outside right now at the air, right? So you're saying that it's uncontained, and when we ask for proof, you're just pointing back outside at the sky, brother.
Yeah, and you just contradicted yourself because you agreed. Yeah, okay, yeah, of course, pressure fills the available volume, right?
But
saying
then you said that there's the available requires no container, and you agreed.
Okay, but you can't prove that, though.
I just did. I said
you didn't, dude. No, you didn't. Because
you just contradicted yourself.
If you don't want to believe me, then that's okay.
It's not about believing. It's can you demonstrate it? You're just pointing outside, brother. How do you not get this? They're saying, well, outside.
I'm the one getting it. You're the guy who's not getting it.
No, listen. I've been trying to make it clear for you, right? So it's like they're saying that the air outside and the air in your room doesn't need to be contained, right?
Right.
So when you go, okay, so where's the proof? You're just pointing outside
the weight of the air, as demonstrated by pressure differential.
That's my point, Matthew. You're just pointing at the sky.
No, the weight of the air is the answer.
No, dude. Again, this is the thing you're trying to prove. So using the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof for the thing that you're trying to prove is just retarded, Matthew.
Okay, I'm going to have to go in a few minutes, unrelated to the fact that I'm winning this argument. But
you're not winning. You're not.
Oh,
you're just
totally
not
am.
demonstrating.
Just ask anybody who's
not demonstrating the claim that's on the table.
Matthew, you're a legend in your own mind, Matthew.
Yeah.
You're a legend in your own mind.
Dude.
Matthew, you think that you're winning, but you just told us a minute ago that gas fills the available volume, and then you told us that there's an available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky that for some reason the gas you're breathing isn't filling. So
I said gas fills the available volume with a slight downward bias. If it's big enough, then that bias would contain all of the air down. Yeah,
so helium experiences a downward bias then. Okay.
Helium experiences gravity, yes.
I just want to say that you didn't win anything because you engaged initially with
I
a
promise you,
14-year-old
you asked any
trilingualist.
Scientifically minded person.
And it's scientifically minded. That's my point. You outlined the case in point there, my guy. Science!
He's invoking gravity, which is invoking his ball. He's just begging the question on so many levels. If there was any gravity, it would have formed a ball out of the Earth in the adjacent vacuum of space that you also can't show us. You can't show us any of those things, so you can't use gravity. So what else?
And you guys can't explain why there's a pressure differential.
Well, there's no gravity because gravity would have formed the Earth into a ball in the adjacent vacuum of outer space that you say exists that you also can't show us. But neither of those things happened. So
why is it hard to breathe on the top of Mount Everest?
Because there's a pressure gradient, Matthew.
There's a pressure gradient, exactly.
I don't know. Is it because?
Now listen to this.
Wait, is it because? Is it because Mount Everest is in outer space? Is it 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure at the top of Mount Everest?
No, I think it's about a third of the atmosphere up there.
Okay, so not even close. So your claim is that there's a gradient that fades out to a quadrillionth of the pressure at sea level. Now you're showing us pressure that's a third of that.
There's a gradient that peters out way up high.
Okay, yeah, you're begging the question all the way down because you're showing us pressure that's a third of that which is at sea level. And then you're going, well, it probably just fades out to another quadrillionth of what's at sea level.
No, it fades out at a very predictable rate that we can measure and observe and calculate.
Let me try to make it. Let me try to make it.
He didn't observe it, or else he would have shown it to us.
Listen, Matthew. Here's a really simplified argument here.
Okay,
so we're saying that all bananas require a peel, but you keep talking about, well, I can slice the banana up into little slices. Okay. It still came from a peel, Matthew. So the gradient still came from containment.
So you bringing up banana slices doesn't prove that you don't need a peel for a banana. Okay, so we know there's a pressure gradient because there's gas pressure because there's containment.
Yeah, and you also can't use gravity as a get-out-of-jail-free card for this because gravity, until you can demonstrate your ball, is just sci-fi mechanics pertaining to the ball and how it should work. So no ball, no gravity. It's just more begging the question. It's the only thing you've done this whole conversation. If that's a win for you, sorry to hear that.
What's the pressure at 100 miles high then?
Okay, you keep going
Is it
back
10
to
to the negative 17 torr? What is it? Tell me what it is. Did you get a measurement that shows that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr? It's a quadrillionth of that which is at sea level? Let's see.
It's like 1 Pascal. I don't know how small it is, but it's pretty small up there.
Why didn't you check? You're in here arguing this whole time. You don't know how much pressure that is.
I'm not going to look it up.
Okay.
Matthew, where's gravity the strongest?
At the sea level.
So why doesn't gravity stop gas pressure from dispersing in all directions where it's the strongest?
It does. The weight of air makes the atmospheric pressure the highest at sea level.
But it goes in all directions at the surface. So if it's much weaker, way higher up next to a vacuum, how would it stop it from going in all directions?
It's only like 90%. It's only 10% weaker. So, and it's due to the weight of the air.
But the point is that gravity is the strongest at the surface, and it doesn't stop it from doing what you need it to stop it from doing.
No, it makes a gradient at the surface and higher. That's what gravity does.
Gravity makes a gradient? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
he's
the weight of the
stop
air.
him right there.
That's
Stop him
sci-fi
right there.
mechanics for your ball that you can't show us. You don't have experimental validation for gravity. You also don't have the ball that gravity was supposed to have formed in the adjacent vacuum that you're also just assuming. So can't do that.
Yeah, so can you use something besides assumptions on things that have never been proven?
Yeah, measurement, logic, reason. Those are all.
Oh, so nothing physical. Okay, so are you just ignoring the gas laws?
No, I'm using the pressure gradient that's well observed and well known.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Are you ignoring the gas? Are you ignoring the gas laws?
No.
Really, it sounds like you are. You're saying it's gravity, not
I'm
gas
using
laws.
the gas laws plus the acknowledgement that air has a slight downward bias due to its weight.
Okay, could you please show me a citation for the correlation in the gas laws themselves where gravity is part of it? Can you show where gravity is?
Yeah, it's just the pressure gradient due to the weight of the air.
No, I don't want you just saying it. I want a citation.
No.
Oh, you don't have one. As usual? Okay, great.
Wait, are you saying? I'm curious though. So if the Earth was contained, are you saying there wouldn't be a gradient?
There would be a gradient, but then it would there would be some physical barrier. You'd have to reify a dome that nobody's ever seen or observed.
Yeah, well, also.
But wait,
I mean, that's the thing that flat earthers do. They sit there and reify this magical fairy dome that doesn't exist.
It's just natural law. It's not with gravity, man.
It's
That's
a
what you're doing with gravity. What we're doing is we can actually test for pressure.
What's it you're roboting, brother?
Okay, I'm going to have to go. I know we're in the middle of this, but you guys can work it out. I shouldn't have started this argument right when I have to leave, but I do genuinely have
There is no argument, Matthew.
Right.
What you're doing is not arguing.
I agree with that statement. There's no argument. It's clearly known. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yep. So once again, no globe. No proof of globe. Nothing substantial. Okay. Thanks, Matthew, for supporting Flat Earth once again.
Did we just ignore that? I told him that with the Chicago image, and he didn't even react to it. He just sent it another picture from something else, not the Chicago image.
Yeah, well, if you didn't notice the weaseling tactics by now, surely you recognize them moving forward.
But I
think
gave
you're all right.
It's better.
Go ahead with it.
I'm just saying that when they bring up the gradient, all you have to say is, wait, are you saying that if the Earth was contained, we wouldn't have a gradient? Because it just throws their whole point out.
Yeah. You got him because he was like, well, then you guys are reifying a dome. Well, who told you anything about a dome? Okay, I also never saw the cow of the last steak that I ate. So what's the big deal here?
Oh, you're reifying the cow.
Right, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
So stupid. Yeah, natural law, such a reification. Natural law is just a story.
Do we want to introduce Witsit to our new friend GoFast?
Yes.
I don't know. He's kind of slow, but yeah, maybe.
He has to compensate like that in the name, but yeah.
He's server muted right now.
Oh, really? Any takers?
Fixed.
I think he named himself ironically, don't you think?
I think he's just compensating.
Yeah.
It's a complex that he has. Same thing he does when he says over and over again, guys, I'm a perfectly honest actor. Which honest actor does that or feels the need to? Guys, just reminding you again, I'm totally honest. Trust me.
Trust me, I'm lying.
Go fast. How many horsepower does your car have? Go fast. How much horsepower does your car have?
Oh, I have no idea. And the name is a reference to the UFO video that's taken by the Navy. That's also what my profile picture is.
Found that Sagitta yet?
Is this what we want to talk about? Okay.
The server topic.
I mean, if it's there, then I'm down to be a proud baller again. That's no problem.
Yeah, let's ball. Let's play ball. I'll get on the ball. Somebody just show me the ball. I'll get right on it.
Sagitta is the bulge of your horizon that should obscure things behind it, right?
Geometric horizon.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a hill of water.
All right. Yeah. So we didn't seem to form a good conclusion about this yesterday, but I want to continue.
Oh, we did.
Using
it was just you who didn't follow it to its conclusion. It's pretty conclusive that there isn't one, but go on.
Okay. So, in case anybody wasn't participating when we had this conversation yesterday, I'm going to post the same stuff. What do you guys call the infrared photo? I just want to understand where the Sagitta cannot be seen in this, because it seems to be blocking things behind it.
It cannot be seen at 116 miles, where it would have been if it existed.
Yep, and you can see everything behind it.
Okay, are we attempting to illustrate the existence of this phenomenon, or
We're not attempting to do anything. You're here to attempt to prove your globe. Show us where the Sagitta is, because in the photo, everything is rising up as it's further beyond where your Sagitta is supposed to be. Everything's going further out and higher up.
Yeah, it's about proving your case so fast.
I'm putting my point
the
as
last time we were here, you kept trying to tell us how
we
the
know
Earth
you're
isn't flat the way that you make up in your head. So if you have a case, go ahead and present your case, but don't tell us, well, it can't be flat the way I'm making up in my head. So
okay, so I've written down that what I've been asked is to demonstrate the Sagitta in this photo. So,
this is going to be good.
Yeah. Not its distance. Just
someone start the timer. We'll start the timer right now. We'll see how long this takes.
Why did you say not its distance? The Sagitta's distance is crucial. Why are you avoiding that part?
I was just asked to prove that it's there, right? That was my goal.
Yeah, it should be able to just see it. Yeah, it should be as simple as that. Like, there's a picture. You take a picture of Bigfoot, and there's Bigfoot. Yeah. There he is. We can see him. We got him on camera. So you just do the same thing with your Sagitta. You just see it in reality and snap a shot of it. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. So, you're familiar with the pic? What is it called? The mountain, whatever. The infrared photo we were talking about yesterday. So, we have the Notre Dame de la Grande, which is 505 feet tall. We have the stadium that's right next to it that has a larger, larger angular size. Yeah.
Okay.
So the stadium next to it has a larger.
We're not going through the same thing for hours and hours and hours with you like you did yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah, he wants to say that angular size situation is because of a Sagitta at 116 miles that isn't in the picture at 116 miles.
Yeah,
I told him this over and over again. How can he say, which is before the thing that he's pointing at to make his point about how it was supposed to be starting to block everything beyond it?
Just really stupid, ridiculously stupid that you would continue to go on with the same thing.
I thought the whole point was to let Witsit talk to him. Is Witsit still here?
Okay. Witsit, you still there?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm driving, so I may go in and out of service. I was just
can
curious.
agree.
I was just gonna ask him like, why is it that you believe in this religion? I was curious.
Okay, so I'm still on demonstrate the Sagitta can be seen in this photo. So
Yeah, but you still failed at that for like the past
Okay.
2 days, so
all right.
it's
So
getting
what I
kind
want,
of
so
circular.
great. So I'm under the impression that the Sagitta can be seen in this demonstration. So what I want to know is how I can understand that it cannot be seen in this demonstration, because it seems that
Just point to it.
Present
You
your
can't.
case.
He's going to fail at it again. He's going to spend another 4 hours trying to point to something that's not there. It's obviously never going to happen. Okay, we're just taking you on a wild goose chase. We're asking you to point to something in the picture that isn't in the picture, and you don't get it yet. So you might as well just move on to Witzit's question.
Ask me where it is, and I'll answer. Right. So you ask where it is.
Yeah, you're going to say 116 miles, and where are you getting that from? From a calculator.
I'm
You're
not.
supposed
I'm
to be
not
getting
talking.
it from.
No, I'm talking about the observation. I'm not talking about math. So
Well, and the observation is supposed to be entirely obstructed. I don't know if you guys are using the one that I made, but the one that I made, the observation of the Notre Dame de la Garde or whatever, it was supposed to be entirely obstructed by over like 600 feet. So it's not there. So what are you talking about?
okay. So here we see in this photo. I'm talking about the observation. I'm not talking about what we should see. I'm talking about what we do see. Okay. So what we see is this dark line of the water line, and we see the Notre Dame de la Grande behind it. And then surrounding the Notre Dame de la Grande, which is at 505 feet, there's a city there. And next to it is this stadium that's 200 feet tall. And it has larger angular size than the Notre Dame de la
200
Grande.
feet tall. What elevation?
It has similar elevation, but it's lower. Let me see. I can Google it.
Okay,
It's
so
not
there's
at
that.
all. It's not at all the same. You're just making stuff up.
No, it's at different altitude, obviously. It's at different elevation from sea level.
Elevations. Altitudes are above ground. So again, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
How
so
many
it's
things can
200
you get
feet in
wrong?
elevation from the ground, but it's also at a different elevation from sea level compared to the Notre Dame de la Grande. But this
Yeah,
combines to
Notre
make it much
Dame de la
lower.
Garde is the highest point in the entire city by far.
Yeah, no, that's the point that I'm making.
Okay, well, it's supposed to be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature, though. So how about you address that point?
So let me find out exactly what its hidden distance is, because I do know this. The geometric horizon, I think, is in front of
Okay, is
the
that
coastline by quite a lot.
is that what you're trying to point to with the coastline? Is that where you think the geometric horizon is?
Let me find out exactly where the geometric horizon should be in this picture, assuming
I've already told
it
you.
should be like 500 feet above the top of the building. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna
why do we
get exact
see the
numbers.
building? Why do we see the building?
Which one? The Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, yeah, it's supposed
All
to be
right.
hundreds of feet beneath Earth curvature. Why can't we see it?
Yeah, this is exactly why this photo took 3 days to take, is because the first 2 times it was obscured.
Oh, was
Seems
there
like you're
Earth
not
curve?
answering the question, buddy. Try again.
I mean, you know my answer, you just don't like it. It's
Say it.
atmospheric
Say it.
refraction. That's
Be a
why I
big
took
boy. Be a big
3
boy and
attempts.
say it.
That's why I took 3 attempts to get this photo, because the first
Really?
time
Because
the
I actually
atmospheric conditions
personally
weren't
talked to the
correct.
guy. He said it didn't take 3 attempts. So where'd you get that information? I talked to him. I've
What's his
actually
name?
talked to him.
Because I read his
It's
whole
some
blog.
French dude. I have an entire DM message thread with him.
Okay, well, I got that from his blog. I didn't make that up. He said that he took 3 attempts to get this photo over 3 days. I didn't just like come up with that.
He told me that you can see this all the time.
I mean, I know he's taken the photo multiple times, but I know that he took
Okay.
3 attempts to get this specific photo. That's just what he said.
And
Okay.
That's,
So
again,
is the
that's not
Earth
really part of
curvature?
our conversation. Yeah,
No, it
it's
is
not really.
actually, because that's irrelevant, because the Earth curvature doesn't change. It's a physical place that stays the same. So why do we see the buildings?
Again, you know my answer. My answer is atmospheric refraction for that building specifically. But
Okay, so there was no atmospheric refraction when we didn't see it, but when we did see it, that's when we know refraction's there.
well, there are going to be days, depending on atmospheric conditions, when you can see this building and when you
It
can't.
took 3 days to get it because there was Earth curve in the other pictures, I guess. Can you show us those pictures that show the Earth curve? Why didn't you just use those instead of this one that doesn't show it?
Because he didn't post the pictures on the days where he wasn't able to
Okay,
see
so
this
there's
fully
still no
captain.
pictures of Earth curve existing in reality. Thanks.
Well, I actually talked to him. This guy's making stuff up. So he just said that on those days that the conditions weren't very clear. I literally have the DMs from him.
Yeah, I
So
know. That's what I mean.
Well, no. So, on a flat Earth, when it's clearer outside, you can see further. Okay, you're claiming that when it's clearest is when there's the most refraction.
I'm I'm filling out the numbers on this really quick so I can have a better conversation.
No. You're
about
going to
it.
address what I just said. So when it's clear outside, you can see further. But your claim is that when it's the clearest outside, that's when there's the most refraction.
Again, refraction isn't just specifically your like atmospheric occlusion. It's also the temperature of the day, right?
Well, it's too bad the infrared takes all of that out.
No, that's not all of it. Not all of it.
The temperature was the same. It was over a course of 3 days. It was all the same. Try again.
Yeah. So this photo was taken at 800 nanometers, and the edge of visible light is 700 nanometers. So this is an infrared photo technically, according to language, but refraction is not reduced in that.
Drastically. So what's your point? Infrared cuts out on refraction drastically.
I actually ran the refraction index on 800 nanometer light, and it's like 0.004% different than 700 nanometers.
8 to 17% difference. Try again.
Have you done the refractive index calculations for visible light versus 800 nanometers? Visible light's an average, right? It's 200 to 700 nanometers.
I can cite like 30 places that tell you infrared cuts out on 8 to 17% of refractive effects.
Again, infrared is a very, very general term. We need to know what this picture was taken with, and this was taken with 800 nanometer light, which is the very, very edge of infrared, close to the visible spectrum.
Great. Well, just show us where the sagitta is.
Yeah, where's the curvature?
Again, what I observe in this photo is that there are buildings that are occluded by the water. That's what I'm calling your sagitta. Is this water?
Are you saying that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth? Are you saying that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth?
I'm yet to be presented with how that could happen on a flat Earth, and I want to know.
Okay, well listen really carefully, okay? So when you're looking over water seems to swell up, right? Because it's constantly moving. It's called fluid dynamics, right? And then where you perceive the water to be, water edge, if you will, perceivably, it goes up and down relative to atmospheric conditions. Okay? So you can take a little boat out on a mini lake and you can watch the boat disappear from the bottom up, or the boat be entirely obstructed based on the atmospheric conditions. But we know that the lake is flat, right? So that would happen on a flat Earth. It's called optical compression. So can you tell me where we find the proof of the Earth being a ball? When do we get to that part?
Yesterday, I was told that the reason that things disappear from the bottom up over the horizon was due to like Rayleigh criteria. So this, I'm hearing a different explanation now. You're cutting out a little bit. You're cutting out a little bit, Whit. Let me put all these numbers in real quick. You're okay. Thankfully, I have all these in a Google Doc. Let's see.
Any Earth curve pics saved to that Google Doc? Shoreline isn't a sagitta, right? You seem to be kind of making that leap that a shoreline is a sagitta. That's not what it is.
No, I'm not talking about the shoreline.
Okay, then what are you talking about? Where is the goddamn sagitta that's supposed to be blocking things in that picture that they're not blocking? That you keep talking about the water line, but not the sagitta.
Whit knew what I was referring to, at least. But does anyone know off the top of your head what
in Whit's mouth? That's a good one.
No, he responded to me. No, he responded to me in a way that
I'm tired of your sophistry. You're full of shit.
Whatever you were referring to did not prove your globe.
Yeah, the sagitta, I don't even think you know what it means, or you're just avoiding the fact that everything's supposed to drop away after it. Unfortunately, we see everything behind it.
You mean like the mountains and things like that? They have elevation. They have non-zero elevation.
Yeah, your sea level is supposed to be curving though.
Yeah.
So what the fuck happened to your curvature? Where is it?
So I'm really, it's annoying to be asked questions that I have answers to in the manner in which I don't have answers.
You never answered them.
Okay,
Stop lying.
Your question was,
lying.
Why can we see the mountains?
Stop lying.
Are you interested in my answer?
Not really.
Okay, why'd you ask?
We're just interested in the sagitta that you can't show us.
Yeah,
but you can't show it to us. So
all right,
what you were about to say? You're going to point to other things in the picture that aren't it, and then operate off of the assumption that they're it. It's just retarded.
No, he asked why you can see the mountains.
I'm being entertained by your cognitive dissonance, so keep going.
Yeah, I mean, there's mountains in the picture that should be blocked by thousands, up to a mile or so of Earth curve. Mm-hmm. We're seeing them. Why is that picture even existing if your sagitta is there? What you can't point to us is blocking those things, which you say it is, even though you can't point to the thing that's supposed to be doing the blocking. Just
the Sagittarius should be blocking the entire view behind it.
Okay, so thank you. Let's
bro.
stay on this, right? Your question was, why can we see the mountains? Because they have altitude, because they have elevation. That is.
No, the question is, where
but the
is your
elevation
Sagittarius?
isn't enough to overcome the amount of Earth curve drop that is supposed to be at that distance of 255 miles, which is 12,000 feet. That mountain's about 7,700 feet. Do you think that 12,000 is more or less than 7,000? Yeah. So anyway, the reason that the Sagitta that you can't point to in that picture is not blocking that mountain is because it's not in the picture.
Sorry, I'm just inputting all the numbers.
Yeah,
for
like
this.
on a flat Earth, listen, you need to understand this, dude. On a flat surface, you would also have things obstructed optically in the distance. Okay, the fact that it constantly fluctuates shows you that it's an apparent location. It's just apparent obstruction. But in the
I'm
globe
aware that
paradigm, it is a
yeah.
physical, tangible obstruction.
Yeah, I know that the horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware that the distance that you can view objects fluctuates. I know this.
And that's what would happen on a flat surface. So whenever you're like, oh, there's a city here we can't see, that doesn't prove the Earth's a ball. That happens on flat surfaces. You can prove it. So the question is, why is it that whenever it's clear outside and we can see further, we see way beyond what should be physically obstructed? That means
You're cutting out a little bit again. Sorry, I know you're driving.
You're gone altogether, Witchy. Try to reconnect if you can. Sorry.
He's going through tunnel, folks. Please stand by.
It's been like 2 days of him not showing us the geometric Earth curve horizon that is supposed to be in that picture, blocking the things that he's also showing us in the picture, showing us how it's not blocking those things.
I need to play some circus music up in here.
It's been years. None of them have been coming in here and showing us. They're okay. I'm gonna go get a photo or proof, and I'll be back. And they never come back with anything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is you right now. It's the geometric horizon that isn't in this picture is blocking these things that we see in this picture that it isn't blocking. Like, why are you that person?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the matter with you?
I want to know why we can't see things that are behind this water.
Yeah, not because there's a 116-mile geometric horizon in it, because there isn't one.
Okay, I can accept that in the event that that is followed up with a justification for why we actually can't see these objects if that is not the case.
Are you just going to tell us that, well, I don't want, it can't be flat the way I'm thinking of it? That's what you've been trying to do.
We don't need to justify it. It's just reality. You didn't justify that there was any geometric horizon in that picture, right? We don't have to justify anything to you. You don't even know the elevation of the building, so you don't know that it wouldn't be compressed at a site anyway. No, you don't, because we asked you a few minutes ago. You had no goddamn clue. You said it's roughly the same as the other one. You don't really know. And actually, the elevation you gave me for the other one yesterday was also wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You're obviously going into globe echo chambers. You're coming back with a script. It's obvious.
I'm not aware
details.
that there's like anti-flat Earth groups. I've never heard of that.
Sure.
Whatever.
Liars would
You're
always
the most
say
honest
that.
person that's ever been in the server, right? You're really, really an honest guy, super honest. You have to remind us every 5 seconds. That's how honest you are. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? There's still no geometric horizon in that picture. So why would you ask us, why can't I see this thing that the geometric horizon must be blocking if it exists, even though the geometric horizon isn't in this picture? Like, what's wrong with you? What's the matter with you?
I feel a necessity to defend myself if you guys always claim that I'm intellectually dishonest or
yeah,
that
well,
I'm lying to you.
Yeah, but you are. You just stop being intellectually dishonest and people will probably stop saying that. So we got the Black Swan picture. You say that every observation that we show you, it squares with globe geometry perfectly. Can you tell me exactly how that 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height squares with the globe dimensions? Walk us through it. Be very specific. Tell us exactly how it squares.
Yeah, I forgot to save Black Swan so I could research that one because it's probably the top post in the distance measurement.
Yeah, well, maybe you can just tell me in general how we can get a 10-mile horizon, which would be your Sagitta, if it is a globe, at a 1-foot observer height with the claimed globe dimensions. How does that happen?
Thanks, whoever just pulled up Black Swan.
How does that happen? Because why do you keep reaching for something that's never been observed in reality that you sure can't demonstrate, because all your proof of it is just proof against it, actually, that you try to reify as proof for it? Why are you arguing for that being the thing that causes anything in any of these observations, something nobody's ever seen, something you can't show us? Like, what's actually wrong?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done.
One of the photos he posted I was looking at has mountains behind mountains and then mountains behind those mountains.
Yeah, that was that's different from the Notre Dame de la Grande, but that was another observation.
Yeah,
you don't know the elevation
no
of Notre
curve.
Dame.
The mountains aren't dropping away. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's supposed to be a sagitta in that picture that starts to obstruct everything behind it. Notre Dame Grande, that's what? Beyond 116 miles? I think so, right? You did the math yesterday.
Yeah, I'm pulling it all.
Yeah, it's
I
beyond it.
on my phone, but it is. Yeah, it's beyond it by like 50 miles or something.
Yeah. There you go. Anyway, you shouldn't be looking at that if that's the case. The elevation was what? You said the number you gave me yesterday was 200 feet. That was your number.
For the stadium? I think it's... I mean, it's in a screenshot that I posted to Voice Links.
Whatever.
The elevation of the stadium.
It doesn't matter. There's no geometric horizon in the picture, so it's stupid to even talk about it. So how about this black swan picture? Is there a geometric horizon in this picture?
Yeah, on 50 miles, there should be 1,666 feet of drop. That's 1,600 feet, 16 stories.
1,600 feet of drop, and he said the elevation was what again? What's your elevation for Notre Dame? Yeah, he gave us 200, didn't he?
200 feet. So great. How come you're
buddy,
missing 16? You're missing 1,600 feet of drop there.
Yeah, can you tell me which number's bigger, 200 or 1,600? Yeah. You got that? Did you put that down in your notes and get back to us?
1,600 feet is way more than 16 stories, Sonny.
I'm doing
100 feet would be 10 stories.
Oh, you're right. It would be 160 stories. Or wait a minute.
Well, it's a lot more than 200. I mean, once it's 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, that much beyond 200, I just stop even thinking about it.
It's like a half a mile of drop is missing.
Yeah, so
that's in that 50 miles.
Wanting to argue that something that's not in that picture, that's never been in any picture, that he can't show us existing in reality, is obstructing all these things that we see in the picture that are not obstructed. It's absolutely.
You can actually see.
Yeah,
you can actually see them.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, GoFast? Like, honest question, what's actually wrong with you? Like, are you not taking your meds? What is it?
Are we doing Black Swan now?
Yeah, we're doing Black Swan. Why the fuck do you have a 10-mile horizon on your 39, 59-mile radius ball? Walk me through the geometry of that. Be very specific.
I'm reading the Black Swan right now. Number 1 globe killer.
Okay.
Yeah, read it out loud.
All right, number 1 globe killer. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurements must be more than 1.225 times square root of observer height in feet, Q.
All right,
geometric horizon.
So do you agree with that up to this point?
1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Do you agree?
In the event of no atmosphere, right? So assuming no atmosphere. That's correct.
What do you mean?
No, is that the size of your ball or not? The 39, 59 mile radius with a 1.225 mile sagitta at a 1 foot height or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is. So why the fuck is there a horizon which would be a sagitta on your ball at 10 miles, not 1.225 at a 1 foot observer height?
Earth radius is 3958, so this is close, but
it's 3958.8, so 3959. Back to the question: why is it 10 miles instead of 1.225?
Okay, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore no P.
Don't say gravity, bud.
I didn't. Why would gravity be related to this? No,
gravity is the thing that is supposed to be forming your sagitta, right? Because it's supposed to be pulling the water in, right, to the center of the Earth, right? It's supposed to be conforming.
Yeah, so this observation seems consistent with what I believe.
It's consistent.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Okay. So like I said, this would be his assumption.
No, I asked
would
for
be
the
true in
geometry.
the
No,
absence of
Look. You're talking about what you believe. I asked for the geometry. How do you
in
get
an
a 10-mile
ideal
Sagittarius?
world, not in real life, right? In an ideal world where mathematics is all that exists, and we can do things like ignore variables like the atmosphere that have significant impact on things like this, then this would be
Okay,
like a
no.
valid observation.
I said to tell us geometrically how it is possible to have a 10-mile Sagittarius at 1 foot height on a 59 radius ball and be very specific about how you got to that.
How do you include atmosphere in a geometric
Be very
calculation?
specific about how you got to your 10-mile Sagittarius at a 1 foot observer height. Geometrically. Walk us through it step by step. Be very specific.
This is real life, not math. How do you include atmospheric
Specifics,
refraction in
please. The
geometry?
geometry of your globe is
No,
not
he's
represented
correct.
here,
No, he's
so we
correct.
need to know. We need to know why that is. So
No, he's correct in an ideal system where there's no atmospheric refraction,
Okay.
right?
Okay, that's not being specific. You need to give us specifics about why your Sagittarius is appearing where it is. Give us the mechanics for it, exactly how it happened, and how you even know it's in that picture in the first place if that kind of a distortion can occur.
Yep. And specifically, how exactly the your refraction lifts that image up from 10 times further than it's supposed to be. Show us that. I want to know exactly.
Okay, I'll
it's more than 10. I'm not going to give him all the answers, but this is an error of orders.
Yeah, you're going to give us the standard. He's going to give us the standard refraction formula instead of what he's saying.
No, I'm not.
Okay, is that what you want to give us? Okay, then what do you want to give us?
Don't assume what I believe, and don't assume what I'm going to say. Okay.
Okay, then you give it to us yourself. Like I've asked you about 6 times now to be very specific about how you were able to displace the horizon like that, and all you've done is talk about your beliefs and different things about how air can distort the image of your ball. I need to know exactly how you got it there with specifics.
You should change your name to Stay Long or Go Slow, because you're not leaving quickly, that's for sure.
So no specifics, just silence, eh?
No, I'm getting you the my favorite paper by Applied Optics about long distance observations.
Do you know what's in it? Can you just tell us?
Yeah,
Because notice how we don't have to stop and be like, hold on, let me just get this thing that I think proves this point that I already have in mind. We can just rattle it off.
I care about not just saying. I care about not just saying like things off the top of my head.
We care about talking to people who know what they're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
But you've been doing that. Talk about it then. Just talk about it then.
Okay.
Just talk about it then. Tell us exactly what the mechanics of it are. Tell us exactly how you get a 10-mile Sagittarius using geometry, right? On a 59 radius ball. Go.
Oh,
he knows
using geometry? Absolutely not.
Yeah, geometrically. Yeah, no, that's what you have
absolutely
to
not.
do.
No, yeah, this cannot be explained.
It's a okay, it can't be explained with geometry. Then you got no ball then because it's a geometric claim. So you got no ball.
Roboting a little bit still.
Yeah, what you're roboting hard. Yeah, but if you can't do it with geometry, then you don't have a claim because your claim is geometric. So
no, it's not. No,
bye geometric horizon.
Wait, here it is. This is a concession. You just said no, it's not. My claim isn't geometric. Your claim.
No, it's absolutely not. I never said that.
All right, well then bye geometric horizon. Yep, no geometric horizon.
No, the geometric horizon is a very ideal mathematic calculation.
It doesn't exist. That's
not in reality.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only in the math. It's not in reality.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any globe believer who tells you that the geometric horizon is an actual constant that can be observed in reality is lying to you. Yeah.
Well, there's no geometry to the horizon then. There's no geometry to your globe because it doesn't
Well, there's no geometry, period, right? Because it's idealized mathematics.
It doesn't exist then.
Dude, welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, your argument is a geometric one. You know that a sphere, a ball, that's geometry, right? Shapes, geometry, right? So that's your whole claim is geometry. If you can't justify it using geometry in any way whatsoever, then you don't have a claim.
Did we just have a breakthrough?
No, we use geometry. We use mathematics.
We use geometry now. We do use geometry. Oh, so we're back to using geometry.
Oh,
okay, so we do?
In the event that I'm ever taken seriously and allowed to address the things you guys say, I'll talk. But until then, I'll just let you.
Oh, you're allowed. You just can't.
After his third year in preschool, he was probably pushed forward, so he didn't look so odd in the class growing old so fast.
Comes in here with a geometric claim and then says, "No, I can't prove it geometrically."
I didn't come here with any
They
geometric
glossed
claim.
over the shapes part of geometry.
I didn't come here with any geometric claim.
That was
Again,
the whole topic,
I'm tired
though,
of being
bro.
misrepresented, and I'm tired of being strawmanned.
Okay,
that
well
was the whole
then,
point.
I guess you're not a glober then. You're not here defending the globe. You're not here defending the Sagittarius.
I'm here defending reality.
Okay, well, yeah, reality
Okay,
where there's no
welcome to
globe.
Flat Earth.
Reality where there's no geometric globe horizon to be found anywhere. That reality. Okay, great. We're all on the same page.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Happy to have you.
So I was on the same page with a lot of things that were said, but something that I disagreed with and have a problem with is your interpretation that geometry is being relied upon by people that are defending this, right? So we use math to help represent reality, but there are obviously
If
always
you don't tie it back to your globe geometry somehow and make it square, then you don't have a globe. Do you get that?
Yep. So we use math to help represent reality, but there are always going to be variables that are in reality that we cannot account for in the math. If you tried to do a calculation for any system that accounted for all variables, you'd be writing for the rest of time, right? So the geometric horizon
you don't
is
have
an
it. Yeah, I
approximation,
get it.
a real thing that exists.
I get it. You're telling us that you can't find the geometric horizon. The dog ate your geometric horizon. It's long gone. You can't show it to us. I got it. It's cool.
I mean, it's a useful concept for experiments and observations like this, but it doesn't actually exist any more than the number
doesn't
1
exist.
or 2 exists.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't
Earth
exist.
curve
Yeah,
doesn't exist. Thank you.
It just exists in numbers. He said. Perfect.
Okay, so if you wanted the justification for the black swan experiment in reality, not in geometry, in actual physical reality in physics, you can click the.
It is in reality.
Welcome to
Where
the
do you get the picture? Where do you think the picture came from?
No, the picture. No, exactly. The picture is taken of reality. So you cannot address the findings of this picture using geometry.
Yeah, you
address
can.
the findings of this picture.
Actually, guess what? If the Earth was this geometric object, the specific one that you say it was, then yeah, we would be able to do that.
Wait, what happened to the geometry of the globe? Didn't they claim geometry of the globe? What happened to that?
No, we wouldn't. That's a lie. How do you know? Is there a globe out there somewhere that you tested all of this on? Well, show us the curve of that. Show us the geometric horizon of that. Show us how that would work.
All right. If you think you can justify the observations in the black swan photo using geometry, then you're not worth talking
about. But GOFAST, what happened to the geometry of the globe?
Yeah, exactly. Then there's no globe.
That's what the whole argument is about. The claimed geometry of the globe.
I don't know what you're referring to specifically about black swan.
You don't live on the globe?
Yeah,
no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just one concession after the next. You don't know what you're talking about either.
I know.
Because you just told us this whole time that you cannot tie it to the globe geometry. That is nothing but a concession. Thanks.
I'm going to go back to waiting to be asked a question because it seems like you guys are violating this the rule.
Wait, so what is the geometry of the globe? Do you know?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means.
Okay. Does the globe have a curve or not?
Do I understand spherical geometry? Yes.
Does a globe have a curve or not?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
So does it have geometry? Because if I Google it, someone's telling me how big this thing is. So it's got to claim geometry. So.
If I Google it, they're telling me the distance to the horizon based on that geometry. Now, what happened to it in reality? Where'd it go?
If you Google the radius of the Earth, you're not talking about an idealized sphere, right? Like you're talking about the actual
okay, all right. So the radius varies here to there. Okay, so in the black swan picture, what would be the radius, the distance to the center of the Earth at that location then, since it's an irregularly shaped sphere?
Well, the irregularities in the geometry of the Earth are enough to.
No. What is the radius at that location? Right?
No, the irregularities from spherical in the Earth are not related to the observations of the black swan.
Okay, good. So you can't use that either. It's just another cool story.
No, I already told you. In the absence of atmosphere, his claim would make total sense, right?
Okay, well, show us the black swan picture in the absence of atmosphere. Then go.
Wait, whose claim, bro?
The claim is that it's a real photo of real life. It's a real photo of real life.
That's right. So in real life, when did you take a photo of a 10-mile distance, maybe say the black swan location, in the absence of atmosphere to make sure of how it would look?
All right, you guys aren't interested in letting me explain how this photo was taken
and
why it doesn't
clear, dude.
So if anyone wants to steel man me, If anybody wants to steelman me.
Yeah, you're not steelmanning our argument. You're saying that somebody claimed the Black Swan.
No. It's a real photo, and I could take this picture.
You want people to give you a chance to speak, but the claim on the table is that the globe is a sphere with a radius of 3959. That's the claim here, brother. That's the claim geometry.
The Earth, not the Earth itself, not a idealized sphere. And Black Swan is consistent with that.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, right?
Yes, and Black Swan is consistent.
Yeah, okay, yes, that's what you're telling us. And then you're saying that in that Black Swan picture, that 3959 radius sphere was distorted to look like this. Now walk us through the mechanics of exactly how that works.
Okay, so if you guys want to follow along with me, I posted this
Specifics.
PDF.
We need it quantified. We need to know exactly how much refraction is being applied and how you got to that.
Okay, so as we know, light bends as it traverses a medium of changing pressure, temperature, or density. So the atmosphere is a medium like that. Yeah, so the
numbers
atmosphere is a
based
medium
on
like
measurements from the atmosphere.
I mean, I wasn't there with a barometer at every foot during the time the paper was made.
You have absolutely no goddamn clue what the conditions are. They're just whatever you need to make the sphere work.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a way in refraction that this photo is possible? Consistent with contemporary physics.
Of course that photo is possible. You're looking at it.
No, so this photo is entirely possible and in fact expected in my understanding of contemporary physics.
It's expected. Okay. Yes. Because there's no geometric horizon. There's no sagitta that would obstruct anything in that picture. So yeah, it's perfectly expected. What's the problem?
This photo of these oil rigs is completely consistent with my understanding of contemporary physics, which is not
contemporary physics. Okay, that's
we're not talking about physics, though.
There's nothing to do with
I'm not talking about geometry. I'm talking about physics.
Oh shit! See,
then you are talking about geometry, and you're a liar or just stupid. I don't care which one it is. Okay, you seem to have a problem with being called a liar, so okay, you're just stupid then. I'll give you that. Because you just said a minute ago that, yes, the Earth is a 3959 mile radius sphere. That is what we're looking at in that picture. That is geometry. Now you're saying you're not talking about geometry. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, I think he's wasted enough time.
We can find a conclusion here incredibly quickly if you just ask me what variable is...
Okay, great. Why don't we try that next week? We had enough of you this week.
I want him to... try to make this square with his globe. I want to know exactly how he got the sagitta to that distance.
He's not going to do it.
Kind of vaguely waffling on about atmospheric pressure and density and temperature and different things, and he just can't seem to get there. So I just want him to quantify it exactly. Like, just come out with the number first, even, and then you can tell us what it's based on.
Okay, there seems to be little interest in the questions I'm being asked. If you want to ask me a question.
Okay, so now he wants a color comment about the questions being asked, so fuck off. As a matter of fact, the next time you try any little swift move like that, I'm just going to ban your ass. How's that sound?
The only thing that we need from you is the quantification of exactly how that geometric horizon got displaced like that. You can start with the number and work back if you want. You can give us the formula, and then you can tell us exactly what measurements in the real world you use to get it.
So the next time you're unmuted, I want you to start when you start speaking, I want it to be the proof. If not, I'll deal with it.
Yeah, quantify it now, please. Tell us exactly what formula you're using to justify a 10-mile sagitta on your globe with that radius, and then you can work back from how you got that.
Because it's the same thing you did with Canahu. You said this fits perfectly with the globe model and your idea. So you said the Black Swan fits perfect. So you're going to show us exactly how it fits perfectly with the 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah, it's nowhere near fitting perfectly, but I'm not giving the game away for him, so I'm just going to let him hang himself.
No, I appreciate that. I like homework, so I'm going to download this and I'll get back to you guys.
Here we go again. Okay.
Here we go again.
It better be good, because if you don't bring it next time, it's just going to be over, man.
You're like number 2,853 that we're going to wait to come back with some sort of proof of your globe.
Contestant number 3959.
Well, I did this with... If there was some kind of problem with Canahu, then we need to address that first.
Proof. Shut the fuck up. Get the proof. Bye. Next thing we want to see from you is not your voice. We don't want to hear your voice. I want to see a citation in the live stream voice text or by DM, or you're just not going to be unmuted, period. Or you're going to take 7 days off. Your choice. So next time you enter into conversation here, including the text check, it better be the fucking proof. Yeah, you better be careful what you type here.
But remember, he doesn't have a geometric claim. Oh, so I guess he's not arguing for the globe. Okay, no problem.
I warned you. Yeah, think carefully next time, bro.
I think Genius might be waiting to unmute and give us something. I'm not sure.
No, he's going to give us one more chance, and this is what he's typing. So let's see what this chance is, because that's it. I've lost my patience with this guy. Yeah, that's a smart move. But just go find that proof, man. We don't want to hear you talking about it. We want to see the proof in black and white.
He doesn't understand how he has to tie the situation to his globe geometry in order for his globe geometry to still hold. Like, he thinks that this has nothing to do with geometry, even though his entire claim is geometry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
It's psychotic. Saying you're here to prove a globe, but I'm not talking about geometry.
Yeah, so he's not talking about a globe then. Okay, no problem. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, and then he completely just equivocates and says, "Oh, I'm not here to prove anything about the globe." I'm wondering what freaking psych ward you're in. Stop missing your medication time, man.
Start calling the hospital, see if they're missing any patients.
There's a geometric horizon in this picture that got distorted, but my argument has nothing to do with geometry. Ugh. How can anybody be this stupid?
Fluoride.
I see there's some new people in chat, guys, if anybody wants to introduce them.
He's typing a novel, GOFAST.
Takes a lot of words to just show a picture of Earth curve, eh?
If you're new to the server and VC verified and would like to say something, unmute yourself. Welcome to the room. Feel free to ask any questions.
Checking my robot now.
Sounding good, Dave.
Oh, thanks. Thought there was new people. Hello, new people. What's their name? Somebody tell me.
Hey, my name's GQ. Can you hear
Hello,
me?
GQ. Hello, GQ. Do you think you live on a... Go ahead.
I think I live on a flat.
Did you say a flat
I'm
something?
on a. Can you hear me?
You're cutting out a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm on a FedEx route, so I'm just listening.
Oh, I remember talking to you. You're good, man. You can go back to listen if you want.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else new? All right. Whoever wants to talk, go ahead. New people had a chance to talk. It's Dead Air Dave signing off.
So he's back in the chat saying that he provided a paper that will help you understand via modern physics what's going on in the black swan picture. So do you understand? You haven't walked us through it yet. You haven't demonstrated your understanding. So did you read your paper which can provide this understanding that you speak of?
I think several people here have made it painfully clear what we want as a response from you, sir, GOFAST. And you're not providing it, so I'm not sure why you're still here.
Yeah, he's talking about how this paper will help one understand the black swan, but he hasn't demonstrated any understanding of it at all. In fact, he doesn't even know that his globe is a geometric argument, so I don't think he understands anything, but maybe we can give him another chance and he can share this so-called understanding that he speaks of with us.
That's up to you guys. I don't care.
Is he on mute right now? I'm not looking. Ah, well. I'm sure he'll be back to display his lack of understanding that he calls understanding once more. It's just so weird. If he's sharing papers that help you understand something, you'd think that he'd be the first to understand it, but,
What about Ziploid? Did we talk to them? Hello, Ziploid. I can't look to see if they got BC verified or not.
Well, we got GoFast still in the chat saying that he has little faith that he'll be able to explain his paper. I think he's trying to put the blame for that on us, but what he really means is he won't actually be able to.
If you're listening, GoFast, my advice is I hope at some point you see what mental gymnastics you're going through to justify this belief that you have, when you could just accept reality as it's presenting itself to you. But that's totally up to you.
I've been unmuted, it seems.
But you're going through mental gymnastics to justify something that doesn't exist. And there's been people here several years. I've been here 7 years, just looking for a simple demonstration of drop over distance. Say a 10-mile distance, there should be a 60-foot drop. That's a 60-foot building. That would be seeable. Nobody's ever done that. That should concern you. Sorry, I'll shut up.
And that drop is supposed to start at 1.225 miles. You keep coming in here arguing for it, saying that we see it obstructing things, but where? Now you've posted a paper that you think helps you understand the black swan. Okay, share that understanding with us. You haven't shared any yet. Maybe this will be the first time.
Okay. So as light travels through a medium of changing pressure or density, it can diffract. It can diffract in ways that benefit long-range observation.
Okay, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Quantify it. Put it into terms for us. Give us the formula, whatever you're using, the math that you use to get the horizon to that distance. Then you can start to try to justify it with bendy light.
Yeah, it's that paper, right?
Okay.
I don't know exactly.
You didn't read your paper then? It's in the paper, but you can't tell me what it is, so you didn't read your own paper. So you're saying this paper can help you understand, but I didn't read it, so I don't understand. But you can read it, and then you can understand.
I read the paper. The problem is not with me reading the paper. It's that I don't know the variables at play with Black Swan specifically. I wasn't there. I don't know where it was. I mean, I like to have the time, and I was going to take the time to find out specifically where this was taken and the distance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, temperatures in that environment, so I can give you
Do you have any idea what would be required to distort your globe like that? What kind of refraction? How much refraction?
No, I can't answer. No, I can't say yes for that specifically because I don't know how far away Black Swan is. I don't know.
Well, then you got no goddamn clue that what you're looking at is a picture of a distorted 1.225 mile ball edge because you still have no existence that there's no evidence that such a thing exists.
You asked me how this is possible, and I told you how it is possible and gave you a very good resource to learn.
You're telling us that we are looking at a distorted image of a 1.225 mile ball edge that looks more like at the minimum a 10-mile ball edge. So show us that ball edge existing in reality and then show us how you figured out that its image can be distorted that way and quantify it. We want the numbers that you're using to get there, and we want the measurements and the data that you use from physical reality to get those numbers.
All right, so as you know, I operate under questions that I'm asked. So that was like 3 different questions. So number 1 was demonstrate how you know refraction exists, right? How we know light can bend through a changing medium. So and then number 2, demonstrate I mean that was like the main one, right? Because we're trying to justify Black Swan. So that's like the main point we need to answer first is understanding refraction over distance, which is like a very good way to segue into clicking on and talking over the PDF that I sent, the paper. So as you guys know, light can bend as a function of its distance traveled through a changing medium. So the atmosphere is a changing medium. It has different temperatures and different pressures at different spots. So as the light travels through the atmosphere or any other changing medium, you've probably seen this with sugar water from other globe believers, the light will bend. And this can be either beneficial or detrimental to long-range observations. This is why things like the geometric horizon are, like at best, a idealist mathematical interpretation of where the horizon should be, because where your horizon actually is dependent on atmospheric conditions at the time. So in the event of Black Swan, we see a lot of artifacts like this caused by refraction over water. This one specifically, I can't give you exact numbers on what the temperature was at the time, how far away the oil rigs are, because I don't know enough about the photo. I was able to do things like that for the pick Lagarde or something, the infrared photograph of Notre Dame de la Grande, because I had a lot of information about that photo. But this one I can't really do that with. But the justification for the observation in contemporary physics is the way that light bends over changing mediums in refraction. This is a good point. Observe it be, just posted in voice length, he said, the atmosphere is not a changing medium. Its density and temperature changes, but it's not changing to glass, sugar, or a drastically denser medium. So you're right. When we see a laser bend in sugar water, it bends drastically over a very short distance because the difference between the less sugary and more sugary water is an extremely different pressure differential. In the atmosphere,
Now we're talking about sugar water instead of the surface of Earth.
no, he was saying like when this happens in sugar water, and I understand that, but why would it happen in the atmosphere? It happens in the atmosphere because the light is traveling through a changing medium, but it's a
gases
very
don't have a shape, so you can't use atmosphere.
Okay.
So sorry, your atmosphere is Narnia, doesn't exist. Gases don't obtain shapes unless they're contained.
If you're trying to illustrate the concept that light bends in some sort of medium change, that's fine, but is your concept really applicable? There's a huge density change in sugar water. Is that
again, this is exactly what I'm describing, right?
So Atmos plane or the Atmos? I don't necessarily know if that's the case.
This is exactly what I'm describing. So if you let me talk, he said he compared it to the sugar water, and that's a good comparison because the sugar water is way denser than the air, so that change happens way faster, which is why it's able to be observed in small scales. Over the atmosphere, the change in pressure and temperature is there, but it's way more gradual, so it takes a lot longer distance for light to bend in any kind of meaningful capacity.
That's a bit of a jump to say that there's some sort of sugar water density that's able to be extrapolated over the whole Earth like that. That's a tank. We'd have to prove, something that's, similar in distance, to the Earth, because it's so, thick. You might not even be able to.
No, I'm not making
compared to the surface of the Earth. There's other considerations here.
No, I'm not making a comparison. I'm responding to a comparison.
Which is fine, but I don't know if that concept is necessarily applicable with sugar water to Atmos plane and the air.
Yeah, I'm not making a comparison. He made the comparison. I'm agreeing with him and saying like, yeah, the reason why it happens in such a short distance in sugar water is because the change in density is so drastic in that example, whereas in the atmosphere, the change in density is spread over a very long distance. So you also get refractive effects, but it takes way longer and happens over much larger distances.
Because as flatties, we may need to look into these theories of refraction that appear to assume what must first be proved, the ball with terrestrial refraction that simply makes the ball bigger and stuff like that. Sugar water experiment or not.
I posted a paper about atmospheric refraction.
Interpreted may need to be re-examined over a flat, motionless plane.
Yeah, so I'm yet to have anyone. I don't know if anyone's actually read it, but I don't think that anyone has read it and then come back to me with an understanding. But I posted this PDF twice. I've read it. People say that I don't understand.
That's because it's a non sequitur. Because it's non sequitur. That's why.
No, it's about atmospheric refraction and its effect on long distance observations.
Yeah, so your Narnia refraction. Yeah, so fuck that. We need the curvature measurement.
Yeah, because we agree that refraction happens, but the real question is it happening over a ball?
No, this is exactly what this paper is talking about.
Invoking it as to why the image is effectively being lifted up and over the hump of Earth obstruction, and their interpretation of refraction at that point becomes a little questionable.
No, so this paper is not written by people who know the flat Earth debate exists. They're just like researchers, and it's about this exact topic, which is why it's such a valuable resource.
So why would we read it? We're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth.
Because if you want to, that's why you should read it.
Refraction works or something. Is that what you're saying?
No, I just described.
Because we agree that refraction occurs, we just don't agree on how it occurs. Whether it lifts the image over the ball or over a flat surface makes an image pop out of a very limited viewing angle over a flat, unobstructed plane. Neither or what interpretation are we going to go with?
You said, why would I read this paper if we're trying to find the shape of the Earth? That is exactly why you should read this paper.
So what do they say about the shape of the Earth then? Because
again,
it seems like you're trying to educate us on what refraction is. We don't need education about refraction.
No, this paper is about refraction of long distances over. Yeah, we're talking about this paper is about long distance observations and how refraction can detriment or assist in your ability to see things over long distances.
We
That's what this
already
paper is about.
accept that happens even over a flat surface. So yet again, how is this going to help us figure out whether it's flat or round specifically?
No, the question was, how is black swan consistent with my understanding of physics and the contemporary understanding of physics? And this is the answer to that question.
Could you show that you've mentally digested this material by showing how the crux of the paper relates to the issue at hand, the shape of the Earth? How does this paper relate to the shape of the Earth and say that it's flat or round? Can you give me
It does not. It does not.
thoughtful response about what you read?
It does not. That's not what I was answering. I was answering the question for how the black swan observation is consistent with contemporary physics. That's the question I answered.
So within the paper that you linked, the second portion of it deals with the calculation of atmospheric refraction, and it contains an R value. How is that R value established, meaning the radius?
Again, like I said, this paper is written by contemporary researchers.
Right there, because
it assumes curvature.
Let's talk around the issue. Let's just get straight to the point. Obviously, the R value was assumed based off of the radius of the Earth, which, for the purposes of this discussion, is assuming what must first be proved. We need to first establish that the Earth is curved to have a radius and an R value before we even begin this discussion.
I was asked to justify the black swan observation in contemporary physics. That is what I did. Contemporary
GOFAST, you can't keep repeating this argument over and over again. The point is, where is the curve?
Yeah, you can't.
Stop. The point is, where is the curve? You keep repeating this over and over again. We are asking you, where is the curve? Where and when and who substantiated the R value in the paper?
Yes, and if you can't substantiate that and you're just going to repeat your premise, let's just cut to the chase before the discussion gets very frustrating. And just basically admit that the paper assumes an R value for a curved Earth or something to that effect that hasn't necessarily been substantiated. Moving on.
So I believe the Earth's radius was first calculated to a degree of accuracy that's good for experimentation by Eratosthenes. I've been over this. We've been over the same conversation many times.
Calculated isn't measured.
No, measured.
No, measured.
How did he do that? Let's go over this again. How did he do that?
You guys are familiar with the experiment, but he took two poles of equal length at different locations on the Earth and calculated the difference in the angle of their shadows and used that to calculate the circumference of the Earth.
How does that follow? Follow the logic sequence.
Yeah.
I'm Eratosthenes. I'm standing on the Earth. There's one pole near me. There's another pole hundreds of miles away from me. The shadows are at different lengths. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
So if we can prove that the sun's rays are parallel, which I think we can, then the shadows that are cast by the sun across the surface of the Earth are dependent on the radius of the Earth and cannot be justified by any other means.
How do you know the rays of the sun are parallel?
Because I did this experiment yesterday morning where I took webcams at different longitudes at the same time of day, live webcams, and took screenshots of them. And from the angle of the webcams and the location that the webcams were projecting and looking at the shadows, I put little compass roses on those shadows, and they're both pointing east, for one in Cape Town, South Africa, and one in Oslo, Norway. And this was in morning in America. So the sun was hitting these places at a very shallow angle. So the shadows were being cast at the same angle, which tells me that the sun's light is parallel, at least parallel enough for experimentation purposes.
Well,
so again, the same interpretation, like supposedly what Eratosthenes did. But what you should have did, what I was hoping you would say, is that you looked at the sun and saw that the rays of the sun were parallel.
I need to correct you. Eratosthenes did this at different latitudes. I did it at different longitudes. So it gives you a very different result. It's not useful you can't calculate the circumference of the Earth if you do this experiment at different longitudes, because obviously, like, if the sun's rays are parallel, their shadows are going to be equidistant if you have equal length of the pole.
The problem with calculations, sir, is that calculations somewhat assume everything is equivalent. A measurement tries to determine if everything is equivalent by taking some sort of unchanging metric that is assumed to be the standard and measuring the thing against that. So if you're saying that we measured the radius of the Earth, what unchanging ruler did they take from the established center of the Earth, from the center of the Earth out to the surface to measure the radius? Obviously, they didn't do that. They used a very changing metric, angles and eyeballing it in shadows, which tend to change. The thing is, the angle that you get with a shadow can change during the time of day. It changes, it could be on a flat or round surface without parallel rays, just with a local sun. And so, even the nature of that calculation and the assumptions that you put into it can change. But you need to verify that the Earth has a radius first with a measurement where you ideally go to the supposed center and take a ruler from the center outward. So these calculations may be correct on a ball standard. I don't think they are. But that we need to acknowledge the assumptions where we assume things are the same that went into it, namely, sticks and shadows that could be over a flat surface or a round ball with little to no difference.
Yeah,
So
I entirely agree with you.
Please appreciate that the supposed thing that Eratosthenes did is not adequate. You measure shadows on sticks, and then you assume the distance of the sun, the size of the sun, the parallel rays of the sun.
I got to correct you. You don't assume the distance of the sun for this experiment.
Well, you are. I know you don't believe that. I know you don't believe that. I know they don't say that. But the critique is that what they are doing is doing that. You do
I'm not
assume
providing
that.
my opinion. For the Eratosthenes experiment, distance to the sun is not a variable. I've done it. So you're assuming the sun's
But it is a variable.
No, you're assuming the sun's light is parallel. You're not. You don't equate for the distance to the sun. You're assuming infinite distance.
But that parallel light.
Yeah.
But that parallel light is only possible because the sun is so big at a certain distance, and we're so small compared to it.
No,
I know the story.
You're assuming infinite distance. It's quite the opposite. You're assuming the sun is
infinite distance.
Away
No, just listen.
No size. Yeah.
No, not infinite distance. Just listen. I was raised. We were all raised with the story. The sun is humongous, millions of miles in its radius, in its diameter, millions of miles away, and the parallel rays are happening because it's so big. That's what's being assumed. That's the story.
No, you're incorrect. So that's not why parallel rays are assumed. It's not because of the size of the sun. The sun in this experiment is assumed infinitely far away, which produces your parallel sun rays.
That makes no sense.
No, the sun could be of zero size in this experiment. You're assuming parallel sun rays.
That makes no sense. How could it be an infinite size?
I understand how you came about that misconception. So I get what you're saying. Like if the sun was super huge and it was right next to us, the rays would be coming off of it pretty much parallel. Like I get where you're coming from. But
again, saying that makes it worse. It doesn't make it better.
No, I'm just saying I understand. I'm saying I understand the source of your misconception. So if the sun is infinitely far
I'm trying to continue on the dialogue. No, listen. I'm trying to continue forward in the dialogue. You responded to me saying that it's at infinite distance. That makes no sense.
It's not actually.
That makes the situation worse.
It's not actually at infinite distance. It's just you're assuming the sun's rays are parallel because it's so far away.
So why make that assumption? What is the point of making that assumption?
Because you can test this and you can verify that for experimental purposes, the sun's rays strike the Earth parallel enough to be treated as parallel for mathematic purposes. This is why
you can test that the sun is at an infinite distance away from us.
No, like I said, you can test.
You just said that we could.
Let me repeat. You can test that the sun's rays are parallel enough to be treated as parallel for experimental purposes.
So you can just pretend that it is the case instead of actually demonstrating that it's the case.
This is the case for all experimental mathematics, is you are calculating your variables as accurately as you can to represent nature. They will never represent nature, right? Never.
Too bad we're not talking about experimental math.
Exactly. I'm talking about real life. So
okay, so that's the problem. You can't just say that like it's okay. Like that's not okay. That doesn't help the argument. Right. You're just conceding that you're conceding that you have no substantiation for these axioms that you're taking for granted, and then coming to your conclusions based on these unsubstantiated, unjustified axioms.
Can you give me an example of a
measure the radius of the Earth with a ruler to double check this math, because it looks like you assume sticks and shadows and angles give you the circumference of the Earth, which is assuming what must first be proved. You get a Z shadow when with equal angles in the Z, which is nice for geometry because now everything's equal and easy to solve. You basically had the 7-degree shadow 500 miles away from Alexandria, Egypt, and Syene, Egypt. And you had a 7-degree shadow. That starts to make a Z. It makes a Z from the ground up to the stick for the 7-degree shadow for the top part of the Z. The Z goes into the supposed center of the Earth, which they assumed was there. And the last part of the Z comes out in Alexandria, Egypt, where you get a direct, shadow with no shadow. And so they assume that to get the rest of the circle. But from there, with that assumption, it's easy to solve the supposed circumference of the Earth with that assumption. And so 7 degrees is a pi slice of a circle. 7 out of 360 degrees is like 1/50th of a pi slice, basically. So you could just multiply 1 times 50 to get the rest. Or 500 miles of the pi slice of the Earth times 50 gives you 25,000 miles of circumference. And then you divide that by the circumference by 3 to get the diameter, and half of that's the supposed radius. But those are high assumptions. Have you been to the center of the Earth? Did you double check it was there? No, these are high assumptions. Otherwise, you just have a 7-degree shadow on a flat plane, that could just happen with another possible shape or another layout. That's not good enough.
The last part of what you said is the most important to me. So the reason that we assume curvature from the results of this particular experiment is because, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I would love to know if this is wrong, but I'm not aware of any other alternative solution to this experiment that justifies the results of this experiment.
He just said it to you.
7-degree shadow on a flat surface. That's it. The sun is between these two locations. When you're closer to directly under the sun, no shadow. It's like Lahaina Noon in Hawaii, where there's no shadow cast, in Alexandria, Egypt. And a couple, 100 miles away at 7 degrees, that's it, over a flat surface. And if you have a firmament dome overhead, like I believe, it could have focusing properties where, as long as the spotlight of the sun is focused in a general area in a certain way, you're going to get sticks and shadows in that general spotlight area. That's it.
Yeah, you could have a flat surface and a much closer sun. That would work mathematically as well as an essentially infinitely distant sun and a curved.
No, I understand how this result can be reproduced by a close sun on a flat plane, with the close sun being directly above your with your close sun being directly above your well, and then your See, the problem with this is this experiment has been done many, many, many times at the same time over different points in the Earth, and we are aware, and it assumes that the sun's rays are divergent, which we can independently prove that they're not. So, this doesn't.
Wait, but how do you prove they are not?
He already proved that they are divergent. Actually, he posted plenty of pictures and some divergent rays, and then he gave us some excuses for why they're divergent. So they're parallel, but they're not parallel, especially when they need to be parallel.
Because this is really this is a transformation of the Earth's surface. So if you assume the Earth is curved and they come parallel, then you would say, oh yeah, the angle changes according to the curve of the Earth, right? But if you assume the Earth is flat and the sun is smaller, then you assume it's the angle is due to the shape of the sun, the distance of the sun. You know what I mean? So how would you independently prove that they are parallel?
Yeah, so first of all, I was accused of contradicting myself, and I want to address that first because I've been entirely honest here. So there is no such thing as parallel light in real life, period. It's an idealist mathematical assumption.
Yeah, but approximately we get
exactly.
Not even close to parallel. The divergent rays that you posted are not even close to parallel, and then you gave us a story for why that is. So it's parallel, but actually it's not, because doesn't really help you at all. And I noticed that you lied earlier when I was listening in. I wasn't able to talk, but you said something. You said that I'm explaining how the black swan squares with our understanding of physics. We know that image squares with physics because it's an image from physical reality. That was never what was in contention. What it needs to square with is your globe geometry
exactly. When I say
claim. So we're not talking about physics. We're talking about it squaring, and physics itself squaring with your globe geometry claim. That's the part you need to tie it to. Do you get it? this
no,
time.
You had a misunderstanding. I said contemporary physics, which is global, which is like
Yeah, it squares with physics. It's just fine. No, there's
I said contemporary.
Okay.
Contemporary,
Okay,
meaning
so they're incorporating the globe radius in their paper. Okay, then show us that bit, and then show us the math that they did on the radius, and then show us where they got the measurements for the radius.
don't accuse me of contradicting myself. And then
I just asked you a pretty straightforward question. Can you answer?
All right. First of all, you strawman
They're
me.
incorporating the globe radius in their paper.
I will not
Yes
be
or
interrupted. I'm just
no?
going to be quiet.
Fucktard. Won't answer any questions. It's just lies and obfuscation all the way down. Then he has to remind you every 5 seconds how honest he is. Fuck yourself.
It is self-contradictory.
Listen to each other before the conversation goes too haywire. We know that light diverges from a source. That's why light sources can fill up a room that appears to be much bigger than the light source itself. And so why would we need parallel rays when most of the time we know that light sources diverge from the source outward to fill up a whole room? That's part of the reason why people didn't believe some of this heliocentric nonsense. They said common sense tells you that the light source is always smaller than the thing that it's trying to illuminate, in this case, the Earth. The heliocentrists tried to counter with this parallel sun ray thing to justify a huge sun that's way further away and way out of the Earth's, range, to basically try to undermine and, basically to subterfuge the original model that people went with, which tended to be flat, geocentric, and or local. But this stuff is just kind of absurd. Why are we even talking about parallel light rays when we already accept that, a small light in a room diverges from the small source outward to illuminate the whole room? This is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
because
I'll
tell you that was a question.
Post-hoc fallacy.
It's just light propagating radially from non-directional source. That's all it is.
The question was, why are we talking about this? Because if the results of the Eratosthenes experiment, if light is parallel, the results of the Eratosthenes experiment validate that
you failed to demonstrate that over and over again.
Okay,
you posted pictures of divergent sun rays, and you also failed to show us a geometric horizon, aka sagitta, for a ball. You failed to show us Earth curve. You failed to show us the adjacent outer space vacuum that you claim that this Earth curve is existing in. You failed all the way down. So why are we still entertaining you?
If I didn't have respect for conversation, I would have muted you a long time ago because you're not participating. So how do we validate the sun rays are parallel? How sharp the shadows they cast are, right?
He's just going to do this again. You've already showed that they're not parallel.
GoFast. Can you give an example of a light source that has non-divergent rays other than the sun?
I think he needs a break.
Yeah, I mean, he weasels around it every single time he's pressed on it. Like, we needed to know exactly how his understanding of physics and light propagating through a medium such as air squares with his claimed globe geometry. I think he knows that that's what we're asking. He keeps reminding us that he's so honest. So if you're really that honest, then you're just stupid, because then I guess you don't know what we're asking. We need it to square with the globe geometry. That's the thing you have to prove.
Yeah, I'm in favor of a 7-day break for this guy. What do you say? I'm just going to ban him and see what the Buddha decides.
Well, I mean, we're basically just repeating premises to each other over and over again, so the conversation isn't going nowhere.
I guess I can't ban anymore.
I mean, people believe in their globe. They have a preferred model. We believe in the flat. So I guess at this point, Plan B would just be exchanging as much information as amicably as possible.
Yes. I mean, it just doesn't help to just keep talking through one another. It doesn't help at all.
Yeah, but he's doing that on purpose, though. Every single time he's asked something, he obfuscates, he diverts, he answers the wrong question, he strawmans. He does it every single time, and then he assures you that he's a very honest actor. So he's a dishonest actor saying he's an honest actor, and it just doesn't merit much sympathy from me.
Yeah, that's unjustified. It's detrimental. It's immoral. It's all of that. It's unnecessary. But then again, still the point still stands. Cross-talking and making a cacophony of the forum doesn't help either.
It doesn't have to be a cacophony, because very specific points were made to him. He was asked to address very specific things, and he diverts, and he red herrings, and he does all this kind of stuff every single time. So he's talking past us on purpose. He assures us he's honest. So, if that's true, then he's just stupid. Well, I don't care which one it is.
With that being said, when that occurs, let's not make the room into a cacophony.
Well, you give a person a chance to honestly address the, criticism. And if they are trying to ignore it to try to reassert their model and just restate their prior premise, the best thing to do is just, state your conclusion so that the conversation can move on. Because it is a strategy of people to avoid an otherwise clear conclusion that, the earth is flat or something like that, or that things were assumed for the ball. So you just got to be wary of those strategies and just be polite and just be like, okay, you're not going to follow the logic to where it leads. Here's the conclusion.
Yeah, have fun in Cogdis. Maybe they'll listen to you.
So we're at the point where these parallel light rays need to be substantiated, not just assumed, not just begun with the word if in the argument.
Well, it's basically assumed to have a large sun that is way outside of the Earth's, immediate orbit. That's basically why they keep on pushing this parallel light nonsense. Philosophically, it doesn't work. You can't triangulate to a light source if the light sources are parallel. That's ridiculous. So they're trying to say that it's parallel enough so that you can have a planet-size, more or less parallel light ray in their assumption. But most people intuitively assume that a light source is only, big enough and sufficient enough to light up the space that it's in. There's no need for it to be bigger than that. Otherwise, the whole space would be awash in light, and one would assume that there would be no darkness, especially if you go with the flat enclosed model that we tend to go with. So they bring up this ball where half of it's spun away from the sun. But depending on how light wraps around an object, sometimes you wouldn't even have total darkness on the other side, depending on how light wraps around the thing. So some of this stuff is a little contradicting intuition, sense, experience, the scriptures. It just seems like they're just coming up with any sort of cockamamie model to make their model work.
Yeah, there's just too many assumptions in that model, right? There's the assumption that he's talking about. He's trying to kind of be non-specific so that we can't pinpoint him down. He says they're not assuming any distance to the sun, but they're also not assuming that it's infinite and all of these things, right? So you can't really pin him down to the geometry, being able to like actually do the geometry of what the claim is, right?
Which is why I said that makes it worse when he says that the sun is at an infinite distance. Like pump the brakes and pause and look at that assertion. Like I'm not just going to accept
I never said that. I'm so tired of being lied about.
So yeah, he didn't.
You did say that. You told me it's at an infinite distance.
I never said that. I said it's assumed to be.
Hey, GoFast! It's on live fucking stream. Yes, you did. You fucking did, and you know you did. Stop lying to us.
Yeah, if you're not lying and you're the honest actor that you say you are, then you're just fucking stupid, GoFast. So just tell us which one you want us to go with. Are you stupid or are you a liar?
Go look at the live stream.
So what is the distance to the sun within your sticks and shadows analysis?
In real life or in the math that's used for that experiment, for that measurement?
Why would the math be different in real life?
For that experiment.
Yeah, I got different answers. Thank you. So different answers, right? So I'll answer. I'm entirely honest. I'm tired of being lied about. So please just ask me one question and I'll answer it.
Okay.
Real life.
Hold on, guys. So he's talking about there's math that doesn't deal with real life, but then that math is applied to a real life observation. So
right.
I'm going to
just
ask
give both the answers
again. What is the assumed distance to the sun within your sticks and shadows experiment?
Within the math, the distance to the sun is assumed infinite and thus irrelevant to the experiment.
Okay, so so the sun could be a mile away?
No, because then it's assumed infinitely far away. So it's assumed the sun's light is parallel.
How far is infinite?
It's not relevant to the experiment because it's assumed infinitely
He just
far
said
away.
it again.
Yeah, but the experiment isn't relevant to reality.
Hold on. So can you give me an example of something that is infinite in reality?
No, not confidently.
So how does your math comport to reality?
Okay, so the reason it's assumed infinitely far away is because the divergence of the sun's rays in this experiment do not affect the results of the experiment.
So how does the math comport to reality?
Thank you for restating the question.
Because the sun's rays, as we observe them and as we can measure them, are parallel enough to be treated as parallel for this math that we're doing here.
They are parallel enough to be treated as parallel.
Then why do you keep showing us pictures of sunlight that isn't even close to parallel?
He said it's only for the math, so yeah, he's only working in math. Period.
Right.
No, absolutely not. I'm working with
both answers.
So hold on, absolutely so, because you keep saying it. You keep saying it, and you keep prefacing it, and you preface with it that it's what did you call it? Experimental math. That's what you call it. And then afterwards, you said the same thing. It's in math. It's a calculation.
Time, I'm going to leave. I'll be honest with what I believe, and like.
You can't be
honest.
before you leave.
So dishonest with yourself.
Before you leave,
when you come back, you'll be muted. Don't worry.
So we've established that your math doesn't comport to reality, but it is the only way that the reality in your mind would work if we assume that the light rays are parallel. And so I would like an example of any light source that does not have divergent rays within reality.
Okay, so yeah, the sun is the answer to your question, and we can observe.
Aside from the thing that we're trying to prove.
Oh, sorry. A light source that doesn't have divergent rays does not exist.
Okay, so if we have not been able to establish a light source that does not have divergent rays, why would we then try to assume that a light source that we see in the sky does not have divergent rays? What would be the logic in that thinking?
We know that the sun's rays are divergent, but for the purposes of we can measure how divergent they are, right? And we can measure atmospheric scattering. And we know
But
that
you don't see that. You keep saying that. Been over this already. You don't see parallel rays of the sun.
Exactly,
Yes,
that's what he's saying. He's saying that we know.
Don't strawman me. He's strawmanning me. Do not say what I believe.
Yeah, you just said that they're divergent.
Okay.
You said it, not me.
Live
you said
stream recorded.
Yeah.
Yep. It's on the live
I'm
stream.
just
Go back
repeating
and
the
look.
exact thing that you yourself just said. So if I say the same thing you said, that's not me strawmanning you. So they're not divergent. So your math assuming your math assuming an infinite sun to get perfectly parallel rays because they're parallel enough, even though they're actually not parallel. They're, as you say, divergent. It's not going to work.
I will not talk over people.
Can you quantify it? Like, could you say how much divergence it is, and then argue from that divergence you believe it has that it is close enough to parallel? Like, can you do it with numbers?
Yes, exactly. So the way that we tell how divergent light is by how sharp the shadows it casts are.
Assumptions.
Do you disagree?
I mean, you just cannot have it both ways. Like, we're listening to you. You're telling us in real life that it's parallel, but that it's not parallel.
No, in real life, it is extremely parallel, but not perfectly parallel.
Why are you posting pictures of extremely not parallel light rays in the voice chat all the time?
Ways. We're not going to just accept this doublespeak.
Yeah, but Gregory, he's not. Yeah, he's also posted quite a few pictures of really obviously not parallel light in the voice text. Why do you keep doing that if your whole point is that it's extremely parallel?
Light can be more or less divergent, right? It can be more parallel.
So not parallel. More or less divergent really isn't parallel. Okay, so this one's done. So why don't you tell us what your understanding of contemporary physics does to prove that there's a possibility of a 10-mile sagitton, a 39, 59-mile radius ball to 1 foot height?
I will not. You guys can ban me if you want, but I will not pass this point before we understand each other. All right? Everyone here agrees that parallel light does not exist in reality.
No, we don't understand.
So then stop saying that the sun's light is parallel. Okay. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. We're listening to you.
I've never contradicted myself.
You can't keep. I've never contradicted himself as he keeps. That's a contradiction in itself, right there. You yourself have posted, like I keep saying, I don't know how many pictures of corpuscular rays that are anything but parallel. Then you want to say, but they're parallel. So yeah, you are trying to have it both ways.
My position. Can you describe what I'm trying to say about this?
Yeah, you're trying to say they're parallel, but they're not parallel. You're a mess. You're just contradicting yourself left, right, and center. We want to know what happened to your Sagittarius that was supposed to be at 1.2 miles at the 1 foot height.
All right, so Heretic is unable to steelman me. Gregory, do you know what I'm saying? And if you don't, then let me tell you what I'm saying.
Let's go with this.
You already said what you're saying. You're having it both ways. You're trying to have it both ways, parallel, non-parallel, etc.
Let's go with this. I don't know what you're saying. Tell me what you're saying.
Thank you. So all light can be more or less parallel depending on how much it is scattered from its source. So I posted a bunch of pictures, if you scroll up in voice links, of a picture of me, my shadow that I took at work, and you see the edges are very sharp. So the way we determine how parallel light is by how sharp the shadows cast by that light are. Everyone kind of knows this inherently. If you've ever held up a flashlight to your hand, point it to the ceiling, if you hold your flashlight very close to your hand, the shadows will be very fuzzy, and if you hold it farther away from your hand, the light is more parallel because it has more chance to spread out, and the shadow cast is sharper. Okay, so that's how we determine how parallel light is. It's dependent on the scattering and how far it's been spreading out for.
But the scattering is highly theory dependent. You're going to invoke scattering if you're trying to invoke a globe. So how much of this is theory and how much of this has been verified as fact? That's the main question. Otherwise, we have a lot of theory-laden assumption that goes nowhere for helping to determine the shape of the Earth beyond these considerations.
Okay, we can verify.
Before you answer that question, you said the sentence, they're more or less parallel. You see, pump the brakes and examine that sentence. I'm very analytical when I hear people speak sentences because I can only understand people by what they say, and they can only successfully communicate themselves when they say what they mean. So when you say that sentence, that's nonsense because parallel is a dichotomy, not a spectrum. Either it is parallel or it's not.
Correct. Yeah, divergent is a better word. More or less divergent, which was the first thing I said. You're right.
Okay. So not parallel. Classic doublespeak. Like he said, everybody's been steel manning you. You've just done nothing but doublespeak. That's all you do.
Yep. So throw the whole argument. Throw his whole argument about shadows out because he was so dichotomous in his answers. There's nothing relevant to the discussion anymore.
Can anybody describe a single
what Gregory said? He's just having it both ways. They're parallel, but they're not parallel. They're more or less parallel. They're more or less divergent. Okay, yeah, you're having it every which way.
Is he trying to write another 1984? Are you trying to write another 1984 novel with doublespeak as the primary?
It's funny. It's funny.
If anybody,
speech is used to keep people from making otherwise clear conclusions that would take them down a line of thinking that people don't want to take. So it looks like these terms are used to sow confusion, but not really to elucidate any sort of meaning.
Absolutely not.
We have a divergent sun rays from a local sun as opposed to this huge sun ball that has planet size, more or less parallel sun rays, whatever the hell that means. It doesn't make any sense.
If anybody can illustrate where I've ever contradicted myself, I will happily leave and never come back. I'm so tired of people saying that I'm double speaking or contradicting myself.
Well, not to blame or anything like that. Let's just
we've already done it, though, GoFast. I mean, we already did it.
Friends. Stop talking about bands and leaving and never coming back, okay? If you're going to do something, do it. Otherwise, stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're contradicting yourself right there when you threaten to leave and not come back and then never actually do that. There's an example of you contradicting yourself. There you go.
We just need clear language that isn't sowing confusion and that helps us make an otherwise clear conclusion. In this case, a local sun over a flat, motionless plane with divergent sun rays as opposed to this confusing gobbledygook globe, nonsense.
Okay, so what you just described is inconsistent with my observations that I've done.
Whatever. You were inconsistent with everything you said. Basically, you contradicted yourself in a big way. When you said yesterday, stop interrupting. When you said that you had the actual data of how Kanahu fits exactly in your globe model, you did not show that.
I provided it.
Yeah, you didn't show it. No, you didn't.
Here?
Where did you show it? Where?
Does anybody really want to go over Kanahu again? I explained and justified how.
No. You didn't bring the information. That's the point.
We can go into DM if you want to, but I'm sure everyone here is really tired of Kanahu.
I wouldn't waste my time with you, bro.
Okay, so you're not okay.
I like particularly. I don't like intellectually dishonest people that are saying things that are.
Okay, stop. All right, we're gonna see if he's a man of his word. So, the other day you said that everything in this picture is consistent with the globe geometry. The globe geometry.
Okay, no, sorry, not geometry. It's idealized mathematics. It's consistent with contemporary physics. and globe belief.
He's not even consistent with himself.
Now you want to change the story. Okay.
No, physics in general, not like raw geometry. Raw geometry doesn't account for like atmosphere.
But that's what you
That's not what you said.
You said the geometry repeatedly.
Okay, well, that was...
So Ryan's decision to double back.
No, it's just I was wrong. Like, that's incorrect wording. Geometry only deals with like shapes and things, right? So it's not accounting for atmospheric refraction or anything like that we observe in real life.
So you don't say that this long-distance observation is consistent with the globe geometry?
Yes.
So reality is not consistent with the globe. Okay, cool.
And you actually have to use the geometry to get the rate of refraction. So
geometry is not real life. I need to clarify that.
Well, the thing is, I do want to thank you for helping clarify why this crazy parallel light business was a thing in the first place. They wanted to lie and deceive so that we couldn't easily triangulate the sun and check their bullshit. Because if it's parallel, it could be 93 million miles away. It could be 500 million miles away.
It could be infinite.
Triangulate to anywhere. And so they invoke this parallel light nonsense to put the sun anywhere they want and make their position unfalsifiable in a way. Thank you.
I've never been presented with. Go ahead.
Now he's going to say it again. He's never been.
Speaking of that,
never been presented with anything that defies the globe.
You can't triangulate the sun based off of common sense and observation. You're going to need to triangulate it based off of the assumption that the Earth is traveling 93 million miles through space and some other assumption. But you can't use common sense to triangulate it anymore. So now they invoke this incredibly large sun that's as far away as they want with parallel light rays that are unable to be triangulated using the current methods. Thank you for helping elucidate that.
I've never been presented with an explanation alternative to a curved Earth or parallel light rays that explain my observations.
But Lemon just told you several minutes ago.
No, I mean...
sun shining through a firmament dome like a lampshade, giving you shadows of varying angles up to that triangulatable object.
Yes, and yes, the fact that we don't see divergent shadows of different angles at radically different latitudes is the reason I haven't been presented with a model that justifies my observations.
But stop saying that. You just heard what Lemon said to you.
No. What she said is not a solution to what I said.
That's a man.
Oh,
well, the main thing is you have a local sun. Let's try to process each other's responses. Local sun within the firmament, shining through like a lampshade, giving you different angles. What's wrong with that?
Okay, when I did my observation, my two locations I was measuring shadows in were Oslo, Norway, and Cape Town, South Africa, which are, one is very, very south, one is very, very north. The sun at that point was rising over the west coast of America. So I know where the sun was at that point. And the shadows they were casting were inconsistent with what you described because it was not...
How'd you measure the shadows at the same time? That's crazy. Are you like Superman?
No, live stream webcam.
Take a screenshot from a video camera and put a little compass graphic on it.
Yeah. So live webcams, you can Google like live webcams from any city in the world, and you can look at like many different angles. They're for like weather and news and stuff.
Let's reason together. I put in the chat what's basically going on in live stream voice text. A sun shining through some sort of refractive surface, dome, atmosphere, whatever the hell. Oslo, Norway would be closer to the center. Cape Town, South Africa would be closer to the outer perimeter. You're going to get angles and sticks and shadows or whatever. From there, what is wrong with that?
I think I'm like banned from live stream voice text.
Let me see if I can send it to you as a visual aid and ask you what's wrong with sticks and shadows or whatever over this surface. So let me see what your name is.
GOFAST.
Just send it into Cogdis. You'll get it.
Oh man, the sun's just an apparent location. Any of your pseudoscientific claims being falsified is completely independent of me coming up with some explanation for your misinterpretation of shadows.
Talk about in anticipation of the argument, Austin. The last part of the
message. It's right
yeah,
there.
I'm gonna watch this.
Everybody's simmering.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this and get back, guys.
Yeah, so while he's simmering on that, okay, he was responding with the Canigoo to a meme, and the meme simply says 255 miles, no curvature. Okay, he responded by showing a church which supposedly is at 157. and supposedly there's a portion missing, right? So, like all good globers, he says, oh, I can't see the bottom of something, therefore curvature, therefore 255 miles, no curvature, and this flat earth meme is false. Now, that's interesting because he completely ignored the 255. So, let's talk about that. Because the point of that being used in a flat earth argument is not about things at 157 miles. Obviously, or is it going to say 157? But it says 255 because what is that 255? What's at 255 is Tete Garnaseer. Okay? So you do out the math in the Earth curve calculator, right? And you find out that you have 12,700 feet hidden height. And Tete Garnaseer is only 7,600 feet tall.
Oh, I like to get through one.
That's about 5,000 feet. The top of the mountain should be 5,000 feet below the hidden height.
Thesis? Are we just referring to like the first thing it shows with the crystal ball and the flashlight?
Yes,
Okay.
Norway would be closer to the center. South Africa would be toward the outer perimeter, and you'd get sticks and shadows from there with the sun shining through some sort of lampshade-like refractive surface. Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just watching it and comparing it to my observation.
Metallark, can you make it clear and preface for him that this is a massive straw man of flat Earth? Anyway,
He says,
because
"I don't see
we don't have maps. We don't know the exact location.
That works. So
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
an alternative that appears to be possible and work as far as I can tell. He needs alternatives. This is one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just to make that clear for him that it's a conception and it's not an absolute.
Obviously.
It's not claimed to be, yeah, but he's not getting that because he's trying to bring back up his fucking observations with the webcams, which he then just Googled the fucking flat Earth map, first one that came up, and then pinned some, locations on it and said this doesn't work.
He needs help conceptualizing it. Here's a conception. He can take it or leave it.
No, he needs to recognize his fallacious thinking processes.
He's not stupid. If he doesn't know that this is a possible conception, then that's his problem.
Well, he seems to not be getting it. So, yeah, I get it. I totally understand. He just doesn't. So it's just...
His whole argument is against a cartoon, is the thing here. He's not arguing with us. He keeps going on about steel man me. Well, his whole argument here is against a cartoon that he Googled.
I know, and I just don't hear anybody making it clear for him. Is all.
My argument is not against.
Okay, so in the meantime, I posted 2 videos that he can peruse at his leisure. One is, they're both from Dr. Zach. One is him doing the Eratosthenes classic, demonstrating that he can prove that his table is a globe. And he uses differential medium between the light source and the shadows, right? Change the angles, right? Just like kind of like what Lemon's explaining. And the other one is taking angles from observation points to try to triangulate a 93 million mile sun.
Lemon, does
and I think he gets nothing under 1 million.
I apologize. Does the distance to the sun change in this model?
It would be triangulate to roughly 3,000 miles away, but you need to have a principle where you can triangulate the sun because you have non-parallel rays that triangulate to some sort of object. If you're going to make a planet-sized sun or something like that with parallel light rays, then this principle is going to mean nothing to you, and you're just going to have to invoke parallel light rays that take away a triangulation.
No, I'm just looking for...
The sun is just an apparent location with a differential medium between us and it, so... Your question is nonsensical.
I'm just looking for an explanation that justifies my observations.
I'm not arguing
Well,
against the model.
The sun triangulates to about 3,000 miles high. When you use a 45-45-90 triangle, you get 45 degrees to the sun, which, assuming right triangle math and assuming there isn't some sort of funny business with refraction, assumption, sure, you get about 3,000 miles high. Because you're about 3,000 miles from the subsolar point. A 45-45-90 triangle has at least two sides that are easy to solve and equal. The two sides that are equal are 3,000 miles to the subsolar point being equal to the distance from the subsolar point up to the sun, based off of that, logic.
So with the example you sent me, the sun's rays are always divergent, right? Significantly.
Yes.
So. Okay. So the observation that I made is impossible I've not been presented with a way that it is possible if the sun's rays diverge.
I said Norway would be closer to the center, giving you a certain angle to the sun. That circle of light in that example, let's reason together, would give you a sun of a certain shadow or light rays of a certain angle, as long as you're, at that, place in that light spot. South Africa would be at a corresponding space at the other side of that sun spot and get a similar angle. That's
but here's the deal. GoFast, he just now explained many opportunities to you to understand alternatives. My boy AI just dropped a video.
No, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
I think you accidentally interrupted me, though. It's okay. I forgive you. So he dropped a video for you that explains how you can do the math of the flat or curved surface, or make the flat surface a ball if you presuppose that it is a ball. Thirdly, he showed a video where he can get differential mediums to result in differences in the shadows. Okay? So you've been given sufficient alternatives.
I want to get those.
Now, what you seem to not understand is that you have the burden of proof. You're like, oh, well, we just can't. Oh, I just need something that'll explain my observations. Well, when we look at the sun and the moon, they're the same size. You definitely can't use triangulation within your paradigm because they're the same size, but in the same distance away, according to that. Right now, I'm saying you're the one that has the paradigm that is contrary to all the evidence. So we need to stop fiddling around with what you think needs to be replaced. You need to be a big boy and substantiate your positive claim. It's being very circular. You've been on here for a while, and all you have to say back is something about what you think flat Earth should be, or what wouldn't work on your misinterpretation of a flat Earth. But you never want to actually have the real conversation, which is that the globe is wrong, right? So that's the first step. Would you like to actually talk about that? Because that's what the conversation is.
I would love to talk about that. That's what I've been trying to talk about this whole time.
Okay, maybe I want to cover this macro for you. Okay, you think that the Earth's a globe and that it spins and that it revolves around the sun in a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that's actually a religion?
I don't. You'd have to define a religion for me. I don't think that that's a religion.
Okay, a religion, a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical evidence.
Okay, then I disagree.
Well, this isn't a disagree or agree subject, though. So it's called heliocentrism, okay? And it's built upon the philosophy of the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth is insignificant and does not occupy a special or unique position. It's a philosophical preference. It's called the Copernican principle, okay? So objectively, that is a religion, right? You don't actually know if the Earth is spinning or revolving as a sphere in a vacuum. You only choose that interpretation based on philosophical preference without any evidence.
Okay, is there a reason to believe that heliocentrism is more representative of reality than geocentrism?
No, actually, the exact opposite is true because for one, a geocentric system is much more accurate on its face and much more adaptable. Secondly, all the observations show us that very thing, including the cosmic microwave backgrounds, right? And thirdly, there is literally no experiment that has ever detected and proven the Earth's movement. So heliocentrism is actually much less viable. You also have the problem with dark energy and dark matter, meaning you don't know what 95% of this universe is. You also have the problem with the galaxies only having 3% of the masses they needed. You also have the problem with the fact the expansion rate of the universe, quote unquote, should be accelerating, and it's going 10 times too fast.
Yeah, I'm
Or it
familiar
actually needs
with
to
all
go
of this.
10 times faster than. Well, yeah, these are all heliocentric paradigm problems. None of those problems exist within geocentric paradigm, meaning that objectively, geocentrism is more viable.
I mean, these problems that you describe, I think problem is probably the wrong word. There's things that we don't understand yet. But I don't think that geocentrism resolves any of these paradigms. They still exist. The problems still the lapse in our understanding still exists in geocentrism.
That is 100% not true. And what the whole audience is going to see you consistently do is just basically assert things and make up stuff with vague assertions that you don't understand. But objectively, that isn't the case. Yeah, that's what you just did. Okay. So objectively, you said you know all about this stuff. No, you don't, because they are objectively problems. See, relativity predicts a certain thing. What we observe is not what is predicted. It contradicts it. So it's an unexplained problem. It's not just we don't know everything yet. It's not that, oh, relativity just didn't cover this. No, relativity made claims that were proven wrong. They're wrong. That's a problem. Now, geocentrism does not have this problem. It does not need an expansion rate of the universe. You have a closed, more dense system. You don't have any of these problems. And Edwin Hubble would tell you that very thing. Okay, so now back to the macro point. You believe this, even though it's less viable, even though this is less viable and all the evidence points against it. You believe it because of a philosophy, a philosophical bias. That's a religion. So I'm just asking, are you aware that heliocentrism is actually just a religion?
I don't believe in anything that I was told because
you believe the earth is spinning.
I have never been presented with alternatives that satisfy all the experimental results.
Okay, name one specific experimental result that can't be explained without the earth spinning.
It's not one result. It's all of the results combined. There's only one.
Oh, well, just name one then. Just name one of them then.
Sunrise and sunset on a flat model isn't consistent with.
Okay, so see, for one, you're now changing over to flat again.
Okay, sorry.
All you have to talk about is a script about a strawman flat Earth model. But I'm exposing that you have a religion, so we're going to talk about that right now. You think the Earth is spinning, okay? Yeah. You said that's what all the evidence shows you, but that is actually the opposite of the truth. You're blatantly lying, maybe not intentionally. I think you're actually misguided, but that's irrelevant, okay? All the evidence shows that the Earth isn't spinning. That's what the theory of relativity was proposed for, was to say, oh, well, you could never tell. It's going to always look like it's stationary and at rest. So all the evidence shows that it's not spinning. So can you please give me some evidence that proved or detected the Earth was, in fact, spinning and revolving?
Off the top of my head, the Coriolis effect and relativistic frame dragging.
Okay, so I can quote for you an Einstein letter that explains that if the Earth is at rest and it is the quote-unquote universe that spins around it, you would also have a Coriolis effect. Do you understand that? If I have a hollow sphere and I put an object in the middle of it and the outside of it moves, the whatever's inside of it will also be affected by that.
Can you send the letter you're talking about?
The letter? Yeah, sure. I actually had to go find it and translate it because it was like hidden on the internet. That's not. But anyway, it's from 1913 and it's Einstein to Ernst Mach. I'll send it to you in a second. But anyway, dude, Coriolis is a pseudo force in your paradigm, but in a geocentric paradigm, it would be real. Thirdly, of course, they are very inconsistent observations. So this is getting awkward. Okay, so actually, once again, geocentrism is more viable because it would be an actual centrifugal absolute force as opposed to a pseudo. So do you have any other evidence that would be exclusive to a spinning ball?
Witzit, one quick question, if you don't mind. Isn't it also a fictitious force according to the Wikipedia?
Hey, Clay under the seal, you're getting this guy off the hook. Just so you know, right now.
Okay.
No, I'm focusing on the initial point. I don't change the subject.
Well, yes, it is fictitious, but anyway, GOFAST. Do you have any actual evidence that proves that the Earth is spinning or revolving, please?
Can I get again an explanation for how the Coriolis effect can be reproduced without?
Okay. So first of all, how do you detect the Coriolis effect?
It's the change in expected path of like objects that are traveling in straight lines due to the rotation of their initial angular momentum when they leave the ground, right?
Maybe you didn't hear my question. How do you detect it?
You detect it by the changing of an object's location relative to the surface that it left.
Really, really. So can you give me a specific example?
I'm sure you guys have heard before, bullets. Bullets have to account for the Coriolis effect for very long rifle shots.
That's not true.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I personally know numerous people that have shot over 2 miles accurately, and they never accounted for Coriolis at all. And they said that's stupid, and that the number one factor is always wind. And even if you assume Coriolis was real, it would be insignificant because of the wind. And the wind constantly changes. So anyway, we're looking for actual proof that the Earth is spinning.
Okay, relativistic frame dragging.
So if you know what relativistic meant, you wouldn't have said that. Relativistic means that it's all relative, meaning either the Earth's at rest and the sky moves, or the sky's absolute and the Earth moves, but that they're identical for all observations on the Earth would be identical for both. That's what Einstein said. That's Einstein's quote.
I understand relativity very well. Okay.
If you understood it, you wouldn't pretend that relativistic observations proved the Earth was spinning.
Yeah, but to be fair, how does a frame drag anything?
No, relativistic frame dragging is the effect of an unexpected force, an unexpected acceleration along the rotational axis of an object that you are either orbiting or sitting stationary outside of. So if a mass is turning, if it has angular velocity, the direction of your acceleration will be more in line with that rotational axis than it is perpendicular to your mass. That's relativistic frame dragging. And
what if the sky is moving though?
So we test this. You could just disagree with me on principle because we test frame dragging with satellites. So we recently launched one to test relativistic frame.
All satellites use geocentric coordinates. This is getting worse and worse. I literally just let you say anything you say is going to backfire. And literally everything you say.
I mean, I need to know what you're talking. Like satellites use geocentric coordinates. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Like when NASA claims to launch satellites, they use geocentric coordinates, geocentric equations for all of it.
Can you send me something to?
Sure. I'll cite that for you too. So we'll move on. Also, to predict eclipses, they use geocentric coordinates. Also, they claim these satellites are geostationary. The vast majority of.
Before we move on, I do want to stay on one point and then find conclusion there.
Well, this is the point here. You don't have any evidence that the Earth is spinning and revolving. And if you actually understood relativity, you wouldn't even claim that you did, because relativity says that you cannot have that evidence because it's all relative, meaning that the coordinate systems of a geocentric Earth or a heliocentric Earth are identical. That's what relativity says.
You would understand how relativistic frame dragging is a very conclusive way to measure the angular velocity of the Earth.
Oh, so you understand it more than Einstein?
No, I understand it more than you. You misinterpreted it. Well, I don't know what Einstein said. Did you just send it? I need to see it.
No, but Einstein literally said that if the Earth was at rest but something's moving outside of it, you would also get a perceived Coriolis effect. So you know relativity more than Einstein? Is that currently your claim?
I don't know relativity better than Einstein. I need to see. Is this the one? I need to see what he said, because every single time I've ever been sent something like this, it's a misinterpretation of what the person said instead of
Really?
it
So,
actually.
okay, well, let's see how far we're going to go with this. Einstein said that he had come to the conclusion that no optical experiment could ever detect that the Earth was moving.
Yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. He's talking about relativity. Frankly, you could manipulate the equations of relativity and make any point the center of the universe. You can make Mercury the center of the universe and have, the sun and everything like that orbit around Mercury along with the Earth, and the equations would still work. That's how relativity works. But we know that that is not the case, dependent on the masses that we can measure of different objects.
So acknowledge the conclusion, which is obvious.
You have fictitious forces that arise if you try to make relativistic calculations on systems that are not representative of reality.
GOFAST. So acknowledge the conclusion, which is obvious. You just said that. Acknowledge the conclusion, which is obvious. What's the conclusion?
I was reading one of these things. I apologize.
You just said what you said. And so the conclusion is you can't empirically experience the rotation of the Earth.
No, like I said, if you apply relativistic equations to systems that are not representative of reality, your solution works, but it includes fictitious forces in order to account for the observations we have in reality.
This is what it's called nonsense.
The truth of the matter is that whenever you apply it to the heliocentric model, the Coriolis effect is a fictitious force, as is the centrifugal effect. But if the sky was moving relative to a rest frame of the Earth, they would be absolute forces.
He just got himself again.
This is why I prefer using material observations rather than mathematics to determine what's true about reality, right?
Oh yeah, backtrack. So Einstein said no optical experiment can detect the Earth's motion. So then everything you're claiming about detecting the Earth's motion is wrong.
No, he said optical. He's referring to experiments that revolve around using light. He's 100% correct.
Okay, so nothing using light. So ring laser gyroscopes do not prove that the Earth's moving, correct?
I think ring. I don't want to speak on ring laser gyroscopes. Let me Google.
But they use light. That's what they do. So anyway, there's another quote from Einstein, and he said, "No terrestrial experiment can detect the Earth's movement." What's he talking about there? Is he just talking about light there?
When he said no optical experiment can determine the Earth's movement, he was probably talking about the sky. I'm looking at
he's talking about Michelson-Morley, but he has another quote where he says no terrestrial experiment
can detect the Earth's movement.
That's right, and that's actually in his writings about general and special relativity.
I would have to see that because that's
okay.
What does he mean by movement, right? Does he mean like its rotational axis or its movement through the solar system? Like, typically
he didn't tailor his theory to like very, very ignorant people. He wrote it knowing that people that actually understood it wouldn't ask questions like that, because you can't have rotation without revolution or vice versa. They're both intrinsically tied together. So if you can't detect the Earth's movement, the alternative is that it's at rest. It's either at rest or it's moving.
Okay. I need to really quick let you know I am very familiar with relativity. Okay, I'm very familiar with.
No, you're not.
Okay.
You don't even understand that you would get a Coriolis effect if the sky was moving. So you don't understand it. That's okay. It's okay, but you'll get there. So in Einstein's writings about relativity, he said no terrestrial experiment can detect the Earth's movement. He actually said that the argument between a geocentric and heliocentric model is nothing more than a coordinate system preference.
An a priori theory
that about getting the Coriolis effect from the sky moving. You need to tell me what you mean by the sky moving. That seems just so false.
Well, we see the stuff in the sky move. So what are you talking about?
Oh, like the stars and stuff? If everything external
hold on.
would not produce a Coriolis effect.
Yeah, friend, hold on. That's not what he's talking about. Okay, he's talking about where this all began.
You're roboting.
Okay.
You're roboting.
Way back when they ever saw this idea. Hold on.
GoFast. Look, man, I'm just trying to help you out here. So objectively, I can cite Einstein, Edwin Hubble, Stephen Hawking, Arthur Eddington, Wolfgang Pauli, Fred Hoyle.
And you're better at forming conclusions about their models than they are.
No, see, you need to listen carefully. All those people said what I'm saying. So you're actually going against your own paradigm's priesthood. Okay, so Stephen Hawking cited Einstein in his 2007 book, saying that no terrestrial experiment could detect the Earth's movement. He also said that you cannot prove heliocentrism versus geocentrism. That's what Stephen Hawking said. So, do you disagree with him?
I don't disagree with what you said. I don't know if they said that. I have to see it. But again, did Einstein or Stephen Hawking, were they geocentrists, either of them?
That's what makes his quotes as impactful as it is. They're hanging themselves by their own words. This is enemy testimony, as it were.
So you are saying that you understand the world better than Hawking or Einstein. So
listen. Go fast. Listen. Austin is quoting these gentlemen who are heliocentrists, and they're saying this. They're hanging themselves by their own words. This is enemy testimony.
Enemy?
As it were.
I don't want to. I don't want to dominate conversation all day.
Chris, stop talking immediately.
No, if you guys want to, if anyone wants to DM me and have like a long form conversation,
Hold on, stop talking.
Got
him. Goodness sakes. When he said, "Are they geocentrists?" Okay.
No, the thing is, we're moving from subject to subject, like very.
All right, I'm moving for you to shut the fuck up.
There's a rule about it that I just posted, but if anyone wants to have a long form conversation and like form a conclusion about,
hey kid, you deaf?
Then I'll do that.
Are you deaf or am I not coming through?
No, I hear you.
You're coming through. He's just he's deaf. On a religious rant right now.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So when you said, "Are they geocentrists?" The answer is no, based on philosophy alone, because they all admitted that it's a philosophical position in their own words.
So it's not possible that there are other variables that they're aware of that make it so, regardless of knowing that these statements are true, they're not geocentrics.
You're whistling past the point. These are heliocentric gentlemen who are saying these things. It's enemy testimony. They're hanging. Listen, they're hanging themselves by their own words. That's why Austin is quoting them.
That is not what's happening at all. They're just saying things that are true that are not contradictory with heliocentrism.
So you say because you want to keep heliocentrism so badly.
I have no preference for
religion.
heliocentrism. I have preference for the truth.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm telling you that the heliocentric paradigm, if adequately understood, says that there is no proof either way.
Relativistic equations do.
Stop interrupting me. This is
incorrect.
What a religious person would do when you tell them that their book is wrong. See what I'm saying? You're in a religion, right? And when I went and got to your prophet and I told you what the prophet said, it's like a Muslim person arguing against what Muhammad said. That's what you're doing right now. This isn't my religion. It's your religion, okay? And
I never disagreed with what they said.
Yeah,
I agree with what they
then
said.
you agree that there's no proof that the Earth is in a heliocentric model, and just as viable of a reference frame is a geocentric model. Then you agree.
I'm reading the quote.
Okay, and he also, by the way, he also said that we make this decision on grounds of modesty, meaning, well, we modestly think, well, the Earth couldn't be significant. That would be arrogant of us to think that it's special. And then Edwin Hubble said that that's an intolerable position, that the Earth has a special place in the universe. So they all openly admit it's a philosophical decision and that it can't be proved one way or the other. So since you agree with everything they say, then you agree with that, right?
I agree with 3 of the photos. I need to Google the Arthur Eddington one to see what he meant. But the top 3 are totally true and consistent with heliocentrism.
It's saying that you can't prove one way or the other.
No, you absolutely can. They're talking about mathematically using relativity.
No. They're talking about all terrestrial experiments and observations of the sky. That's what they're talking. I made the memes, buddy.
I didn't see the terrestrial one.
Hey, buddy. I made them. I read all the context. You haven't read any of this. So don't act like you're going to teach me about what they really meant.
Okay, so you believe there's no way to validate whether or not the Earth is, or geocentrism or heliocentrism is true.
GOFAST. You just said, no. You just said let's focus on the point. So let's focus on the point. Austin is telling you. Listen to me. Austin is telling you what these men are saying. These men are saying you can't prove the Earth is moving. Simple sentence. That's what they are saying. What say you?
If taken at face value on these statements that they have made, I know what they are saying and I know how they meant it. All right. And I agree with them on the basis of what they're saying and how they meant it. Right.
You don't know what they meant because you haven't read it.
I'm familiar with relativity and I'm familiar with both of these scientists. All right.
Okay, here's his quote, buddy. You are making yourself look really ridiculous, okay? Because any intellectual that actually knows what he's talking about right now would just concede that you can't prove between the two models. But to you, it's more logical to think that the Earth is insignificant. If you cannot say that, you aren't even arguing your religion correctly. That doesn't make us dumb. If you pretend that you've read, I did read it. This is Einstein's writings on general and special relativity. I read it. It's a book he wrote. I read it. You haven't read it. You don't know what the context is.
I don't have prophets or religion, right? I don't value anybody. I value our material observations. I don't value what anyone says.
Well, according to the priests of your religion.
No, I don't. No, I don't have priests. Don't say that. I don't value what they have to say.
You do,
I value experiments. I don't care what they have to say.
We know how repugnant that rhetoric is to you. That's why we say it.
It's not repugnant to me. I know what they meant. And
you try to distinguish your culture, your ACP, academic cosmic paradigm culture. You try to distinguish that from other theistic cultures and paradigms as though they're entirely antithetical. No, you're similar. You're just superficially different. You just have an atheistic worldview, but you operate just the same. You have a hierarchy. You have prophets. You have a priesthood. You have all of it, the whole nine. You have your own eschatology. You have your own metaphysics, your own epistemology. You have your entire own philosophy. It's just atheistic or non-theistic or agnostic or whatever.
I don't value.
So when we cite the professionals, that are saying what they're saying, you resist them while you simultaneously subscribe to them.
No, I do not subscribe to them. Or resist them, by the way. I think I know what they said here, and I agree with what they said here. That is not, I don't care about them.
We just heard you. You're on record to GOFAST. We just heard you. You just told me sentence number 1, you don't subscribe to them. And then sentence number 2, in the next breath, you tell me that you agree with them.
I agree with
synonymous with saying that you subscribe to them.
No. I agree with that sentence.
This is just
They're
crazy.
just people. I don't care what they have to say.
He literally did just say that. What the fuck is going on?
We just
heard
you.
Doing GOFAST. What really are you doing right now?
GOFAST, I'm going to read this for you. So this is really going to shatter your cognition.
Thank you.
So I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Infamous physicist George F.R. Ellis.
Yeah, he's making an argument for relativity, right? And I think that it's kind of a misinterpretation. I believe there are ways you can test what the actual nature of reality is, and I care about how you test actual reality, not theory, and not what people say. I don't have priests. I don't care what anyone says. I care what our experiments are able to validate.
Okay, so then I asked you, because you're just saying that, what you're wrong, because it very specifically says observations here. Einstein very specifically said terrestrial experiments. Stephen Hawking in 2007 very specifically said any terrestrial experiment. But then you keep on invoking those same things. So
I don't care what they have to say, right?
Then give us so you're more competent in your worldview than they are, the ones that brought it to you, okay? And the only reason that it's even considered viable is because of those very people You know more about it than they do. So tell us specifically, what observation or experiment is it that proves the Earth is moving?
Relativistic frame dragging is an easy one. I just said that.
Oh, really?
Don't you dare say, Google it. Don't you dare say that I don't understand relativity when you don't understand what relativistic frame dragging is. Look it up. Go on Wikipedia. Find out how we tested it. Find out the conclusions we draw from our results.
Okay,
Explain this relativistic frame drag again, unless Austin, you want to continue on another line.
Well, he keeps on saying that. I've already rebutted it, and that it's that it's either you choose the Earth as the absolute frame of reference with the stuff in the sky moving, or you treat the sky as absolute frame of reference with the Earth moving, and those are interchangeable, and that's objective, and the result would be the same. And he just keeps skating past that, and then basically asserting his nonsense over it.
Out of respect for the people in this group, I have not before said that there are people in orbit that can see the Earth, right? But like.
That's all you got now. So we've got.
No, I just out of respect, I haven't brought that up. But like that is the case.
What did you say?
I said out of respect for the people in this group, I haven't brought up the fact that there are people in orbit that can observe the Earth with their own eyes.
Dude. Okay, please stop talking. Okay. Okay, so let's be blunt. Are you simple? No, I'm seriously asking. Are you simple? Do you have a problem?
I mean, I
won't
maintain
lack social context.
I won't maintain a conversation with people who are unable to explain why that is not a valid debunking of this entire concept, right? The fact that they're human beings just like you or me.
Okay, no. I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about this idea that you're respecting this fragile ecosystem of snowflakes by not making a claim that there's people witnessing the Earth in totality at this very moment. Like, are you some kind of punk or something?
Well, that just seems that's the first thing that everyone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, friend? Can you do me a favor, please? Go to the kitchen, have an orange juice, and come back with your testicles all rubbed up good. You understand me?
Oh man, why do you think that? Okay, respect for conversation.
So
excuse me, dude. You just said respect for the retarded simpleton, faith-driven zealots in this room. I didn't say that there are people witnessing the Earth right now. Hey, quit being a douchebag, bro. For goodness sakes. Out of respect for you fucking retards.
No, it's just that's the first thing everyone said about the flat earther, right?
Well, what actually happened was you made tons of claims about all observations on this bullshit, and then I objectively refuted and intellectually eviscerated you. So now you've fallen back to something that can't be falsified, where we must believe a handful of people that work for the government that claim that they do something. Because you first said all
you don't need to believe anyone.
Evidence.
No, you don't need to believe anyone.
You've been exposed.
Let's go there.
You don't need to believe.
That's fine. Listen, that's all fine, guys. Let's go there for Mr. Rubs himself, okay? Let's go there. Okay, where are these humans doing what you say they're doing?
Easiest one right now, probably ISS.
You mean the only one?
I think so.
Is there any humans beyond the ISS? Allegedly?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you darn right there's not. So what are these ISS peeps doing, bro?
I'm not in mission control.
Yeah, what are they up to?
What they're doing today.
Okay, so you just said that they're witnessing something. So what are they witnessing?
I don't know what they're doing right now, but when you mean like if they look out the cupola, they're seeing the Earth.
Yeah, what are they seeing, bro? You let me know. What do they see out the cupola?
They're seeing the Earth.
Oh, really? I'm seeing the Earth out my car window.
I agree.
So can you please be a little more specific?
As to like how that's a problem? I think that like people orbiting the Earth is
dude.
I don't know what you want.
Your claim
see the Earth,
is that there's people orbiting the Earth. What does that do? How do they know they're orbiting the Earth?
Because they go around in a 92-minute orbital period and they see the same things when they go around the Earth.
Oh, so they're going around in a circle. What does that prove?
So you could do that same thing on a dinner plate then, right?
Yeah, but if you're not without using power, no. You can't do the same thing on a dinner plate without expending fuel.
How do you know?
Because of like the laws of motion, right? You can't change direction.
Yeah, you don't know. That's
no.
why.
Do you
How come?
disagree?
Wait a moment.
That's why you're quoting some.
How come you can rotate without? What is the difference that allows you to rotate in a circle around a globe? What is it that makes that possible, and that isn't possible on a plate? What physical principle? Can you name it?
Yeah, inertial reference frames versus your accelerating reference frame. If you're rotating around the surface
It's
of a plate,
no. Reference frames have nothing to do with the actual
it has
physical
everything
behaviors.
to do with it.
No, reference
No, it
frames
doesn't.
can change how the world behaves. They just tell you perspective. I'm asking you about the actual, let's call it, if I'm usually not using this word, but forces. What would be the
Mechanism.
what would be the things compensating so it can stay rotating without expending energy?
Because it is not being acted on by any force. It is.
That's not true. I mean, kind of, but why is it then changing its direction? If something is Newton's laws, right? If something is just flying straight, why would it start curving? Why would it start to rotate around the quotation mark globe?
So you misinterpret Newtonian physics. If something is falling,
I don't.
Oh, buddy, just so you know, Newtonian physics has been long.
I know. No, I know that.
So stop bringing it up. Then
he did.
It doesn't help.
Yeah, but look. So normally something would fly straight, right? If you don't act with any force upon it.
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Well, in Newtonian dynamics, yeah, because gravity is assumed to be a force. It's not. If something is traveling in a parabola, it's not being acted on by any force.
But hey, why can't?
Okay. So why don't you stay in the Newtonian framework for now? Because this, in your theory, it should be sufficient to describe the phenomenon we now discuss.
I dislike using Newtonian physics.
Well, they claim that they use Newtonian framework. They claim they use a Newtonian framework to launch satellites, though.
Because from my understanding, what you say is that you have that the mainstream physics says there is a balance between two things acting. And on one hand, you have the kinetic energy, which is basically the mass being flying with a certain speed in a certain direction, right? Or a certain velocity in a certain direction, to be more precise. And that is exactly compensated by, guess what? By the gravitational force of attraction. So what you make is an assumption about having gravitational force fields, a potential field in particular, that is going around the sphere, that is basically at equal distance, it is an equal potential. Like it has the same, as much energy expended to get the same distance from it and anywhere around it, right? If the distance is the same, it has the same energy. And so what you want is you want to compensate this energy by your kinetic energy. So you want to fly fast enough that basically always eternally falls around the globe. That's what is the argument of the globe earthers. So your claim that it would work around the sphere, but it would not work above a plane, basically is just based on your already, you think, knowledge about gravitational force fields. Being there in the way they are at that height around the sphere. So this is already so basically the gravitation and sphere ideas that you have are premises to why you said it would work around a sphere but not in a circle on a far above the plane.
Planes don't orbit.
You understand what I'm saying?
Resistance. Yeah, planes don't orbit because of air resistance.
But we are not talking about planes at all. We're talking about your assumption that this is so high that this is in a vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So within your assumptions, this you have to grant that the premise of gravitation behaving in a certain way, the force fields looking in a certain way around the sphere, is basically or general how gravitation you think works at a distance from the ground is premises, and you don't have any evidence for these force fields at that distance other than the laws you've been taught.
No, I don't use Newtonian physics. First of all, I don't use Newtonian physics, and secondly, I don't assume anything I believe. All right.
Wait a
moment. Let me counter that. I suppose you talk about relativistic, special and general relativity based physics. The problem is that it would fall back to essentially the Newtonian things at the speed differences and masses that we're talking about. So this just makes no difference. You would basically for the
No, I agree. For the scales we're talking about.
Exactly. So what you do is you're just being obtuse for the sake of being obtuse.
No, I just don't like using the word force because in a context like this, if you use the word force to talk about gravity, people will point out that gravity is not a force according to your globe logic, right? So that's why I try to rigidly stick to relativistic terminology so I can avoid that.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Why your premise was already based on your idea on how gravitational fields, as you call them, behave at a certain distance from a globe or any, let's say,
that's not a guess.
Object. I mean, you wait. Have you been up there and done measurements for yourself? Have you been told
to the South Pole?
I'm not making arguments here. I mean, you made a claim, a positive claim that one of the two works and the other doesn't, and I'm just challenging you directly on that. I don't even have much of an opinion on the South Pole.
All right, fair.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Wait, let me say something real fast because I actually have to go here. Go fast. Here's the deal, buddy. NASA says they use Newtonian framework to shoot up satellites in the first place. So ironically,
yes, I know. I do.
Okay,
I understand
so what you're saying is irrelevant. But anyway, here's the conclusion I want you to take home with you, okay? And really soak this in, all right? What I said is objective. I'm not trying to trick you, okay? All the people that are experts on your side, they admit that it's a philosophical.
I don't have a side, all right? My side is reality and what we can observe. I'm not friends with fucking scientists.
Calm down, man. Calm down, man. So when I say your side, I mean the heliocentric paradigm, okay? And so anyway, they admit you can't prove it, but it's a philosophical decision. It's called the Copernican principle, which is the idea that the Earth doesn't occupy a special or unique position, and that's what we believe. Therefore, we interpret the data based on that, and it can't be proven, and that no experiment could ever prove that the Earth is spinning or revolving, et cetera, et cetera. And we have now clung on to that philosophy so much so that we have tons of problems. We have dark matter and dark energy problems. We have the cosmic microwave background, which showed that the Earth is at the center and that all the energy disperses equal to the Earth at the center. They called that the axis of evil. They called it evil because it goes against their philosophy of the Copernican principle. And to this day, there's still no explanation for these things or the fine-tuning problem. And you can go talk to the most renowned atheist physicists that exist. They will all tell you this, okay?
And I will tell you this.
They cannot explain observations. So what it comes down to is, well, okay, we have no empirical evidence that can prove one way or the other. We choose one way, but this is objective, okay? But we choose one way because of philosophy. But when we make that philosophical decision, we end up with lots of problems that we can't explain. But if we were to not make that philosophical decision, then we wouldn't have those problems that can't be explained. Relativity has been debunked on the cosmological and the quantum scale. Relativity has been debunked. There's not even a viable alternative. There is nothing that is proposed as your glue that's even considered viable anymore. Relativity has been drastically falsified. So in conclusion, you are in a religion now. It has been disguised as science. I understand you don't think it's a religion. We were all taught it as if it's facts, but that's not the truth. And if you were honest and a diligent researcher, you would go read the context and find out, wow, maybe I've been tricked into a philosophy of people that are scared of the idea that the Earth could be created. And if you're so scared of the idea that the Earth could be created that you will make up your own pseudoscience and turn your head to evidence, that is effectively a religion. Ironically, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah, not explained.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Did you want to respond to any of that? Go fast.
Yeah, it's very exciting that there's a lot of things that are still unexplained, and I'm happy about that. But the claim that there's not reason to assume the things that are assumed in contemporary physics were not assumed to hold true the things that are held true in contemporary physics is just
go fast. You're chanting. I mean, that's enough. You're chanting. You're chanting. No. You're chanting. This is chanting. You keep chanting in spite of everything that has been said to you. What has been said to you is not only arguments against that position, It's what the professionals throughout the 20th century, and even before then, up to the present day, are saying about their paradigm. And then when we quote them, yes, that's the point.
The whole point.
So is it possible
That's the point.
so it's possible you're using you're
No,
unaware.
don't interrupt.
Witness.
Let me finish the sentence.
Go ahead.
So we're quoting heliocentrists. Get the point. Stop pretending you don't understand. You went to school, you got your degrees, you study logic, you're familiar with philosophy. So then understand what is being said, or stop refusing to understand what's being said to you. Okay, you're so intellectual. Understand what's being said to you. It's not Chinese arithmetic. This isn't rocket science. Okay, what's being said to you is plain and clear and simple. The heliocentrists of the ACP, of academia, are telling you that they choose this paradigm in spite of the fact there cannot, not just there isn't, they cannot prove that the Earth is moving. They cannot prove the heliocentrism. Now, if you disagree with this, then you should be arguing the antithesis of this. But don't sit up here and tell us that they're not saying that when it's on record and it's posted in the text chat. They are telling us they can't prove it, while at the same time they sit up here and pretend that they can't prove it. It's inconsistent. That's what we're pointing out.
Do you believe there may be other reasons for them to think that the Earth is moving despite saying this?
Say the question again.
Do you believe there are reasons? Do you think that there are reasons that Einstein or Stephen Hawking believe that Mars or black holes are physical locations that you could interact with, and that the heliocentric model is true, in spite of them saying these sentences?
Yeah, sure, they have their reasons. Sure, they would have their arguments. Yeah, sure, they have their reasons. They have their arguments. And they would be inconsistent. They can't hold those arguments in tandem with the other premise that they just conceded to. It can't simultaneously be the case that their arguments prove that their paradigm is true and that their paradigm cannot be proven. Hello? Logic person. Law of non-contradiction is in full effect here. I'm a twice college dropout, once in person and once online, and I have better sense than that.
Okay. I have reason to believe the heliocentrism is true.
We don't care what you fucking
not
believe.
what I was taught.
Can you bring what can be demonstrated, please? We don't care what you believe. This is not a belief server.
Yeah, I've proven
You're the wrong
that.
place, man.
I've proven that the Earth is a ball.
You've proven nothing.
2 separate ways, right? In 2 separate ways, both of which have been completely.
No, in your geometric mind,
douchebag, you didn't prove anything. You just whistled past the graveyard. We showed you didn't have a geometric ball edge, and you just whistled past that. You talked about the mechanics and the physics of light being bent through your presupposed atmosphere, i.e. spherical gas, conforming to this ball that you never showed us. All you can do is point at something and go, oh, it's a refracted unicorn. You're a fucking idiot.
All right, the International Space Station is impossible on a flat Earth, or on anything but a spherical Earth.
Okay, it's a nice movie. Great. Yeah, now let's see your ball edge.
No, you can see it. It's not a movie.
No, let's see your ball edge.
You are reverting to the thing that already has this premise on the way that potential fields of gravitation behave at a distance from us that I brought up earlier. So that's again, already shown that this rests already on the globe Earth gravitation premise.
But even worse than that, are you seriously telling me you're so geometrically inept that you can't imagine a machine flying above the surface of a level plane in a circle?
No, the issue comes from the fact that doing so would require the expenditure of energy. All right. And
okay.
Because of your idea on the gravitational field's behavior at that you suppose exists at a distance. Why? Okay. Why doesn't it expend energy around the sphere? Stay Newtonian, please.
Well, he's not going to stay Newtonian. He's going to stay Einsteinian, and he's going to appeal to Einsteinian gravity.
I can use either one. It works in either one.
Satellite is falling around the Earth.
Let's not Newtonian because it's completely obtuse to even try relativistic arguments for
and if no one's going to call me out for using Newtonian gravitation, so if something is in free fall, it is not expending energy. So
you say, like you just keep presuming this cosmic paradigm.
But if something orbits, if something orbits, you called it free fall.
You sitting here telling us it's not possible above a flat plane. Listen.
Please let him explain.
It's really not possible. Orbital mechanics without R is something they can't possibly have measured, since they can't show us a ball edge or anything spherical that we live
okay,
on.
go fast. Can you continue, please?
I need to correct the person that said that I'm assuming that. It's true in accordance with the definitions of the words I used.
So you say so you say the satellites are in free fall.
Yes.
The definition of free fall.
Free fall would be not being acted upon by any forces outside of. We're using force to describe gravity because you said Newtonian, so outside of gravity.
But gravity would be a force, right? And if there's no other force, then why wouldn't that move inside the potential field towards the direction of the gravity force vector, if it's in free fall? Because that's what it would have to do in that case. If
it is in free fall. So,
but you just said it was free fall.
Why does it not go radially inward directly? Because it has velocity.
Yeah, but you just said it was free fall.
Yes, it has angular velocity. It's in free fall. All things in free fall have angular velocity, right? If you throw a baseball, it's not going straight down. It's going at an angle.
What? I can just drop something straight down and it's in free fall.
Yeah, but it always has angular velocity, right? So if you throw something, it travels in a parabola. It doesn't just go straight down.
What the fuck are you even trying to? I mean, seriously, why? Why if you drop something straight down, why do you say it has an angular velocity?
Because again, this is idealized mathematics. What you're talking about in real life, you cannot drop an object with zero angular velocity.
Yeah, but this is like approximately. It doesn't matter. It is it's negligible, right?
I'm talking about real life though. Like and people like this. I've been taught. I'm sorry. If it wasn't in this group, I would be able to disagree with you and move on. But like people in this group are very, very fickle about like referring to actual physics.
So when something is actually in a would be hypothetically, of course, would be in an orbit, like in a rotatory orbit, repeatedly around a spherical mass body, like the globe in the globe Earth model. It wouldn't be the case that there is a free fall scenario when it is orbiting, because in that theory you would in effect not have it just being acted upon by one force, the one of gravitation, but you would get you would need necessarily a countering force in the opposite direction, which you get through the due to its essentially through its movement by its kinetic energy. So it's on an energy level, the kinetic energy and the gravitational energy compensate. Then you can just get from energy to force, right, with a bit of calculus.
Not the opposite direction, perpendicular. So at 90 degrees too.
No, the force has to be opposite, or it wouldn't compensate.
No, not at all. You have
no, it wouldn't zero out. It wouldn't zero out. The forces wouldn't zero out. In the potential field, you would have work. You would have movement if the forces don't even out. And because it moves on the same.
We are getting so lost in the weeds. This is boring. This is boring.
I certainly didn't say the opposite. And so what you achieved by through this searing out of the force, one force going straight down in the potential field, and the other force going in the opposite direction, keeping it on the same equal potential shell. That's why it can be energy free, because as long as you keep on the same equal potential shell, no work is expanded. And the point is, I get to the point.
Dude, come on.
All this relies on your
boring.
All this relies on your presupposition that there is a gravitational field with that behavior at that distance. And therefore,
move on to something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna add you. Yeah, I agree. I added you. We can VC if you want to, but let's not distract from conversation.
I got trampled on the central point so that we can get lost in these weeds. But the point I was simply trying to make is that to really sit up here and assert, that it's impossible for a machine to fly in a circle above the face of the Earth, that's ridiculous.
I didn't say that. I said without expending energy.
That's beside the point. You said it's not possible.
No, I didn't. I said it's impossible without
So how
expending
can
energy.
you?
It's
How can you?
impossible. You said it's impossible on a flat Earth.
How can you prove they're not expending energy?
I can't, but they're not
there's
expending
the
energy by
question.
any means.
You can.
Great.
So shut the fuck up.
You
No, by
also
any
can't
means
prove
that
that
we're
there's a
aware of it,
ball to
right?
get any orbital mechanics from, so your
'Cause you can
scenario
look
is
at
the
it.
impossible one.
It doesn't seem to be expending any energy. There's no exhaust gases. It doesn't have propellers. It's not expending
There's
energy
also
in
no
any way that
ball
we're
to get
aware of.
orbital
This is your
mechanics from.
personal incredulity, then.
Yeah, so it's not expending energy in any way that we're aware of.
That you can discern through a telescope.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, there's also no ball to get orbital mechanics from, so like you said, you're a fucking idiot.
I agree. He is.
Okay, so I came here to talk to Quantum Eraser, and I sent him a friend request. So if anyone wants to have a long form conversation, just let me know. But I'm tired. No, I was told by a member of this group.
You don't even have any citations. You have to bring evidence.
I'm gonna. Who is this person talking? All right.
Someone who knows a lot more than you, child.
We let AI do it. Check. He's not coming in very well. He's trying to talk. AI, go ahead.
No, I'm just drinking. I'm drinking a drink. My apologies.
So I just briefly want to ask, GOFAST. You understand that your claims rely on your gravitational theory, and so it's basically the you already have like what you want to prove put into your premise.
No, I wouldn't believe in any of this if gravity wasn't independently verifiable as like attraction between masses.
Okay, do you have that?
Yeah, torsion pendulums, Cavendish experiment. I've not conducted anything like this myself, obviously, but it's been done hundreds of times, and I can show you places where you can go and do this experiment yourself if you want to.
So do you have the hypothesis for those experiments? You call them experiments, so I'm guessing this science.
They're measurements. They're measurements of reality. You're not seeking to prove any conclusion. You're seeking to establish the accuracy of a variable for math, but you're not seeking to establish any new criteria or like understanding.
So what you're doing there is the following. Even if they don't, the others or even we won't grant it, but if we suppose the Cavendish experiment was correct for small bodies around the Earth, without any evidence of experiments we can do very up high ourselves, what would lead us to believe that this is also the law that guides how things behave up there? Right, because for example, even the cosmologists say that they claim to see space expanding, right? So even they say that this isn't like the large scale behavior. So why should I say, oh, this is the behavior up in the sky, right? Even if the Cavendish experiment is a small scale correct, wouldn't necessitate that the other things impacting the world, then presuppose a sphere because it relies on the assumption that this what you see there also applies everywhere else, right?
Yeah, so we form conclusions about things we can't test by comparing them to things that we can, right? So how did we get to believing that Mars orbits the sun because of gravity? So first we can validate gravity. Yeah, we can validate gravity exists at all, right, via torsion pendulums. So once we know that masses attract at a certain rate, depending on their distance and their masses multiplied by distance squared, you know this. But then we can apply, okay, so we know that gravity exists, and there's this attractive force between things that have mass. What can we do from that? Well, we know that it causes things to move towards other masses, and we see that happening on the Earth and can't explain it through any other means. So we say, hey, the Earth is massive, and it attracts things towards it with the exact rate that we expect through our experiments. So we know that at that point, we know at least gravity exists and the Earth exists.
What do you mean expect? Isn't it the other way around? Isn't it that you calculate, for example, the mass of Earth from from your acceleration towards it?
Exactly, yeah. So if we know
but
the
then
rate...
it's again, you have again taken what you want to prove as the premise.
No, absolutely not. So we observe this massive attraction force force, right, exists.
And you observe things falling down, and then you say they must be the same. And then
Well, it's because we can't
you use
account for that.
the massive mass of the Earth as argument, but the massive mass of the Earth is the very thing you calculated from your very law, from how fast things fall or accelerate. So meh.
If we know the force of gravity, and we know how large the Earth is, we can calculate
It's circular.
the mass of the Earth. Yeah.
It's circular then.
Yeah.
So please don't do circular arguments. I mean, like
no,
the
it's
other
not
one
circular. That's something we prove.
with the orbiting.
No, that's something that we can prove. So these are all variables that we know and can prove.
It's really circular.
So how much is the force of gravity? Since you know what it is, how much is it?
What's big G? I don't know the gravitational constant, but I know what it is on Earth.
What is it?
On the surface of Earth, it's 9.8 meters per second squared, but that's not the gravitational constant. That's like irrelevant. That's just like on Earth, which I don't care about.
Dude. How do you guys just let this kid just say stuff like that, man?
What do you mean? What do you have a problem with?
Like, he's the only one that knows what gravity is. I mean, no one else does.
No, why do you have a problem with what I said?
No one else claims to know it, but you do.
What gravity is? You asked me what surface gravity is on Earth.
You say it's the force of down. That's not gravity. That's just that's
you didn't ask me. You didn't ask me what gravity is. I clarified.
I did. I did. I asked you what it was. You said, "Oh, I know what it is on Earth."
No, what gravity is? Yeah, it's the direct. I'm not going to have this conversation again, but it's the direction of space-time caused by masses in the tensor metric. We know this. This is testable, right? We know.
Man, you guys just let him. Who's letting him spout this crap and not checking it? Come on.
All right, you know what? If anybody wants to have a long-form conversation and actually learn something about how the world works, add me.
Just go away.
Learn something.
Go away. You're not helping. You're not helping this movement at all.
You clearly don't have a clue how the world works.
Yeah, anyone that actually wants to have a long-form conversation about how...
You've had a long form.
No one's here. No one's here that wants to do that with you. No one's here. No one here that wants to do this. So go somewhere else.
3 days isn't long form?
I mean, you've already been presented with information from some of the people here that they've read all the books from these dudes that made all this stuff. I mean, good grief, bro.
You're in your own little world. You're creating your own model of the universe because you don't agree with anybody on the mainstream narrative, and obviously you don't agree with any of us. So have fun in your little gray area, bro. Can you go find somewhere else to entertain people?
Go write your own book, make your own thesis. You know.
We got PT Dodo here. He's been verified.
Yeah, he was laughing really weird.
I thought it was Joe Wavy.
Yeah, also,
he did do something. He constantly said, like, I only believe in what can be demonstrated, right? But he's always was saying, well, I haven't done this or I haven't done that, but the other people have. It almost sounded like he was just trusting that they did it.
But he doesn't have a priest class that he appeals to.
Mm.
No, he appeals to reality. That's what yeah, his specific version of reality. Yeah.
Dude, relativistic mathematics.
He's on this side of demonstrable reality. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah. And the whole relativistic mathematical paradigm was predicated on experiments intended to prove whether the sky or the Earth was moving, that all pointed to the fact that the Earth isn't moving.
It is moving.
So they had to recreate an entire interpretation of reality itself because they couldn't abandon their precious Earth movement through space. And why did they choose that? They chose it on philosophical grounds, just like what's it displayed. And there's many more quotes, not just those guys. It's all the guys. I wanted to ask Whitson about the redshift guy, because that's one of the things. So Newton had a problem with his gravity. It doesn't work on a universal level. You need an infinite universe, right? And then you run into Olber's paradox and all other kinds of problems. So they needed a new, quote-unquote, theory of the universe. Mm-hmm. Essentially, they needed an expanding universe. Enter relativity and enter the redshift, right, supposedly. But the guys that did that in the 200 quotes video that we saw, the guy explains that if you just look at it from a different reference, you could interpret the data that the universe is shrinking, not expanding. And you wouldn't be able to tell which. But we have to choose the expansion based on philosophical grounds. It's hilarious when you see all these quotes that are from people who are, paramount in the creation of this paradigm, basically saying the data can show this, but we're going to choose this on philosophical grounds. Or we're going to choose this because the idea of this other thing being true is unpalatable to me. It's horrific. So he said he proved a globe. Let's see what he did prove. He proved that in principle you couldn't see the bottom of a church. Somehow that proves a globe. What else did he prove?
We showed him a bunch of
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shadows exist. Somehow that proves a globe.
We showed him a bunch of observations that are impossible on his globe, and he nutted them. That proved the globe.
Well, let's analyze it right there, because we went through some of these the other day on the Earth curve calculator. He said that he only goes for what's demonstrated, not mathematicalized. Right?
So he says.
I caught that earlier, because when he was talking about the Canigou shot and not talking about the 255, but actually talking about the 157 to the church, he was saying this matches, right? But then he says, I only go by what's demonstrated, not by what's calculated. But in order for that to match, quote unquote, which it doesn't anyway, you have to add standard refraction, which is a calculation. It's not measured that actually occurred. It's circular reasoning, just like our friend McNuggets was pointing out. Okay, so we have a church. Part of the church is missing, but at that range, the hidden height is 1,200 feet. And he said that the church peak is at 5.7. That means it's under double the Earth, right? Double hidden height. So you shouldn't be able to see it. So how does he then say you could see it? Oh, you just click this button right here that says refraction, and then all of a sudden it reduces the hidden height down to 587. And that's within a margin of error of about 9%. So I could just imagine that there's more refraction that day. Now, is that demonstrating that there was this magical curved light that day? No, it's pure calculation. Not only that, but the math that effectuates, and we posted this last night, to post it again, you could go look at the Earth curve calculator yourself. When you alter the refraction, how it effectuates it is it increases the radius of the Earth and lowers the saga top bulge or hump of water between point A and point B, allowing you to quote unquote see the bottom of the thing more. That's what it does. It doesn't impute optical effects. It changes the geometry of the radius. That's how it affects it.
He doesn't know that, though. I tried to get him to make that case, and he never got that far. He doesn't even know that that's how it works.
Of course, why would he? Here's the globe. This observation shouldn't be possible on the geometry of the globe. That must mean that light is bending like a homing missile to shoot me right in the eyeball.
What the?
And how do I know this? Well, because I already know Earth's a globe. And how do I already know Earth's a globe? Because the ISS dudes are quote unquote up there in the sky looking down on us from above. And we can pray to them at night, and maybe they'll grant our wishes.